don't like me. Well, I'm on the road, high speed chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash sitting tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign gold switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work sweat. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Got me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well, I'm on the road, high speed chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new product, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the rim.
Talked it all. Ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash sitting tall.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute, make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, no sleep, no sleep.
You said some things you didn't mean. I'm sure I did that too. Oh, baby. Egos clashing, dreams crashing. Whatever happened to me and you? From lovers to strangers, when everything changes. Oh, baby. When we tear out the pages and only one word is left. Please let just be quiet until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. What is broken for now. I think we both need to grow so that we need not to know. Maybe doubt, maybe ask, maybe understand at last. From knowing to asking, from tearing to building, from thinking to feeling, from hurting to healing. Please let's just be quiet and let the silence speak. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. But maybe tomorrow we will know how. Yes, maybe tomorrow we will know how. Oh, maybe tomorrow we will know how. It was beautiful, yeah, together. Even though we planned forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned, I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you, never thank you enough.
Don't like me, 'cause I'm on the road, yeah. Alright, let's go. Don't like me, well I'm on the road, I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign girl switching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work slip. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, 'cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well I'm on the road, I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim.
Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash standing tall.
They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the world what you're all about. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. You only need yourself and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path left out.
Hello.
Your true level.
Hi, hello.
Yourself,
What's up, internet?
place on your space.
How's it going? Hope everyone's doing well out there. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. It's
The more you know who you are,
officially spring, I guess. It's nice. It's beautiful.
the less you like.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Doing pretty good. We have so much content. I really want to get through it all, but there's probably 12 hours of content here. So we're gonna do our best, okay? I've stacked the JK Rowling bits and transphobia towards the front. So it's gonna be a hard 5 hours. But then it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be cool and fun. I just got my soup. So I'm gonna eat that. I'm so hungry. I also want to do some painting. I'm gonna do the background of one of my paintings I've been working on forever. And then oh yeah, I want to finish that drawing of the weed fairy. So that's the plan, Stan. I'm doing pretty well. I went outside and touched grass. It's very nice out there. I recommend that you find some grass to touch. Oh yeah, there's also the creator clash. I didn't see anything. Basically at all. I saw a little bit of the weigh-ins and I saw the interviews today at the after party or whatever it is. So I want to see a couple of those. Maybe that can be our break in between the transphobia essays. Maybe that's, on second thought, maybe not. On second thought, that might look terrible. Maybe not that. Maybe we'll just do it after. And then, I still have to find the clips as well, so. Gives me time to do that. Good. Look at that sloth. Okay.
World
go.
action RPG set in the world first introduced in the Harry Potter books. For the first time, experience Hogwarts in the 1800s.
Can I?
Your character is a student who holds the key to
Start
an
it.
ancient secret that threatens.
Stop it. YouTube is so I'm just trying to start it over. Yeah, thank you.
Hogwarts Legacy is an immersive, open-world action RPG set in the world first introduced in the Harry Potter books. For the first time, experience Hogwarts in the 1800s. Your character is a student who holds the key to an ancient secret that threatens to tear the wizarding world apart. Now you can take control of the action and be at the center of your own adventure in the wizarding world. Your legacy is what you make of it. Hi, welcome back to a cartoon. I'm an anvil plummeting onto your soft, fragile skull. Discourse makes the world go round. Centuries ago, Martin Luther nails
Wonderful. I was just looking for my anvil to plummet into my skull.
his 95 theses to a church door, and now here I stand, pinning my quote tweet where I call a Republican congressman a hag-faced crone. I am the river turning the water wheel of history, and oh boy, is it turning like a middle school actor getting told to cheat out on stage. Otherwise, we can't see the Technicolor Dreamcoat. Is the room filling with... Is there a fire? I like discourse to an extent, but I also get nervous whenever I participate because I'm an emotionally fragile pushover. I have the spiritual stability of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. if you were counting that as 2 Tacoma Narrows bridge jokes on this channel, and they said I don't have range. But it's true, I'm bad at discourse. I get embarrassed a lot. I'm an easily embarrassed person. Do you have any idea what it's like to go through your life with everybody thinking you're gay, and then they're right? Well, I know you do, but like, imagine you're not gay for a second. Step into the heterosexual shoes and try to imagine that
Oh my god. Oh my god, they're so funny.
they're chunky feelers. But regardless of my status with embarrassment regarding discourse, this Hogwarts Legacy stuff has been, well, embarrassing to me for different reasons, and mainly because the trans community has been kind of like humiliating to associate with as of late. Like, guys, the constant harassment of streamers, the virtue signaling, it's kind of insane. I think it is time for us to have a very important conversation about how the trans community has become really sensitive to, like, unimportant shit. Wait, no, that's not what I believe at all. Why would I write that? I think it's time for us to have a very honest conversation about where to draw the line on harassing people and spoiling shit for some sort of superfluous activist effort. This kind of woke scold, yeah, wait, no, again, that is not what I believe at all. What? I would never write... I think it's time for us to have a very honest conversation about getting over ourselves, about the way we put these fake moral actions in front of other people to see if they're good enough for us. This gross kind of purity culture that is pervasive in our community. What the fuck?
What the fuck? I hate when the typewriting devil possesses me and I just end up writing stuff I didn't mean to say at all. I hate when that very common thing happens.
I think it is time for us to have a very important conversation about,
I learned to stop worrying and trust that I'm actually a little baby and everybody else knows what's best for my community. Ah! Only Ro could navigate this so tastefully and still very, very funny. Hilarious, even.
Hi, welcome back to Firelink Shrine. I'm an elevator you didn't expect. Listen, I'm taking big risks with this video. I'm pissing off the most volatile people in the world. Gamers, Harry Potter fans, white women from Nashville who don't take the just voted sticker off of their water bottle for like a good 2 months. And it's like really on there. Like it'll wash off a little bit when you put the hydro flask through the wash, but it's not coming off. I thrive in controversy though. I was the guy who told Richard Nixon about doing Watergate, gave him a nudge in the right direction, and the rest is history. But if you are someone who comes to this video hoping to leave a hate comment or beef with me, then I implore you to consider not doing that, because I'm not trying to destroy you or tear you apart. I'm talking to a camera, and maybe you hear the words. If you're a TERF here wanting to call me a slur or tell me I look like a man, feel free to go elsewhere, because alright, yeah, I don't care. Sure. If you're a Harry Potter fan trying to leave a thoughtful dissertation on why the Hogwarts Legacy game is a masterpiece, I do not care. You will watch this video, you will engage with my analysis and thoughts, and then you will hate like a polite political interlocutor. If you watch the video all the way through, you get a coupon for 1 hate speech against me, okay? Is that the incentive you need? Do you need a collect-a-thon with hate speech coupons? If you find all of the hidden journal pages in this video, you can unlock a secret second video where there are no banned words in the comments, and you get secret unlockable cosmetics. Go crazy, kids. This video is a bit disjointed and all in all very emotional. I say things and then contradict them and then uncontradict them, but there's a reason I do it, and it's because these are the things that I'm thinking. If you ever disagree with what I'm saying, you need to sink your feet into quick-setting concrete and step into a reservoir, because let's be honest, you're delusional at that point. I like to think of my scripts as elevation of thought. I wrote this video in 15 minutes after a biblically accurate angel with the texture map of the water from Super Mario 64 visited me in a dream. If I'm not a prophet, then that word doesn't even mean anything. I'm a prophet, Ro Ramden is a god, I don't even know her like that.
Oh my god, this is dangerous. I don't know if I can eat this soup. While watching a Ro video, I'm gonna have soup come out my nose, dude. Biblically accurate angels are actually kind of sick, by the way. Just saying. They're just kind of like orbs, like they're just kind of they're just doing whatever. Amorphous blobs with a bunch of eyes. I mean, yeah, me too. I am also this. Like, this would be so much cooler if this was, like, accepted as canon. Like, in art. It obviously is canon in the Bible. But yeah, like, when I think of an angel, I should see this. You know what I mean? Look at that. Look at that shit. I cannot. Oh, you're gonna make me do the thing. Just watching over you, sweetie. I'm just your guardian angel. Give me a hug.
I just post on the channel. JK Rowling is an author, millionaire. She looks like a whitewashed Amy Adams, who was already a whitewashed Allison Hannigan. Each iteration gets closer to looking like a woman who would grab you by the collar of your Ralph Lauren polo shirt at a church barbecue for trying to take an extra bratwurst. The labs in Stockholm where they make white women prove again that they are simply trying to make a human with the cavernous eyes of a frenzied harpy off of Sherm. She dresses like she never left 2014. Every photo she looks like a supporting character from Easy A. Zero drip, dressed like a chevron pencil pouch. Dressed like millennial wedding calligraphy. Secretary character from Broad City Dress. Human pencil skirt. Warby Parker's transphobic sister. God's favorite married spinster. I'm God's least favorite. Human celibacy pact. Wattpad's tyrannical dictator. Victim of AO3 regicide. Hairline looking like a Broadway proscenium. Could be on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. A blue eyes white woman. Looks like an English teacher who racially profiles students. Sandra Bullock from The Blind Side dupe. Looks like she would report Jean Valjean for shoplifting. Professor with a god-awful late policy that she calls forgiving when in reality she makes you siphon blood plasma if you submit after deadline. If you extracted the happiness and kindness from Hermione Granger, this is who you get. General Radon head armor dupe. If it's in the song, why can't I say it type build. Wipes down the subway seat with a cloth and scoffs at buskers. Final boss of a white liberal book club that read a Colleen Hoover novel last month.
Oh my god. Oh, those were all so good.
You're J.K. Rowling. We have to know. Sorry about that last section. I wrote that while the perk and the Adderall were fighting it out in my body like Godzilla and Mothra. Whenever my heart beat, I saw a frame of that Vice show where Action Bronson makes loud exclamations at food. Perk and Adderall fighting like Tobey Maguire pulling the Venom symbiote off. I have never even taken a Percocet before. I couldn't tell you where these jokes came from. Just kidding. I could tell you where they came from, the Percocet, but I haven't taken one. I don't know what's happening right now. I just came out of TikTok 2 years ago with 7 heads, 10 horns, and 10 crowns, had white trans masks flocking to the videos like a Will Toledo record. Back to J.K. Rowling. So what did she do? Why are we so mad? Well, basically back in 2020, out of nowhere, for no good reason, J.K. Rowling went on a tweet spree defending the existence of biological sex, which is funny because biological sex has never really been up for debate. This is a helpful thing to know. Biological sex does exist to an extent, although the social implications projected onto it are commonly debated, and there are, of course, intersex people and traits present differently in everybody, but biological sex is a thing, and people are not trying to take a wrecking ball to the idea that your chromosomes can result in different sex organs or body hair or whatever. If you know this, then it's pretty clear that J.K. Rowling is complaining about gender, specifically about transgender women infiltrating the spaces of real women whose real sex makes it so that they have an infallible experience of womanhood that no trans woman could ever touch. First of all, I have boobs and I follow Boy Genius on Twitter. I'm pretty sure I'm a woman. But second of all, this sets the ground for J.K. Rowling's adventure into TERFism. TERFism being trans exclusionary radical feminism, an ideology beset on all sides by the desire to exclude trans women from womanhood because they could never really get it, and to imply that trans men are confused victims of gender ideology. This is obviously harmful to trans people who already get the short end of the stick because nobody respects us, it seems, but it's also harmful to widely accepted sociological, psychological, and biological distinctions between gender and sex, and widespread scientific acceptance of transgender identity. For the most part in the academic and medical community, it is not a debate. Trans women are women, trans men are men, non-binary people are neither, and this is because it is accepted that gender is a largely social construct that can reliably be deconstructed and opted out of by individuals who do not feel represented by the binary it presents. J.K. Rowling begs to differ because trans women don't menstruate or are looking for excuses to harass women in bathrooms or are just men with mental illnesses. Her detective series happens to have some weird stuff about men dressing as women. If you care to look into that, I don't. This also lays way for a pernicious ideological slant, that being that trans people are mentally ill or autistic and have made up facetious realities to accommodate their mental insufficiency. Recently,
there's like a note in this soundtrack that sounds like a fire alarm. Knowing Ro, it probably is. She probably like found a fire alarm going off and just like recorded it. But it's just like keep thinking it's like in my house.
Spitfire Audio, a very respected platform known for their software instruments used by many musicians, came under fire for a co-founder, Christian Henson's, tweet in support of JK Rowling. How many times am I gonna go rowling or rolling in this video? I just couldn't decide on how to say it.
Who cares?
Because she would call me my dead name. So who gives a fuck? But in Christian Henson's tweet, he mentions if you have young children, it's in the post, and if you have autistic children, it's at your doorstep. Painting autistic and young children as potential victims of gender ideology because of the fear of a new and radical approach to non-traditional gender roles and identities is downstream of seemingly innocuous concerns about the reality of sex. These things are intimately connected. Additionally, this is insanely infantilizing to autistic people and basically implies that they don't have the cognitive capability to make decisions for themselves, which is stupid. Look at history and like every genius, they were all on the spectrum. You want to tell Einstein he's a victim of the theory of relativity? Get fucking real. I don't know where that burst of energy came from, but I'm loving it. Oh my god. Why am I giving like Lin-Manuel Miranda energy right now? Like, stand up for what's right. I can't fucking do this. A friend of mine, Jeremy, or Red Means Recording on YouTube, made a large video calling out Christian Henson and Spitfire mainly in the desire to see Christian be pulled out of this right-wing reactionary pipeline and make it so that trans people in music or production who are creating instruments for Spitfire or using them could feel comfortable participating in the development or use of those products. Christian's response was to step down and make no attempts at reflection or analyzing the views that people had criticized him for espousing. This is to say that when we criticize people for being transphobic or saying things that are exclusionary to trans identities, we don't just want to see them explode. Jeremy specifically said that this was not exactly what he wanted to happen. We want to see people be pulled out of these ideologies and come to support trans people. After JK Rowling's tweets, many of her former actors and collaborators publicly denounced her and promoted trans rights, but when you have such a large, influential figure promoting this rhetoric, it's kind of hard to backpedal, and the massive snowball we have seen in anti-trans groomer rhetoric as of late is absolutely in some part due to JK Rowling's loud and outright endorsement of these archaic ideas. Additionally, JK Rowling has associated with reactionary TERFs who have connections to defending the alt-right and comparing being trans to blackface. The essayist Sean has a wonderful video on this that will be linked in the description that is more thorough than what I'll address in this video. And a final nail in the coffin for why detractors of JK Rowling feel the way that they do, she has taken down at least one person's criticism of her fascist-adjacent views via legal threat, and that person had to issue a full apology that was counter to all of their other beliefs, publicly. However, that person was in the UK, and I'm in the land of the free and the home of the...
What? Wait, what? I did not hear about that. Who was it? I'm sure she's gonna say it, but I need to know.
brave, so I'm gonna talk as much shit as I want. Fuck you. But perhaps my words aren't adequate to truly show that JK Rowling's words and tweets are not positive for trans people. So here are the words of Daniel Radcliffe, the guy who played Harry Potter in the Harry Potter movies. I feel compelled to say something at this moment. Transgender women, sorry, I gotta do a British accent. I feel compelled to say something at this moment. Transgender women are women. Any statement of the contrary erases the identity and dignity of transgender people and goes against all advice given by professional health associations who have far more expertise on this subject matter than Joe or I. According to the Trevor Project, 78% of transgender and non-binary youth reported being the subject of discrimination due to their gender identity. And it's clear that we need to do more to support transgender and non-binary people, not invalidate their identities, and not cause further harm.
True.
British people. They're so cool. But all of this might have you saying, what the fuck? Right? Isn't J.K. Rowling supposed to be progressive? Aren't her books about a young boy abused by people who deny who he is finally being accepted? How could this have happened? Aren't her politics better than this? Well, yes and no. The politics set forth in the Harry Potter books and by J.K. Rowling in her personal life are not ones of revolution or radical progression, but liberal maintenance of the status quo. Once again, the essayist Sean has a video titled simply Harry Potter, which is a comprehensive and amazing breakdown of the politics and morality of Harry Potter, as well as a general critique of its structure and use of tropes. If you have the time, it is a must-watch and explains thoroughly Rowling's connections to liberalism in the UK, how her political beliefs influence her writing, and the consequences of this on the morality of Harry Potter. But if you don't have time, here are the Cliff's Notes. In Harry Potter, there are usually no good or bad actions, only good and bad people whose actions are interpreted through their status as good or bad people. And there is no real challenge of the status quo, even in its most egregious and obvious improprieties. In the novels, a system of slavery is invented and perpetuated through the idea that the slaves like it. And the protagonist, Harry Potter, ends the series a cop for the Ministry, which time and time again demonstrated incompetence and malevolence. If you need to paint this directly onto real-world politics, think about how materially many of the Republican and Democratic viewpoints are substantively fundamentally similar, but aesthetically different. How they maintain wars and prisons and exploit hierarchy and boost capitalism, but emphasize different social movements and allow different people to seize power in their hierarchies. Now, I'm not doing all of this to say that there is no difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. There absolutely is, and the Democrats are absolutely marginally better, especially for groups such as myself, who the Republicans want to outright kill. But because of this ideological slant, the Harry Potter series preaches not a worldview of revolution and radical change, but one where the best change comes from gradually infiltrating and inconsequentially changing large institutions over time, accepting the status quo and interpreting certain societal shortcomings as the way things are and forever shall be, rather than questioning them. I cannot stress this enough. This is not really a progressive story, world, or viewpoint. The most progressive parts of Harry are Hermione, a woman, being smart, a host of minority side character named things like Cho Chang and Kingsley Shacklebolt, and a Twitter retcon confirming Dumbledore is gay, and also a Twitter retcon saying that Hermione is black, and also a Twitter retcon that says that there is one Jewish wizard at Hogwarts named Anthony Goldstein. You can't write this shit. Oh wait, yes you can, and JK Rowling did! And all of this can help us understand how a belief like Rowling's on trans people can come about. She was never truly in favor of radical change or acceptance. She was in an intimate relationship with the aesthetics of progressivism and the utility of maintaining larger systems of oppression. There are no strong morals at the center.
Yeah, she's a liberal. A fucking liberal. The worst kind of liberal.
Of her story, only the lukewarm, muddied waters of conventional liberal politics, stopping any change and movement dead in its tracks. Of course, J.K. Rowling would launch a public hate campaign on trans women at the consequence of her reputation. She doesn't have an ethical structure that would allow her to understand the bigotry she preaches or why it's even wrong, and in fact, she benefits directly from believing these things. Her wealth is not challenged, her status not challenged, her political affiliations not challenged, so long as she is staunchly in favor of maintaining the status quo to an extent. The story of Harry Potter is not about a young abused boy revolting against the forces in front of him, changing the world for the better by imagining a new one. It is about a young abused boy destined to be conjured into a pre-existing world that he must defend at any cost, flaws and all. He arrives to this world, he assimilates, he is shown the many flaws, he defends the world in spite of those flaws, and once more assimilates in his final form as an upholder of that world, a cop. Harry Potter is a story about the necessity of cyclical assimilation. Is it really? Okay, I got it. Hogwarts Legacy is a Harry Potter video game released earlier this year. Video games, for those who are uninitiated, are cacodemonic incantations cast on televisions by Democrats, which is why Apex Legends keeps on adding gay people to their character roster. It has nothing to do with money or a rapidly growing, increasingly lucrative...
Oh my god. Oh my god, you can't expose the agenda. Come on. Come on, Rose. What the fuck?
Base of progressives in the consumer market. It's because the Democratic National Committee is paying Riot to make Valorant a game about girls kissing. That's what it is. As a lesbian, I'm personally all for this. I think more games should be about girls kissing, but that's besides the point. So Hogwarts Legacy, open world, third person, action role-playing game, kind of role-playing, released in February of 2022 to relatively good critical reception, acclaim one might call it. One might also call it sucking and fucking the game sloppily and whatnot. I think from here on I'm just going to accuse every critic
that's my favorite game! I love that game!
Who praises a piece of art of dick writing. Oh, you enjoy Guernica? You're meat writing Picasso? Yeah, he's in his blue period when you come around, huh? It's a double entendre. It's actually a really funny joke, and I'm so proud of it. The game was developed by Avalanche Software under publisher Warner Brothers Games, and currently sits at a comfy 84 critic score and 8.8 user score on review aggregate site Metacritic. It was covered by many streamers, YouTubers, TikTokers. It has sold more than 12 million copies at this point and made more than $850 million, so making back nearly 6 times its budget. Later in this video, you might hear me say that the game is projected to sell more than 10 million copies. This is because that segment was filmed and written quite a bit ago, and I've been working on the script for like more than a month at this point. So bear with me, you know, I'm a frazzled husk, a pile of longing. Every night I look like Leonardo DiCaprio from The Revenant, and every morning I wake up and remember, wow, I'm literally older than that guy's girlfriend. How old is that guy again? That's creepy. That's creepy. That's creepy. That's creepy. Well, that's creepy. I don't know. I usually don't stand up when I'm making these videos. I got a lot of energy. So the game is generally well liked, incredibly financially successful, and some people hate it because of its proximity to JK Rowling, myself included. Not to brag or anything, but I do make snap decisions based on my ideology. Yeah, you could say I'm level-headed. Some people might say that it's unfair to boycott the game because the developers...
There's so much smoke in this room. Like, is it literally on fire? Are you okay? I feel like this is probably not good for you. I'm hoping it's like an effect and not IRL. I don't know.
Suffer. Newsflash, dickhead, they already got paid. That's not how this fucking works. Eat shit. Dude, when you don't buy popcorn at the movie theater, the concessions people, they get taken to the back and they hogtied it and put inside of a washing machine. It's true, bro, trust me. Like, even if that was true though,
Bro,
why
just
would I
trust
want to
me.
give developers who voluntarily signed on to working on an intellectual property that represents
Fog juice, propylene. Oh. Oh. So it's just like vape. Vape juice.
so many bigoted things to get money for that, you know? Check and mate. I sunk your battleship.
Nice.
Spike planted, site A, backgammon, Rumi cube. Side note, did you know that Rumi cube, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like a Zionist board game.
Yeah, fun fact, I actually worked in a place where we like manufactured the vape juice. So I actually mixed PG and VG by hand, personally, in a clean room and everything. It was pretty dope.
Game, look it up.
Except they made me quit smoking, and I was like, no, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I love mixing Vichy by hand. Yeah. It's so fun. It's so fun when you have to reuse the same pouring containers and it's just always leaky. And then you just have leaky, sticky shit everywhere. It's so fun and cool.
Or don't. I don't care. You can't give money to something bad and then be surprised when something bad happens. You can't fill a dog with pancake batter and let it sleep by the heater. Be surprised when he expands like a loaf of sourdough. With me, when I'm in a contrived metaphor competition, my opponent is programmed and pulling up from half court, sinking threes on JK Rowling. Swish, ball hits the net like an angel's wings.
Yep. Must mean different things by VG. Oh my god. Yeah, I think we do. Uh, vegetable glycerin, I think it's called. I don't know. It's been a while.
Hits the wind when they fly over the Alps. Hail Mary buzzer shot.
Or perhaps not. Oh my god.
Calculated the arc of the ball 6 months ago. Sokotoa, intro to the game is Slumdog Millionaire style. It was written, balls go in, it's a blowout. Rowling crumbles into dust like a witch into water. Crowd goes nuts, break the sound barrier. They pay for my estrogen. What am I talking about? But my dislike for this game is not exclusively political or ideological, I should say. Trust me, I love video games. I'm a devout gamer, you know, I do all types of gamer stuff. The only difference is that I can actually reclaim the F slur when I say it. So, you know, we're playing 4D chess. We're playing chess with 4Ds. So, chess But I actually don't want to talk about Hogwarts Legacy in depth just yet. That's coming, but there's actually something else that I want to touch on first. Oh, wait, is there? I probably need to like touch on discourse and you know, just start the video over. Hi, welcome back to a keto cookbook. I'm a lasagna recipe that could kill a horse. You ever look at a keto recipe, it's just 2 pieces of salami and sawdust. Don't do that diet. Gay people, I'm one, and statistically so are you. Finding a straight person watching my videos is a needle in a haystack phenomenon. A tolerable person in the super Wholock fandom scenario. You know what, if you're still watching Sherlock in 2023, you need cognitive behavioral therapy. Stephen Moffat has had control over the writing staff for long enough. His tyranny
I don't know what containers have to do with that, at least. Not my usual technique. You dirty dog. Immediate and liberal application of alcohol. Ah. It's not you, I promise. It's because of the JK Rowling. Copium. Definitely not you.
cannot extend to you. Break the cycle. I think the only straight people who watch my videos are my parents, and they lived in Seattle, which is queer-coded for the majority of the voter base in this country. I think we sometimes forget that most people in this country see flared Aeropostale jeans as the equivalent to attending opening night of Love, Simon. Nonetheless, my videos are a safe space for straight people and cis people, so long as you don't try to play on the same lacrosse team as my normal daughter and you don't push your agenda on my blindingly gay son. Frat guys are not allowed on this channel, though. This is a pointedly dangerous place. I have traps set that only respond to leather Sperry boat shoes and Rohypnol. If you walk 6 inches into this YouTube channel, your body is going to look like beef bolognese. I don't know. Bolognese. Fuck this. But safe spaces aside,
Yeah.
I'm very proud to be queer.
That's
I'm
it.
proud to be trans, and that
Bolognese. I think that's right. Bolognese? I think.
Is unfortunately a dangerous thing to say in this political landscape, not because it's a bad word, but because of an ongoing culture war that is being waged on trans people in this country by political demagogues and transphobes, which is why it's even more concerning to me that there is a massive subset of queer people, especially queer people online, who are leaning into reactionary rhetoric. Hey, my name is Ro. Welcome to the channel. If you subscribe right now.
I hear that a lot afterwards as well. Oh no. Oh no.
Now I'll clean out my fridge on a live stream and all of you will be able to call me a disgusting freak to my face. I look forward to it. How are you all doing? I've been super depressed, but thanks to prescription stimulants, I'm too focused on how my chest hurts when I stand up to notice. So neopronouns are the latest Twitter discourse turned conservative talking point used to disparage non-gender conforming people, and frankly I'm a bit sick of it. So by definition, neopronouns are a set of new neo-pronouns that are increasingly used in place of she, he, or they when referring to a person. Some examples include they, them, zir, ze, her, hers, and am, er. Neopronouns can be used by anybody, although most often they are used by transgender, non-binary, and or gender non-conforming people. The cow artwork in the background of my videos has a name. Their name is Shelby, and they use they, zir pronouns. They, them, zir. Okay. Essentially, neopronouns are a linguistic evolution of pronouns in themselves, used more or less exclusively by non-gender conforming queer folk. I'll touch on them more or less later. Actually, no, I won't. Because how for some people, other words are used exactly like neopronouns, such as in African American vernacular English, the word bro, like bro is doing this, bro is doing that. That's like used exactly the same as a neopronoun in a lot of cases. Neopronouns are commonly explained using words that are phonetically or structurally similar to more common pronouns. They and zir pronouns, for example, sound almost like a mix of the sounds in she, her, and they, them, and he, him. You know, they sound similar. Oftentimes, people may lead with these types of pronouns because they are more digestible to an untrained or unaware ear, but neopronouns go far beyond this, to the extent that they really could be any word or gibberish phrase one would like. Additionally, neopronoun pairs may be made up of a word and then the same word with self added to the end, for example, fey, self, or maybe pronouns usually attributed to objects, for example, its pronouns. These pronouns are used near identically to normal pronouns. Just take the he, she, they, or it in a sentence and replace it with one of these pronouns, and 99.9% of the time, you are using it correctly. An example would be cat/cat self-pronouns. Instead of saying she went to the store, cat went to the store. In this way, they are very similar to a nickname or a second chosen name, and structurally, they can have the effect of emphasizing someone's personality, identity, or gender while separating them from traditionally gendered terms. They have a nascent utility that is often confused or mythicized to other people, but I promise you they are actually very simple and often intuitive to use in conversation if you treat them like any other pronoun. According to Google, the arbiter of truth and knowledge, a pronoun is a word that can function by itself as a noun phrase and that refers either to participants in the discourse, e.g. I, you, or to someone or something else mentioned elsewhere in the discourse, she, it, this. The other definition is a third-person pronoun by which an individual wishes to be referred to in order to indicate their gender identity. So simply take what a pronoun is and use the neo-pronoun in place in the most natural way you can, and you'll get it right. Now, some people, especially marginalized folk whose recent ancestral history includes discrimination, dehumanization, or slavery, are less comfortable using pronouns like it, its because of their proximity to objectification. This is usually a non-issue because most neopronoun users have a set of neopronouns open to use. Oftentimes in the bio of people who use neopronouns, you may see she, her, it, its, buns, bun self, they, them, and you are free to use any set or switch them however which way you want. If you know the person personally, you can ask them about their preference. All of this is really
So soon. Oh no. Did I scare you away? I'm sorry.
simple, and I want to hammer down on that. Additionally, many people with neopronouns may only use certain pronouns with people they are close to, and otherwise may display more traditional paleo pronouns alongside them. Got your ass, paleo pronouns are just normal pronouns, and so are neopronouns if you use them correctly. You look like an absolute jackass getting mad in the comments. Oh boy, if I could see your face right now,
Oh my
I would
God.
be way closer than I ever wanted to be, and
Keepers in two spots. Yeah, thanks. Have a good time.
Now that I'm looking at you real quick, in the reflection of your eye, there's like an incest category of AO3 open in another tab. What are you doing? In essence, a neopronoun is just a pronoun that is new. It really comes back to the name there. Here are some other use cases for neopronouns. A queer person who may speak a different language or have ethnic ties to other cultures may enjoy or prefer using pronouns from those languages. You don't need to speak those languages. You can just learn them phonetically and insert them for any other pronoun. A person who identifies as a furry or whose gender identity is tied to animals may prefer or enjoy being referred to pronouns related to that. They are not asking you to treat them like an animal 24/7 or pretend that they are physically identical to an animal. Rather, they are asking you to acknowledge the identity with which they feel comfortable, and no, these people are not zoophiles because they are not fucking animals, nor do they want to. It's crazy. It's crazy. What? A person with strong mystic or religious ties may have pronouns.
That's crazy. Like, that literally never even crossed my mind as a possibility. I was never like, oh, are the people in fursuits fucking animals? Like, no. No, they're fucking other people. in 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 the fursuit. That's why they pay thousands of dollars for them. Holy.
Related to that to emphasize their relationship with a higher power or a church or a form of spirituality. Respect them as you would any other religious belief. I'm wholly an atheist, and this does not concern me the slightest because I have sex on a regular basis and avoid self-help books penned by men whose chief problem with society is fat women on the cover of Sports Illustrated. All in all, neopronouns are simply an evolution of language that allows people to more comfortably, clearly identify and convey their identity to people with whom they are comfortable sharing it. To be 100% clear, a person stating their pronouns could mean many different things about their identity, their personal life, or their beliefs, and your interpretation of an engagement with them relies entirely on your proximity to this person. Just like your friend deciding to go by their middle name might be indicative of a change within them or a preference that is invisible to people they are not close to, neopronouns represent a similar type of personal change. According to a study carried out by the Trevor Project, only around 4% of the 40,000 queer youth surveyed used neopronouns. So to reiterate, a minority group in an already minority group of young marginalized queer people are the primary users of these pronouns. I'm sure we can all agree that young minority groups of marginalized youth are always good to bully, pick on, and tear apart. Right? That historically is an amazing and effective thing to do, right? Like, that's the main thing that drives history. The indomitable human tendency to be cruel to oppressed children. I can see no way this goes wrong, and I hope to see every one of you create a faceless Twitter account so you can harass 14-year-olds today. Right after you hit that subscribe button and hit that bell. The problem is that so many members of the queer community are still desperate to...
Dude, was that a dig at Caffles? I think that may have been a subtle dig at Caffles. Oh. Oh.
place a line down and say, no, fuck you, you're out of your mind, we can't use those, we'll never get respect if we use neopronouns or go by obscure genders that people don't understand. You know? Oh, women will never get respect if they dress like that. Oh, gay people will never get respect if they talk like that. Oh, people of color will never get respect if they act like that. But you know what? You know what? I'm gonna let you on a little... But you know what? I'm gonna let you all in on a little secret. You ready? Come close. Come close. You're wrong! All of you saying that, you're wrong, because it is not about the pronouns or the identity or the hyperspecificity. It is about being different. They hate us because we're different, because we are not like them. Which leads us to a less fun part of this discussion. So I felt the need to give a little more context to anti-trans legislation right now, just so that people can understand how bad it's getting, because it's getting really bad. Tennessee recently introduced a bill that is now a law that makes it so that basically you can be arrested if you do any sort of gender subversive performance. That's it. It seems like Tennessee is also on the route to basically become the first state to ban drag altogether because it is associated so predominantly with grooming children. And by the way, drag is not about grooming children. It's a performance art, a queer art that dates back longer than any of these motherfuckers that detract it could be bothered to understand. It's just that things are bad right now. The ACLU is tracking over 300 anti-trans bills. They have, like, I think 7 different categories that these bills can be in, whether they're trying to take away healthcare or trying to take away autonomy or just criminalizing stuff. It's really fucked up.
Very fucked
and it's
up.
everywhere.
I think that's probably a higher number now. I think this was recorded a while ago. Let's see. 461 bills now. Wait. I think there's a California bill that's trying to make it so schools would have to out students. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh God. God damn it, dude. Yeah, so they can't identify how they want to at school without like telling the parents. What the fuck? I thought it was supposed to be a sanctuary state. Ah, the fuck is this shit?
Trans rhetoric is everywhere. Another thing is that people like Jeffree Star and this other influencer who was transracial, basically trying to make himself look Korean, have recently set out on this
Ollie London.
bizarre anti-trans, like homophobic rhetoric spree where they're saying that it's grooming and that they were victims and that they-them doesn't make sense. And it's like, dang, not only are we just suffering at the hands of people who hate us, but people who literally are supposed to be a part of the community. Not that person who's transracial, but that's just ridiculous to me. To try to make yourself look Korean as a white person and then stop and be like, oh my God, the LGBTQ community betrayed me. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Good God, us gay people cannot stop arguing. At a point, who gives a fuck, right? So why am I talking about neopronouns in the Hogwarts Legacy video? Why would I do that? Well, it is because there is a similar sectarian rift amongst queer people in talking about this game. I came across a TikTok that had a great amount of likes of a trans person talking about how queer people are embarrassing themselves with how they are behaving with this game, about spoilers, about harassment, about how this game could have been a positive learning experience for the community. But I just cannot for the life of me get behind that idea because it's just kind of encouraging sitting back and allowing these things to be said for us or done at our expense so that we can placate people and then educate them afterwards. And I do not think that it is our responsibility to be tame and calm when people make public decisions to disregard our concerns and our community. And it really does loop back to this neopronoun thing. We know it is a small amount of people who are concerned about this, to whom it is important to, but the further you push down people in your community and belittle them for desiring respect and accommodation, the more licensed people outside of the community are going to feel like they have to do the same. I am not an ally just to the trans people like me whom I understand. I am an ally to the trans people that baffle me and confuse me and frustrate me, to the trans people I explicitly am annoyed by, who I find cringy, not because I do not feel those things towards them, but because allowing those personal feelings to set forth this affliction of apathy and derision and resentment to those in my own community who are also suffering the same way that I am is counterproductive to helping that community. There are going to be sensitive people, there are going to be vulnerable people, people whose feelings will get hurt, people who need specific treatment, who need safe spaces, who need care that is explicitly unattainable for most people. And I don't think that they are unreasonable because I don't think that their feelings and their existence are unreasonable. In the same way that I would never complain about a disabled person requesting accommodations and I would want them to get what they need, I would not complain about a trans or queer person requesting a certain type of respect that is unfamiliar or alien to me, even if they acted out about it because I don't know what's happening in that person's mind. Furthermore, it is in my best interest to support these people in my community because they are not fucking stupid. Okay? They know what they want. They know why they want it, why they need it. It is not our job to project onto marginalized people and tell them what they need in our opinion. We need to... This... Hi, welcome to the Seneca Falls Convention. I'm Elizabeth Cady Stanton in a fit that could only be described as gothic nun getting a makeover at a Pacific Northwest house show. House show. Jesus. The world is a big, scary place. Sometimes both of those things at once, but never neither. And don't you think we should just cut to the chase at this point? So now I'm going to talk about Hogwarts Legacy, which means that I have to really insult the Harry Potter books for a good 3 minutes. You gotta understand, I ate these up when I was in first grade, and that reality is a better insult for Harry Potter defenders than any fake one I could come up with. Harry Potter is Anna Karenina for a generation of white people who associate Che Guevara with t-shirts, and I think that's an entirely fair and earnest thing to say. Harry Potter is State and Revolution for a generation of white women who really can't get enough of the brush script font. The Septology of Harry Potter is Shakespeare for a generation of 30-year-old oblivious Twitter users who think that Bernie should be executed for socialist ideals. The series colloquially known as Hillary Clinton.
Oh my God. Oh, she's really going in. She is roasting them. I'm kind of proud that I never got into it at this point. I saw the movies, but like I didn't read any of the books. I think I tried reading the first and I just got so bored. So bored.
Clinton's Lord of the Rings is the Bible for a demographic of checkered Vans enthusiasts who believe revolutionary spirit is verbally accosting a 16-year-old waiter for bringing the wrong sauce. The European epic of Daniel Radcliffe is economic theory for a subset of Caucasian postgrads who liken the struggle of Native American people to their Hufflepuff test result on Pottermore. Midi Potter is 12 Angry Men for people with chevron pencil pouches and hand calligraphy wedding invitations. Harry Midler and the Midsomer of Azkaban is bell hooks for people whose Malcolm X is Elizabeth Olsen. Britain's singular cultural export that isn't colonialism that shall not be named is sacrosanct to people whose Parasite was a Pete Buttigieg campaign ad. Harry Potter is worse than the Percy Jackson series written by male model and billionaire philanthropist playboy Rick Riordan. Harry Potter is a cultural juggernaut. It is the best-selling series in human history. The first and last films in the series gross over $1 billion each, placing them in the top 50 highest-grossing films ever. Its author is one of the richest people in the United Kingdom, just short of being a billionaire. It is a series that shaped the lives and imagination of millions of children worldwide, which is why it is a shame that J.K. Rowling is a spiteful, hateful, transphobic liberal whose entire public presence now consists of constant, targeted attacks towards trans women. I am a trans woman, and to say that there is no analog to this culturally is almost an understatement because the Harry Potter books had the reputation of having a generally progressive outlook, or more accurately, a liberal outlook. If John from the Bible came back to life and randomly declared a cultural war on he/they lesbians, that's what I could liken it to. It's absolutely absurd because the truth is that trans people were some of the most devoted and committed Harry Potter fans for a reason. Rowling created a world of transmogrification, of escape and impermanence, one populated by odd people who could be accepted and mean boys who were always wrong no matter what. But now onto the video game, and this section is for people who want to play the game but would feel bad if they did. And what I want to do is convince you that playing the game wouldn't even be that good. And the first thing I want to state that I want to convince you to share with me is that I'm kind of an open world hater, and that's a controversial take to some people. I don't think I really need to explain why though, so I'm just going to move on. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to talk about this for like 2,000 words. So games can be linear or non-linear. Well, nowadays they can contain linear and non-linear segments, but many games contain a mix of both. All this means is that some games require a strict list of objectives to do in a specific order to gate progression, and some do not. For examples of the former, games like the God of War reboot, Uncharted, and platformers like Celeste come to mind. These games do have side content and optional challenges, but progression through the main narrative involves doing a specific set of levels in a specific order. For examples of the latter, games like Outer Wilds, Breath of the Wild, or Hollow Knight come to mind. These are games where there are certain gates of progression for critical pieces of knowledge or items, but much of the content that is in the game is truly optional, inconsequential to the main path of the game, or can be tackled in any order. Breath of the Wild's main quest can be attacked in any order at any time, or skipped entirely past the tutorial. Similarly, Hollow Knight's main quest requires only visiting a few of the many areas in the game, and the final boss can be fought without upgrades of any sort, and even without a lot of, essential things that people would think that they need. But even in this sort of false linear and non-linear distinction, it's kind of obvious that non-linear games don't really exist in the traditional sense, not in the same way that non-linear narratives exist. It's kind of difficult to play a video game backwards because a video game needs a difficulty curve or progression of some sort to remain compelling and worthwhile, which is to say that your character needs to go up like this, and if the narrative were to be told fully backwards, your character's development would go like this. And that's not... That wouldn't be fun. That would be a fucking piece of trash. That would suck. Nobody would like that. Nobody would like that shit. Nobody would like that shit. Even in games like Breath of the Wild or Hollow Knight or Outer Wilds, games where you can approach content in really whatever order you want, there is still a somewhat linear progression of the strength of your character, the items you have, or the knowledge you gain about the world and game systems, etc. Even if you aren't doing exactly what the developer intended in terms of tackling the content of the game, you are still progressing in a way that the developer intended. And it's really hard to get that out of a game. To me, the problem with open world games is that they pose a direct
Thank you for the follow.
obstacle to the tendency of games to create direct, linear experiences for players in exchange for exploration that is often hollow and not core to the game, and their gameplay and story end up seeming like they would have been better suited for a game with a linear set of curated levels. But let's take an example of exploration that people really like Breath of the Wild, for why this doesn't exactly work in every single game. Breath of the Wild's world is built visually in such a way that it is legible from far distances, but can still contain secrets. The use of unnatural light and towers to get a visual lay of the land in this game makes it so that you are engaging consciously with searching for things in the world. There are very few map markers. You have to mark what you think is interesting and go there yourself. And much of the time it is worth it. You will find a valuable item that will upgrade your health, stamina, or weapon, bow, and shield storage. Additionally, the world fights against you. Part of the reason
It looks so cool. It's all very pretty.
Breath of the Wild is so engaging to explore is because there is immense friction between the wants of the player, I want to climb that mountain, I want to explore the desert, I want to scale that volcano, and the requirements of the game world. Sure, you can climb any surface, but can you complete that climb? Can you survive the harsh weather or rough terrain that awaits at the top? Do you have enough food? Do you have any idea where you're going? Would you rather turn back to preserve resources or venture further into a dangerous locale to see if you can find a point to fast travel back to later? The systems put forth in Breath of the Wild are such that you are forced into making interesting, important decisions if you choose to explore the world, and the world is able to respond to you trying to explore it by saying come back when you are stronger, or go ahead, you earned it. Exploring the world is also a goal and a reward in itself. You're rewarded not only with progression, but with beauty, secrets, and scattered treasure. The game is gorgeous! I have no idea how they're going to get the second to even run at 1 frame per second, though. They'll figure it out. Now, let's look at another world like the one of Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon is a series of PlayStation-exclusive games, flagships, that are open-world adventure games about exploring a post-apocalyptic world full of robotic dinosaurs. They're cool. I like them. They're fun. But the only friction you face for exploring the world is running into higher-level enemies or dangerous enemies, which are probably the thing that you're looking for. There aren't really any survival mechanics, and most of the time you are just beelining to a location with very little stopping you from getting there. The journey is a part of the game, but not an engaging one. It is a passive section, like running from one end of the hall to another. This is spiced up with some collectibles and resources to gather along the way, but these are important enough that you could simply mainline the whole massively linear main quest line and not have to worry about engaging with side content. You might say, okay, but this game is a role-playing game. But it's not really. You can advance through certain skill trees at the rate that you want to, but there are no compelling choices to be made about how you play the role of Aloy other than superfluous dialogue options that don't really do much for the story. And that's kind of the problem, isn't it? Horizon has a massive main linear quest that feels a little undercooked, perhaps because so much effort went into the scale of the world and populating it with superfluous content. The world massively contributes to the atmosphere and beauty of the game, but not much to the gameplay. In fact, there are times in the story where in a cutscene you are up against the wall, the world is on your shoulders, and you must go do this next thing with speed and precision because everything could go wrong, the world could end, then you're out of the cutscene and the game is like, wait, no, can you please go explore this thing over here? Go do side content, we made it really nice for you. Stop that. Stop that shit. I hate that shit in games. Choosing between doing the thing that makes sense and the thing that the game asks you to do isn't an interesting decision. It's a confusing one. In Breath of the Wild, these decisions are necessary because there is not anything stopping you from finishing the main quest right off of the gate, other than the fact that you just aren't strong enough. If you want to stand a chance, you gotta go out into the world and explore for stuff that will make you strong enough. And this works to the effect that it doesn't really feel like a grind at all. You're always finding something new, whether it be a puzzle or a mini-boss or a Korok seed. The exploration facet of the game is even arguably better and more robust than some of the main puzzle dungeons in the world. It is core to the experience. In Horizon, it feels like a formality to engage in when the game begs you to do side content.
Oh.
It would be like if someone gave you a 10-hour-long cut of a 2-hour-long movie and said, most of this isn't relevant, but we'll point you to the right scenes. This could absolutely be interesting, but much of the time, I would just prefer you hand me a tightly directed, focused movie. Once you put an open world in a game, you need to decide whether it will be fodder to fill the time between dedicated linear sections, a glorified tunnel, or an actual part of the game. And if it isn't the latter, I'm not interested. Sorry. So, to reiterate, open world games can be very good. They can have systems that force you to engage with the world in a cool and interesting way. But most of the time, with most of these huge AAA open world games that come out, you are not engaging in an interesting way. You are just running from point A to point B to experience the game that the developers dropped in small, concentrated locations across the game world. That's not interesting to me. That's what Hogwarts Legacy looks like, and by all things that I can gather, that's what it is. Okay, welcome to a row aside. Some of you might say that
It looks boring as hell. It looks very much not good. Nothing looks good about it at all.
video games are supposed to be fun, and I agree with that to an extent. Video games are... Okay, I think that hitbox is like... That's like a weird hitbox or something. And I agree with that. Video games, to an extent, are supposed to be fun, but video games as a medium are also in a sort of artistic and critical infancy. They're a really new art form compared to things like music, photography, filmography, and writing, or visual art altogether. So at least to me, it seems like a lot of tropes in video games are still being created in a way that they're not really being created in other mediums, which is to say that they're being created at a quick rate. And we're seeing, you know, what I might liken to like the death of certain genres in, you know, cinema, stuff like the mystery or the rom-com. You know, we're seeing stuff like that happen in video game. That's That's fucking stupid. Because video games are so early in their development as an artistic medium, I think that there are some tropes and things that will later in video game development be seen as maybe superfluous or unnecessary that are still being worked out. Additionally, video games as an interactive medium, there's so much depth to how they are interacted with that they're different from like a board game or a role-playing game in a tabletop sense, because video games have to be really cogently and particularly created so that you can interact with different pieces of them. There's nobody on the other side just making things up if you give it a certain input. They have to plan for that. To me, yeah, video games should be fun, but video games as an artistic medium should be offered the breadth that other mediums are, mediums like film or television or writing. And I think that should allow them to be fun or sad or depressing or difficult to get through. I think any of these... That's fucking... Are you serious? Is it input reading? Is it input reading? Is the boss reading... Is the boss reading my inputs? Is that it? That's cool. That's cool. Okay. Okay. Never mind. Game should be fun. Game should be fun. Open world, and there
Fucking rage quit.
should be no enemies. And there should be no fucking enemies. No bosses. Fuck this. We're done. This row side is over. Fuck. That's so Hogwarts Legacy seems to be the latest piece of media that is hopelessly consumed by what I like to call facsimile fetishization. And what I mean by that is that the aesthetics of an intellectual property are so fawned over and adored and beloved that anything vaguely resembling them can instantly become more relevant as a result. At its heart, Hogwarts Legacy is another generally uninspired, big-budget, open-world collectathon, fetch quest, trailing missions, shallow combat, non-existent RPG mechanic video game made by a Western developer for a hungry audience of uncritical players. Video Game Donkey really did say it best when Horizon Forbidden West originally came out. We played this game when it was Assassin's Creed, when it was Watch Dogs, when it was Batman Arkham City, when it was Red Dead Redemption, when it was The Witcher 3, when it was Spider-Man PS4, when it was Just Cause 4, when it was Ghost of Tsushima, when it was Mass Effect Andromeda, when it was Ghost Recon, when it was The Division 2. It's the same game with vague adjustments. The core gameplay loop is explore a lifeless world to collect gizmos or clear camps and level up XP, talk to this guy for a quest and use materials to upgrade your gear, and then play the 30-hour-long story mission and put it down at the end of the day. It's just small tweaks. This one
Damn. Is every game the same? Holy.
has hacking, this one has a helicopter, this one has robot dinosaurs, this one has web swinging, this one has samurai, this one has next-gen graphics, this one has stealth sections. And I would prefer to not support a person like JK Rowling. So if you put a game in front of me that looks uninspired and the same as everything else, with just the aesthetics of something I used to enjoy when I was a kid on it, I'm going to take that opportunity to not play the game. Now, as a response to people who would point to a review of Hogwarts Legacy like IGN's 9 out of 10, I would just like to say that reviewers often do not share the opinions of many people, and especially large conglomerates like IGN have trouble maintaining any semblance of consistency in regards to quality and ranking. Dead Space, Fire Emblem Engage, Hi-Fi Rush, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, Gran Turismo 7, Tunic, Horizon Forbidden West, Inscription, The Forgotten City, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Dead by Daylight, these are all games that have received 9s out of 10s from IGN recently. Now, this isn't to say that some of these games aren't some of my favorites in recent memory. Tunic and Inscription are especially insanely good, but so far as 9s go, there's just no consistency for why they should be high to me. The one we talked about earlier, Horizon Forbidden West, is visually striking and has great combat, but the story, direction, and performances are so off base that it drags the entire game down. The pacing is slow and tedious, and the combat is often sandwiched between hours of superfluous platforming and resource gathering. How is that 1 point short of perfection? I'm not sure. Ratchet & Clank and Dead by Daylight are fun, but I don't see how they are that highly ranked. Once more, Ratchet & Clank is good, but it's undercooked in like every way unless you are rating it as a kid's game, which it is to me, and a damn good one. On the other hand, you would have to pay me to play Fire Emblem Engage for the first time, and you'd have to pay me more to play The Forgotten City again, but that's just a game that I cannot understand the hype on for the life of me, so maybe I'm the asshole for not getting it. But even onto the 10s administered by IGN, I have problems with these too. Elden Ring and God of War both have massive, glaring problems. Elden Ring with balance in the mid to late game, dispersal of content, content and copy and paste content, and God of War with filler sections, repetitive combat scenarios, and uninspired puzzle design. These are two of my favorite AAA games probably in the last half a decade, if not of all time, and Elden Ring will probably go down as one of the greatest games ever created, but I personally still don't consider them 10s. I just don't see eye to eye with this publication, even on the type of game that I really do like. So why would I see eye to eye with them on a type of game that I usually don't like and explicitly have a reason to, avoid at all costs? Well, I guess you tell me. And just for the sake of consistency, here are some more 10s that I disagree with. Celeste, Mario Odyssey, Inside, Breath of the Wild, The Witness, any positive rating for an Uncharted game, and those first 5 games are some of my favorite games ever. Just not 10s, not perfect. IGN and I clearly have different distinctions for what a 10 is, what a 9 is, and generally what we seem to seek in games. But what can be done to elevate games? Well, Horizon Forbidden West could have been a 9 for me if they cleaned up the story, had competent direction, tightened up gameplay sections, made Aloy talk less while you explore, and somehow took cues from the awe-inspiring design of Elden Ring's world with almost Metroidvania-style locks and keys and shortcuts through the world's massively vertical sections. But it didn't, and those are all huge, huge issues with how you're going to be spending a lot of your time playing the game. Those alone drop it to a 7 or 6 for me, so a 9 for Hogwarts Legacy is not impressive to me, especially because the reviewer themselves says it is, and I quote, certainly weighed down by technical issues, a lackluster main story, and some poor enemy variety, abysmal inventory space that aggravatingly fills up in no time at all that is a pain in the cockatrice, with some go here and kill / collect this thing errands that do little more than burn time, meaningless fetch quests, the glaring omission of Quidditch, clunky processes for switching between spells during combat that is not the kind of challenge the writer relishes, practically no variety in enemies, which they call a baffling decision. Like, these are all things that would make the game insufferable for me. If this was the first open world game I ever played, I'd be down. I'd probably be excited about this stuff, but like, I don't know, it's Phase 4 Marvel. I've seen this before, I can't keep getting excited for the same thing. One of my core problems with Hogwarts Legacy isn't even a political one, it's just one that comes from my love for games as brilliant, subversive, and meaningful pieces of art. Hogwarts Legacy looks boring. It looks like something I've played 80 times since 2009 with diminishing returns every time. The god-awful truth here is that this game exists because those original Harry Potter movies, especially the first few, captured a very raw, very real magical feeling that the books also did. The whimsical, haunting score, the inspired art direction, the spot-on casting, those movies capitalized better on the cultural zeitgeist of a series of young adult novels, perhaps better than any book-to-film adaptation in history, and thinking about watching Daniel Radcliffe get swept away from the Dursleys and brought to a beautiful world where he is rich and famous and has superpowers and there are secrets and mysteries and big, powerful stories, brings me back to when I was in first grade and I couldn't understand the reason the kids on the playground weren't letting me play Harry Potter when we played pretend. Because I have black hair, I thought that I looked like him. But I don't. They bring me back to a time when I didn't understand what was wrong with these stories. But the truth is that the more you try to pull movies and television and video games and books from the festering corpse of their ideologically bastardized intellectual property, the more they will forcefully, violently fall from grace and be exposed as the soulless, morally bankrupt series of stories that they are. This game isn't really a Harry Potter game. You and I and everybody else here watching knows that for most of us, Harry Potter died half a decade ago after the last bit of intrigue and magic and excitement from the films and spin-offs evaporated. This is just a tourist town built on the ruins. It's window shopping through the magic you once hoped you could experience when you were a child. The bittersweet piece of this at the center is that we will always want more. We cannot accept that a story is over. We will pore over every line in Shadow of the Colossus. We will steal Harper Lee's unpublished draft of To Kill a Mockingbird. We will posthumously release every single album we can. And so here we stand at the end of the road saying, fuck it. Could I just get a character creation screen and a castle like one from the movies and just run around casting spells? The characters don't need to be there. The heart doesn't need to be there. The acting doesn't need to be there. I just need the wrapping paper. And so, knowing all that, is it worth it to play a boring game I've basically already played before, drenched in anti-Semitic subtext, all to fulfill this need I have to live in this world created by an entirely different team of creatives than the one that entranced me when I was a child, even if it puts money in the pocket of one of the most famous, influential anti-trans activists on the planet? I don't know if it's worth it. But maybe you do. For me, my fundamental enjoyment of and interaction with this piece of art is changed by what I know about its thematic content and moral implications. Playing it does not and cannot feel the same. It is at an innate disadvantage from art that is not bigoted. It's like when there's a casual assault scene in an old movie. Something within it is very wrong, and the piece of art itself does not understand or address this. The game isn't really a Harry Potter game. It doesn't have Harry Potter. It doesn't have Hermione Granger or Ron Weasley or McGonagall or Snape, Voldemort, J.K. Rowling's writing, Chris Columbus's direction, Alfonso Cuarón's direction, any of the actors or the people who were the heart of these experiences once. That isn't to say that it can't be good, or for some people can rekindle that magic, but if that's what you're looking for, it's not coming back. Nothing lasts forever. All of this is to say that if you consider yourself an ally to the trans community, or you have people from that community in your personal life who have expressed discomfort with others playing this game, giving money for more games and more media like it, you have a choice in front of you. You can totally sit down and happily chew through another 40 to 50 hour open world game, 15 times removed from the source material that was important to your childhood, and maybe at the cost of the trust and comfort of some marginalized people. Or you can play Elden Ring, or God of War, or Horizon, or any of dozens of other games that don't exist in that crossfire. Hogwarts Legacy isn't exactly a systemic violence, and I don't know if support of it should be seen as contribution to systemic violence, at least perpetuated by the game itself. This choice is a personal one made by you in relation to the comfort of people around you, and if you're a public figure, the comfort of your audience. If you are prepared for your trans friend, or your Jewish coworker, or your queer classmate to ask why you played the game, and you feel comfortable telling them that you were comfortable paying that money to these people and this media franchise, you have made your choice. But I promise you, so will they. 1.6 million people in the United States identify as trans. Some experts estimate Hogwarts Legacy will sell upwards of 10 million copies. We are outnumbered. We know that. We always have been. We just want to know that somebody, anybody, has our back.
Current plan is, I think, lead with counter arguments and then sort of lapse into my own argument at a point where it looks like probably that it's like safe people remaining in the watching the video. Does that make sense, or is that stupid?
Brilliant.
Yeah, that wouldn't. Well, it's like a problem because I do want them to hear my arguments or whatever, but I feel like they're like feelings, they're more vulnerable, and I don't want to have that reputation as like a right, but what if they like just like go on all my social medias and start fucking harassing me for like a month? Right? Like, what if they just go on all my social medias and like make them fucking unusable for a month? Like, just make me not be able. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. Okay, love you. Love you. Love you too. Bye. Bye.
I love how all of her videos have little, like, just cinematic asides. I don't know. It's really like watching a movie.
Fuck. Okay.
Okay, now for anti-Semitism, which seems to have been bubbling under the surface of Harry Potter media since the beginning. If you're confused, consider how a race of hook-nosed, money-hoarding goblins run the banks. That's pretty much enough on its own. There's a historical precedent linking goblins and anti-Semitic tropes, but the story in Hogwarts Legacy centers on a goblin rebellion, and I cannot help but feel like this is throwing gasoline on the fire. So the two smoking guns in this conversation are that there is a goblin artifact in the game that strikingly resembles a shofar, which is a horn used by Jewish people for various religious purposes, and that the narrative of the game involves some possible similarities to blood libel, which is a historically anti-Semitic trope. Now, some Jewish people think that this is a reach and not really central to the story of the game, and that it's not really anti-Semitic. Some Jewish people think that it is incredibly heavy-handed and feels very anti-Semitic, and some lay in between. The UK's campaign against anti-Semitism basically said that the tropes in the Potter series are not a result of malintent on the part of the creator, but just basically how goblins have been portrayed historically. Writer for the Mary Sue Jack Doyle wrote, "It appears that similar prejudices are present in the wizarding world as well. In the Harry Potter universe, goblins are said to have historically practiced metallurgy and silversmithing, and were responsible for minting the coins used in present-day magical banks. To the wizarding community at large, goblins are seen as untrustworthy and inferior species. In the story of Hogwarts Legacy, this unease between wizards and goblins eventually reaches a boiling point. Many Many members of the gaming community aren't happy. In a viral Reddit post, one critic blasted the plot of Hogwarts Legacy for portraying Ranrock as a greedy individual, and for showing what appears to be Ranrock and the Dark Wizard Victor Rockwood discussing a child abduction scene in gameplay videos. Yes, child abduction is one of a slew of anti-Semitic stereotypes leveled at Jewish people, who are said to steal non-Jewish children away from their families so that they could use the blood for rituals. The Redditor called upon fans of Harry Potter to walk away from Rowling and the wizarding world. So it is kind of inconclusive, but what it definitely is weird. Why the fuck would you choose a plotline about a goblin uprising when there is an ongoing cultural reckoning with goblins in your franchise representing anti-Semitic stereotypes? It feels super irresponsible and just asking for controversy. It's wildly confusing to me and feels indicative of like a complete indifference to the conversations emerging about Harry Potter. And that alone is insulting, to not consider the impact of a decision like that. With anti-Semitic hate crimes and conspiracy theories on the rise, stuff like QAnon, it would have been awesome to get a narrative that didn't use the race in the universe that is specifically likened to Jewish people, and it's mind-boggling to me that this decision was made. Oh, but as it turns out, the former lead designer for Hogwarts Legacy, Troy Leavitt, had some weird views. GameSpot writes, the lead designer of Harry Potter games Hogwarts Legacy, Troy Leavitt, has been criticized online for his YouTube videos, which express reactionary political views and anti-SJW positions. These videos include defense of canceled cultural figures like Atari founder.
I can't believe she found a gaming dude who was specifically anti-Semitic. What a coincidence. Wow.
Nolan Bushnell, and ousted Pixar boss John Lasseter, as well as critical takes on the work of influential feminist essayist Anita Sarkeesian. Bushnell has been accused of fostering a sexist work environment in his time at Atari. Lasseter was accused of serial sexual misconduct to his fellow employees in 2017, which led to his exit from Pixar in 2018. This guy was making videos about the myth of the male gaze and the injustice of social justice and defending the harassment campaign of Gamergate. So weird reactionary undertones in the plot of the game may not be coincidental, except that we have no way of telling if any of this was his doing or intentional at all. All we know is that there was a reactionary weirdo working on this game all the way up until March 2021, when the backlash got too bad and he left over the controversy. The Verge wrote that the resurfaced Leave It videos pushed popular forum Reset Era to ban threads about Hogwarts Legacy. This is a uniquely awful situation where both the creator of the IP and a senior producer of the game have unrepentant bigoted views, wrote an administrator. There will be no threads for trailers or official announcements, no hype threads, no fluff pieces about its features. So even if you think the game itself holds no transphobic or anti-Semitic baggage, the subtext in the game and in the property is absolutely a mess, and a bizarre one. And add all of this onto the fact that the Harry Potter intellectual property has been on a massive downward trajectory in both quality and profitability, with the spin-off films written by JK Rowling being canceled on their third box office bout. It's like, wow, I would just love for this to end. When the screenwriter for the original movies didn't come back, JK Rowling took the helm and she just ran it straight into the ground. So what is the point of keeping this charade going? We can let go of this, right? We can let go of Harry. We can let go of Harry. Is this even gonna fucking convince anybody? Fuck it. Oh, fucking crap.
Hello?
Hey, did you hear that shit that Michael Cole said at CPAC?
Oh, who? Did I hear? Okay, no, I didn't hear. Wait, who are you talking about?
He's a Daily Wire correspondent and spoke at CPAC.
Wait, what's CPAC?
It's like conservative political action or something. It's like a conference for conservative people.
Okay, so,
It was insane.
no, I did not hear what he said.
Okay. Like, I can send you the link if you
Can
want
you, how do you spell his name?
There can be no middle way in dealing with transgenderism. It is all or nothing. If transgenderism is true, if men really can become women, then it's true for everybody of all ages. If transgenderism is false, as it is, if men really can't become women, as they cannot, then it's false for everybody too. And if it's false, then we should not indulge it, especially since that indulgence requires taking away the rights and customs of so many people. If it is false, then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology,
Hi, welcome to Cornball Central. I'm Millennial Dupro Ramden, and let's just get right into it. A larger, more difficult conversation to be had is about how giving money to these franchises and to these creators can perpetuate transphobia on a massive societal scale. Anti-trans legislation is on the rise. Kids are being torn of their autonomy to transition. Use hormone blockers are even being criminalized for the decision to be who they are. Donald Trump released a campaign ad based around fear-mongering about trans people to appeal to those who just so badly want us gone. Just recently, a 16-year-old trans girl in the UK was murdered in public. Rest in peace, Brianna Gay. People are saying that reactionary publications that sow fear and misinformation about trans people are at fault for this, and they're right, but so are public figures. So is Dave Chappelle, who proudly claimed the TERF label and shits all over trans people. So is J.K. Rowling. And as a public figure, as a massive, famous juggernaut of entertainment, you don't have a responsibility to the people. You don't have a responsibility to be kind or to be accepting or to even generally be good to those around you. The nature of wealth is such that the more you accumulate, in fact, the more likely it is that you don't do those things. But as a human person, you do have a responsibility within the social contract of this fucking world to be decent and to be kind and to generally be good to people around you. Now I'd like you to imagine one more thing. Imagine you and your trans friend are walking in lockstep down the street, enjoying each other's company, when a random passerby starts screaming obscenities at your friend, telling them that they are subhuman, or that they're confused, or that they'll never be a real woman. And then that person takes out their phone and they show that they're a massive public figure who espouses transphobia regularly, and you rush to the person and you're like, stop, you can't do this. This is so fucked up of you. And here's $1. And then they hand you a copy of Hogwarts Legacy for the PS5. Excuse me? And then your trans friend is like, oh, is that a good game? And you're like, no, not really. It's like fine. It's like okay. And they're like, well, then why would you? What? Does that not sound dumb to you just a little bit?
Yeah. That's a perfect analogy. A perfect analogy. Why would you do that?
I think it's a difficult thing to sort of articulate trans fear to other people because it's not really it's a weird one, and it might only be understandable to like other marginalized people, but at the same time it might only be understandable to people who really like care about it. There are some people who are going to hear it and say that it doesn't matter or whatever, which is fine, but it's been a few days since news broke of Brianna Gay being killed in the UK, and I don't want to be the voice of the trans community. I don't consider myself the voice of the trans community at all. I consider myself speaking for me, but it's hard. So in the days after Brianna Gay being killed, two young trans women I know, I think they're 17 and 18, both posted on their stories about it, and expressed that they were afraid, which is really upsetting. That sucks. But what sucked, something else that sucked about it is when I reached out to them and I said, this is stupid, this is evil, this sucks, I'm sorry, if you need anything, I'm here for you. They both said the same to me. They both said, I'm here for you too. Young trans people aren't dumb, and they do know who they are, and they do know what they care about and who they care about, and that they deserve that respect because they're just as worried about us as we are about them, I guess is what I have to say. So, reach out, I don't know.
Listen, there are a million different recommendations I could give to you if you want to play a game like Hogwarts Legacy, but those lists exist out there, and most people know about those games. And you might say, is it so important that I don't give $1 to that person, right? And I might say, is it so important that you play this mediocre game? Are those Twitch viewers or YouTube views that, that valuable that you couldn't put forth the smallest, easiest gesture towards our community? And you know what? If your answer is yes,
Yeah.
fuck you.
It's the bare fucking minimum. Like, they're not asking you to, like, start campaigns and boycotts and, like, make petitions, which is what you probably should be doing. But, like, the bare fucking minimum, like, don't play this turf game. Easy. Easy.
I'm done. Yeah, fuck you. I've seen y'all. You know, the progressive streamers and skeptical critics playing this game and hyping it up, and I'm done. I'm done. Fuck you. And I hope you feel a little ashamed, too. J.K. Rowling's constant derision of trans women, alienation of her queer fan base, othering of the trans community, publicly, brazenly, loudly, violently, this has a 100% direct correlation to the oppression, discrimination, and murder of trans people, especially trans women. The more relevance she has, the more money in her pocket, the more eyes on her work, the worse things will get for trans people. She is one of the most vocal proponents of transphobia in the entire entertainment industry. It is inseparable from your enjoyment of the game or your payment towards the movies or the books. If you spend money on these, some of that will go to J.K. Rowling, and some of that will go to a massively wealthy and influential person who wants me to kill myself, who thinks I'm a predator. I can only hope that as someone who intends to fork over $70 for this game, that they have made peace within themselves about that. But now the other side, right? People harassing other people who are playing Hogwarts Legacy. Many people have gotten up and they've said, hey, you may not like that we're playing this game or that we're ignoring, concerns from some of our fans about it, but it's inappropriate to create an atmosphere of fear and anxiety about being hated for our decision to do what we do publicly. And it's inappropriate to be insulted and harassed and called names. And to those people, I say, yeah. That's a fair complaint. It's not very productive for us to directly attack people who just reflect a larger societal ignorance that we're fighting. It's a little inappropriate and immature. But I do have to ask, just like really quick, have you considered what it's like to grow up as a trans person? Have you considered what it's like to walk around with a skirt and makeup on, wondering if the person looking at you from across the street is somebody judging you or plotting to hurt and harass you? Have you considered what it's like to wake up to the news of your trans siblings in other states being stripped of rights, criminalized, being called pedophiles, legislated out of existence, murdered, jumped, beaten, betrayed? Have you considered what it is like to wake up every day wondering if your trans friend in another state is going to end up that person who was jumped, murdered, beaten, betrayed? If the government is going to wage an all-out war on trans people and force them to seek refuge in other states or even other countries, have you considered the atmosphere of abject fucking terror that trans people live in every second of every day? Have you considered the weight of that reality? Have you considered how it changes people's lives every day? Have you considered that you've given money to a person and a
This is so good. Oh my god. Holy shit. Everyone in the fucking world needs to see this shit. Like, this is... God, she's so good. She's so good at her job.
media franchise that perpetuates that reality, and that's why we are upset. And do you care? So I'm going to say something so earnest to folks who consider themselves trans allies, who still want to buy the game at this point. What do we need to do? What do we need to do for you guys to stand up for us, or at least stand by us? We have asked nicely, we've asked not so nicely, we've begged, we've pleaded, we have poured out our souls, our experiences, our livelihoods to ask so little of you, just to help us keep living. And you can't even give up a video game for our comfort, for our safety, even in an abstract stance. The smallest possible request. Can you not shell out $70 fucking for a decent game just so we can pretend like we have anybody on our side for 1 second? Have you the progressives of the world not seen patterns emerge in history, patterns of marginalization, abuse, extermination, violence, apathy? Have you not heard time and time again that you need to stand with us now, not tomorrow, not next week, right fucking now as we live and breathe? Trans kids are killing themselves and being killed because of the rhetoric preached by the living, vocal creator of this intellectual property, and we can't even get y'all to save yourself some money for our sake.
For
Yes,
real.
it is a symbolic gesture.
And, like, there are alternative ways of acquiring said game. Just saying.
She's been rich, she'll stay rich. But god damn it, if you can't even give us a symbolic gesture, what the fuck is there left for us to ask for? I am scared, man. I'm really scared. More and more people keep on revealing themselves as bizarre transphobic demagogues who want to see trans people gone or carted away or silenced. I don't want to be known as trans publicly because it is a liability. This isn't fake shit. Trans people aren't faking it. Just please tell us that you aren't faking your support for us too, because we can't choose. But you can. The ball is in your court. I don't know you. I don't know if you give a fuck about any of this, but now you know me. And now you know what I'm scared of and why I'm scared of it and who's making it worse. And now you know that I've made this video that makes me a target and a convenient scapegoat to thousands of weirdos who hate me. I don't know you, but you know too much about me, and what you do with that information is your choice for the rest of your life, and the rest of mine too. And now I'm standing in a state where trans children can't even play the sports they want to. And this is not the end of what they want for trans kids, it's never the end. First they're out of sports, then they can't get meds without extensive supervision, then no meds at all, then their parents are criminalized for supporting them, and then they stay silent or get killed or kill themselves. There is no neutrality in this situation. It is life or death. $69.99 plus tax for a download or physical copy on any games market you want. 35 hours of exhilarating wizarding fun. Hogwarts Legacy is an immersive, open-world action RPG set in the world first introduced in the Harry Potter books. For the first time, experience Hogwarts in the 1800s.
Oh my God.
Your character is a student who holds the key to an ancient secret that threatens to tear the wizarding world apart. Now you can take control of the action and be at the center of your own adventure in the wizarding world. Your legacy is what you make of it. Thanks for watching.
Oof. Yeah. It took me so long to get to this because it was so long, but it's so fucking good. This was fucking incredible. She smashed it out of the park, 100%. Do not play the turf game. Easy. Easy as.
Hi, thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you to Advanced Global for sponsoring. I'm gonna
Love
keep it
you.
real with you guys. In that first advertising sponsor thing, I said I don't hit pens because of my asthma. I've been really anxious lately, and I've been have I been hitting that pen, and it's great. It's worked. It works. Important thing. If you want to support a trans person after watching this video, my friend Willow is in need of funding, especially for her estrogen. And so I'm going to leave a link to her fundraising in the description below. She only needs $1,000. So if 1,000 people watch this video and they all donate $1, I'm going to rob her. I'm going to steal the money back. No, please go donate to her. Yeah, thanks for watching this video. This one took me a long time to make for whatever reason. I think it's the soul-crushing weight of transphobia. And speaking about that, and just, it makes me nervous. But I'm glad to have it done, I think, and to have it uploaded on March 10th, I think is the date that we're going for, which is good.
No.
I think I have 3 more videos this month. I think I have 3 more videos, and I know 2 of them. And there's one that I have to figure out, but I'll get there. Yeah, and I guess some of this music in this video is original. So if you want that, you can go on Patreon. Any of the music I upload on Patreon, royalty-free, use it for whatever you want. Same thing goes with photos of our video. If I upload on Patreon, it's royalty-free. It's yours. Yeah, I think that's about it. Take care of yourself, take care of others, be kind to yourself, and be kind to others, unless they're transphobic. And yeah, I don't know, remember that you're loved. If not by me. I don't know you. I have no idea who you are. Get away from me.
Not
But
by me.
by something, by somebody. Something larger than us, something, it's energy. I'm so out of it today. But thank you for watching. I really, really appreciate it. And, bye.
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 Delightful. Sponge, please. Let's go.
So, anti-trans people have always been a little culty when it comes to their faves, especially JK Rowling. But as time goes on, it just gets weirder.
Boycotting JK Rowling altogether would cause a humanitarian crisis.
And more unhinged.
Jesus.
I think JK Rowling will be spoken of like Rosa Parks, refusing to give up her seat on the bus.
You're fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. What in the white liberal hell?
And creepier.
Rowling became a kind of saint.
And downright blasphemous.
J.K. Rowling is arguably the most successful author in the history of publishing, with the possible exception of God.
What has Joanne Kentucky Rowling done to earn this
Jesus.
exalted status, this deification? What has earned her the title of white billionaire Rosa Parks, saint, nay, God herself? Obviously, not everyone sees Joanne this way. In fact, I think it's fair to say most people don't give a shirt about her either way. But for many, her name has become synonymous with anti-trans ideology, with privilege, with bigotry. It's a fan fave among her sycophants. But for both those who call her mommy goddess and those who call her a hateful bigot, it's clear her reputation has been affected by how she voices her opinions. Which is probably why when ex-bigot Megan Phelps-Roper reached out to Joanne Saka and asked to interview her for her podcast, she agreed.
So otherkin were people who said that although they looked like they were human, they were actually wolves or dragons.
Natalie Wynn, a popular online commentator, better known as ContraPoints.
There was a feminist meeting in which they were banging, kicking on windows, very threatening.
My gender is a cloud.
So 4chan, if you've never heard of it, it was actually somewhat similar to Tumblr.
The idea of privilege was very big. You know, the idea that you have white privilege came from Tumblr.
The witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
What the fuck? The idea that you have white privilege came from Tumblr. That is the most online take I have ever heard. Wow.
Coming Tuesday, February 21st.
I'm sorry? The what trials of Whoops K. Rowling? Listen, maybe I'm biased because I have pronouns, but what? So I guess we need to talk about the alleged witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
Let's go. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you have your popcorn, and some snacks, something to drink, because we're buckling in for about 2 hours. Um, feature film by Kaylin Conrad. If you're on desktop, please do open this in the background.
First of all, I would like to say that if it were up to me, I would never speak of King Joanna Free Baratheon again, but she keeps speaking about my community and sometimes directly misrepresenting and targeting my actual friends. Maybe for many of the people in this culture war, it's entirely abstract. That is not the case for me. I've seen the harm she's done directly to people in my life done with her platform, and I've watched communities and people I care about suffer because of it, because of her. So no, unfortunately, I'm not quite in the position to ignore her and hope eventually she stops participating in and promulgating the moral panic around trans and queer people, that she leaves the people I care about alone. Okay, that came off a little too, and this time it's personal. And I told myself I wouldn't let this one get too intense or depressing. I'm turning over a new leaf. This video has a no tears guarantee, entering my cash era, okay? Can we just have a little fun for once, besties? In this video, from Westboro to Hogsmeade, the Megan Phelps story, not clickbait, TikTok 2024 exposed 3 a.m. challenge, we're going to answer a few questions. What's the story behind Megan Phelps Roper? And what is the motivation behind the podcast? But most importantly, who is Jessica Kalishnikov Rowling? Not just who does she say she is, but do her actions align with the mythology she and others have built up around her? Who is she when you look at the complete picture? I guess it depends on who you ask. If you were to ask moi, you get a very different answer than if you ask, say, her cult of followers, her mignon. I can say that word, I'm French on my daddy's side. We don't actually need to ask them though, which is good because I have them all blocked. Luckily, they've already shown us their vision of Joanne, and at its best, it's deeply misinformed, and at its worst, it's legitimately disturbing. Angus, can we afford clown music, or did my balayage eat up the budget for this one?
Excuse me. I'm interviewing people in a really annoying and intrusive way on the sidewalk for clout. What is J.K. Rowling's legacy to you?
Her novels invented witches. I love witches.
Isn't it crazy? She changed the world. Like, before Miss Rowling was published, women authors were unheard of. It's unbelievable.
Amazing. Mary Shelley right now, like, am I a joke to you? These people are out there wandering around the world with us right now. Pro tip, if you ever see someone walk into a lamppost,
LGB, drop the tape!
or fall into an open sewer, it may be the Rowling stan that said she was the first writer to ever analyze class.
Rowling's real importance lies in the fact that she was the first writer to present a world in which class and wealth mattered. Some characters were poor, some were rich.
A farce.
Being poor was a hardship, not just a cheery, sentimental thing in the scenery.
The only explanation for this level of stannery is that these people have licked so much shoe polish off her boots that they're permanently high as hell. It's like poppers for Tradcast. Can you get poppers on Subscribe and Save? No, Bezos, you duck. It's homophobic. This idea of Rowling as like the greatest writer of all time, it's incredibly sad, but also equally funny. A friend of mine said that they were comparing her to Shakespeare when she's just like, "Whatcha, Harry?" said Womble Bombledin before fatting her fat hands pudgily. It may sound like I'm being unfair here, but...
He was very fat and hated exercise, unless of course it involved punching somebody.
Eee.
He had a large pink face, not much neck, small watery blue eyes, and thick blonde hair that lay smoothly on his thick, fat head.
Honestly, if you want to see 2 videos explaining how bad of a writer she is, check these out. They're linked in the description too. But like outside of her fiction writing, the cult of personality is much more intense. It's tangible. You can smell it. Her mythos grows as time goes on, both from her acolytic fan base and those who oppose her anti-trans statements. This is likely intentional on her part. You don't crawl up onto a platform, pull out a megaphone, and yell politically charged statements directly at 14 million people without intending to be the focus of a little attention and controversy. I mean, I guess she could be doing that without realizing that she would be putting a spotlight on herself, but anyone who claims Joanne is doing that is definitely calling her an ignoramus. And I don't think she's unintelligent. I think she's a coward and a hypocrite with internally inconsistent beliefs, but you don't need consistency to be heralded by sycophants. She is cherished for her paradoxical mythos. She is lionized as a free speech advocate that silences critics with her immense and glorious power. A true working class woman of the people, spreading goodwill from atop her castle's tower. The Guinness Book of World Records most downtrodden billionairess. Sounds great for her, other than the fact that if she wants to continue to maintain any of the sycophantic praise, she can never change her mind. Because in reality, none of the gender crits gave a shit about her before she started tweeting stuff like,
Merry Turfmas.
Like, Where are the annoying Christians fighting the war on Christmas when Joanne's the one desecrating it? How do I tag them in her tweet? Where's the war emoji? But if she started tweeting that gender-critical ideology was harmful, they'd go from slapping her face over Jesus's to calling for the arrest of the quisling traitor handmaiden like that. I can say handmaiden. I'm half woman on my mom's side. See, they don't love Joanne. They desperately need her. And those two things may feel similar, but they're very different. They need her to continue her crusade because if she does not, they lose one of their most powerful allies. And so they try to show their need and their gratitude. They harass people she puts a quote tweet target on. They pray to candles of her. They have gatherings where they all sit around wearing her face like a bunch of Buffalo Betties. Gal pals. They exalt her to the status of Rosa Parks, of the saints, of God herself. To say, thank you, mommy dearest. Please don't stop. Please keep saying what no one will listen to us say. And when asked why they worship an overprivileged transphobic jerk, they balk. How is she transphobic? Fan fave, and I'm glad you asked. The next time you're online and you see someone say,
"What has she ever said that's transphobic? Because I've never seen anything."
Ask them what level of evidence they would require to change their mind. Ask them, what's transphobia? Often, their reply won't even be subtle.
There's no such thing as transphobia. Lipstick doesn't make someone a woman.
I mean, I'm non-binary. I'm not trying to be a woman. I just think it makes me look expensive. Also, we all agree on that last part because no trans person believes lipstick makes you a woman either. Just getting ready for bed, like... Don't come in. I'm detransitioning. The reason they ask you for a list of receipts every time you call her transphobic or a bigot is that they want to waste your time. They want to fight. And unlike you, they likely won't worry about being disingenuous, deceitful, or downright genocidal. It's unreasonable and unrealistic to expect people to have a 20-tweet thread ready on demand for every slug that pupates and crawls out of mom's net and slithers over to Twitter. And if you refuse to play their game, it appears to any onlookers that you simply cannot provide any real evidence for your accusation, sort of like a witch trial. But the thing about the witch trials, they weren't witches. Witches as defined by the trials, flying over the moon, raw dogging a broom while Vinegar Tom breastfeeds you from his blood teat. Those kind of witches are fictional. And to most of the people who come out in defense of Joanne, transphobes are just as fictional as those witches are. There's no way to accuse someone of being a transphobe without it being a witch hunt, because transphobe, like witch, is just a word used to justify your hatred, to hide its roots. Which I guess would be like, you hate women, or fake gingers, or like, you're jealous that Joey KKK Rowling has a castle and all you have is stripy socks. So, all that considered, I wouldn't suggest getting into lengthy arguments with culty gender critical creeps over whether or not she's transphobic. You could be like spending time with people who make you feel good, or volunteering, or throwing a through a window of an SUV. Gay stuff. But I am not you. I have accidentally built a life for myself where talking about this kind of thing is my job. And if I were to make this video without providing evidence that she is, indeed, a nasty hater, this essay would be immediately dismissed. So, here we go. Seems like we need to go back to the basics. Again. A little sidebar.
Again.
Personally, I don't love the words homophobia and transphobia, and I'm actively working to remove them from my vocabulary when talking to the haters. I've always resisted using a term to describe something if using it devolves into arguing the etymology of the word and not the situation that called for me to use it to begin with. Much like the term TERF, I think transphobic just isn't the most clear or useful terminology all the time. I cannot tell you how often I've had someone say, I'm not scared of gays, so don't call me homophobic. Or how am I transphobic, with a link to the dictionary definition of the noun phobia.
How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Yeah, I hate that shit. I hate it. I hate it so much.
As a gotcha. Meanwhile, the definition of the suffix phobia is sitting there like, you gotta be freaking kidding me. It's a fine term, and people should use it when it suits them, but I find it doesn't get to the heart of the matter that I think gets fundamentally forgotten sometimes. That regardless of whether you feel a fear or prejudice of trans people, your actions can have devastating consequences for people if your actions are anti-trans, which is the term I'll be using for the majority of this essay when describing people's actions, as opposed to people's beliefs. anti-trans. So being transphobic, having transphobic beliefs, manifests in someone or something having the quality anti-trans. I define anti-trans as in opposition to trans rights and or liberation. By the way, I'll likely cut about 15 minutes out of this because this is already getting out of hand. So if you want the extended and ad-free version, you can get it on my Patreon. I'm poor, help me. So when using the term transphobic, the response would often be, I'm not afraid of trans people. And then I bring up suffixes, and now we're talking about spiders, and I hate spiders. And everything gets derailed. Using anti-trans, it usually goes like this. That's anti-trans.
You people call everything transphobic or anti-trans. Women having spaces is not anti-trans.
Which is still not like a good faith response, but the conversation hasn't been derailed. We're now focusing on the actual issues. It's true that regardless of what term you use, though, people often claim transphobia itself is nebulous, or that the left says everything is transphobic, and that's simply not true. It's easy to define transphobia. Short answer, dislike of or prejudice towards trans people. But often it's not so overt. Most bigots aren't standing on the side of the road holding a death penalty for sign like Miss Megan Phelps Roper, partly because they're lazy, but also because they're smart enough to understand that it's much easier to cause harm under the radar when you're not holding a giant sign with a silly little slur on it. To instead simply reinforce the status quo. But if you've seen and experienced enough homophobia or transphobia, spent decades deconstructing it and examining each piece, those under-the-radar comments are as obvious as one of Megan's signs. So for the last time. One more time? Oh, well. I'm glad you asked. The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. These are gallows. God. You get it? You get it. You get it. You're so smart. I love you. They're going to clip this like it's a death threat 100%, so I would probably get rid of the noose. But I want to say I'm in no way threatening anyone with anything, but having to listen to me be gay and annoying. For that, I'm truly not sorry. Okay, so, Joe, if you want to pretend you're on trial, so will I. I'm just gonna give it something that your people never could. Camp.
Yes, finally.
The prosecution may begin their opening argument. And quickly, it's getting really warm in here and I hate it. Rowling will tell you herself that the accusations of transphobia were initially triggered in March of 2018 by her publicly liking a tweet on Twitter.
Men in dresses get brochurelist solidarity. I never had. That's misogyny.
When asked for a comment, a spokesperson for Joanne told Pink News that the like was unintentional.
I'm afraid J.K. Rowling had a clumsy and middle-aged moment, and this is not the first time she is favorited by holding her phone incorrectly.
Later, the story would change from her holding her phone incorrectly like a silly little goose to her unintentionally hitting like instead of taking a screenshot like a slightly more suspect goose.
I began screenshotting comments that interested me as a way of reminding myself what I might want to research later. On one occasion, I absent-mindedly liked instead of screenshotting.
Listen,
sure.
She liked a transphobic tweet, and people were eventually shown to be right about why, but liking a transphobic tweet may be an indication of your ideology, but it isn't itself harmful on its own. It will be considered in the final judgment, but it's a like on one tweet. Come on. Dismissed. But it would no longer be a single incident when Joanne Kremlin Rowling followed Magdalene Burns on Twitter. This is a snippet of the quality tweets you get when you follow Maggie.
You aren't women. You're men who get sexual kicks from being treated like women. You and your dirty f***ing perversions.
Now, sometimes I follow accounts I disagree with because I want to know what they're saying, and I would 100% forget they exist otherwise. So I would have stricken this from the record, but eventually Joanne admitted herself this was not the case.
Magdalene was an immensely brave young feminist and lesbian who was dying of an aggressive brain tumour. I followed her because I wanted to contact her directly, which I succeeded in doing.
In honor of fairness, I move to enter that the following of Magdalene is sus AF and enter it into evidence, but not argue it in itself is transphobic. Overruled. Wait, sustained? Sustained. Oh, thank you. I love it. Towards the end of 2019, however, Joanne progressed beyond the unverifiable thought crimes and like crimes and tried her hand at cringe crimes. She crossed the line into outright promoting an anti-trans conspiracy theory that gender-critical woman Maya Forstater had been forced out of her job for stating that sex is real. At the time, Maya had been waging an employment discrimination battle because her contract with the think tank wasn't renewed after she brought anti-trans propaganda created by a transphobic organization into work and made a series of anti-trans statements, including, "I don't think people should be compelled to play along with literal delusions like trans women are women," and she referred to a gender-fluid person as a man who likes to dress in women's clothes. In defense of Maya, Rowling tweeted,
"Dress however you please. Call yourself whatever you like. Sleep with any consenting adult who'll have you. Live your best life in peace and security. But force women out of their jobs for stating that sex is real. Hashtag I stand with Maya. Hashtag this is not a drill."
As we've shown.
Yeah, I remember that. It's such a bitch thing to say. Dress however you please. Call yourself whatever you like. Basically, he's being like, oh, well, like, you can say whatever you like, but I don't have to affirm your gender, I guess. Like, fuck you. Fuck you.
Real. Hashtag I stand with Maya. Hashtag this is not a drill.
As we've shown, Maya did more than just state sex is real. Actually, I wonder if she ever actually said sex is real. Or is that summary just a Joanne special? Which is why, Your Holiness, Joanne is accused of promulgating conspiracies and half-truths about the motives of someone who is starkly anti-trans in favor of sanitizing and defending their shared anti-trans ideology. Guilty. Thank you, Your Honor. Don't suck up. You're too old. It's unattractive. Yes, Your Highness. In May of 2020, we get another middle-age moment. That's what I call liking now. Middle-age, comment, and subscribe. This is the tweet in question.
This is Alex Drummond, an adult human male who claims to be a lesbian. Yes, he's kept his dangling bits and skipped the hormones, and believes that real lesbians who aren't into penises are transphobic and should be excluded from the lesbian community.
According to Pink News, Drummond had made no such claims.
Yeah.
The prosecution accuses Joanne... Yeah, at this point, we're calling it. 3 is the pattern, Jolene. Not well made. Thank you. Half a year later, in June of 2020, Joanne crawled back out from under her rock, by which I mean her literal castle, to once again do a tweet.
People who menstruate. I'm sure there used to be a word for those people. Someone help me out. Wumben, wimpund, woomud.
1. Such an embarrassing boomer.
Sounds a lot like Anna Kasparian. I had to check who it was by to be sure.
Tweet. You take that back to Facebook where it belongs, where you belong. You are 57 years old. Twitter is for people who know how to shitpost. But also, the article she was targeting uses the word women like 10 times. So it seems her issue wasn't the erasure of women, but the inclusion of people who menstruate who are not. Also, you definitely need to be able to call people who menstruate more than just women if you want to talk about people who menstruate, because not all women menstruate. Again, you are pushing 60. Have you not Googled menopause yet? Talk to your adult human doctor to see if menopause is right for you. Joanne is accused of not so subtly promoting a gender-critical conspiracy theory that inclusive language is erasing women, and we ask that you supersize the charge because of the triple cringe dad jokes. Guilty on all counts, but let's keep it to the trans stuff, okay? Don't be petty. That's my job. Strike the cringe comment from the record. No, I don't know how. Okay. Many people wish Joanne would just stop tweeting, but she couldn't. It's her fave. This time she dropped a 3-tweet thread that is now infamous, which relied on an anti-trans conspiracy, the familiar dog whistle that trans people don't believe sex is real.
If sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. Oh, and love trans people. But erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth. The idea that women like me, who've been empathetic to trans people for decades, feeling kinship because they're vulnerable in the same way as women, i.e. to male violence, hate trans people because they think sex is real and has lived consequences, is a nonsense. I respect every trans person's right to live any way that feels authentic and comfortable to them. I'd march with you if you were discriminated against on the basis of being trans. At the same time, my life has been shaped by being female. I do not believe it's hateful to say so.
And again, trans people don't say sex isn't real. Nobody is erasing the concept of sex. Nobody hates Joanne because she says sex has lived consequences. Joanne is accused of demonization and mischaracterization of trans people and our fight for liberation. Guilty! She did do that. She loves this move. I know, right? She's a fan. When someone replied to a different tweet of hers, labeling her a TERF, Rowling quote tweeted it with,
Feminazi, TERF, bitch, witch. Times change. Woman hate is eternal.
Okay, you can't just pick 4 words and place them together like that as if that's evidence of anything. Queer, gay, TRA, times change, queer hate is eternal. Overrules these shotgun. See, now you're the bigot. So asinine. Like, yes, feminazi and witch have all been used to demonize women, are used in misogynistic ways. But TERF is used to describe this man. If you think hating this man is woman hate, then you're the one with a weird-ass gender ideology. TERF has been watered down to basically just mean any run-of-the-mill transphobic bigot. Sorry? I know you think bigot is a slur, but I can say it. I'm Catholic on my grandma's side. 2 days later, Harry Potter stars Daniel Radcliffe, Emma Watson, and Rupert Grint were among those to publicly denounce Joanne's comments. And then, 2 days after that, in the essay heard around the world, or at least around Twitter, Joanne confirmed what everyone had been saying about her in an essay. Joanne Kermit Rowling bravely came out of the closet as a TERF. Let's take a scroll through her screed.
For people who don't know, last December I tweeted my support for Maya Forstater, who'd lost her job for what were deemed transphobic tweets. She took her case to an employment tribunal, asking the judge to rule on whether a philosophical belief that sex is determined by biology is protected in law. Judge Taylor ruled that it wasn't.
Actually, to be specific, he ruled that her beliefs, once put into practice, would not be worthy of respect in a democratic society, as it's a core component of her belief that she will refer to a person by the sex she considered appropriate, even if it violates their dignity, and or creates an intimidating, hostile, degrading, humiliating, or offensive environment. Maya kind of sounds a scooch less chill when you say it all out like that, doesn't she? Less grade 2 bio reciting and more evangelizing an ideology that would strip people of their rights. But no big, I'm sure this misrepresentation was soups unintentional on Joni's part. Further explaining why she followed Magdalene Burns on Twitter, she said,
Months later, I compounded my accidental crime by following Magdalene Burns on Twitter. Magdalene was an immensely brave young feminist and lesbian who was dying of an aggressive brain tumour. I followed her because I wanted to contact her directly, which I succeeded in doing. However, as Magdalene was a great believer in the importance of biological sex and didn't believe lesbians should be called bigots for not dating trans women with penises, dots were joined in the heads of Twitter trans activists, and the level of social media abuse increased.
A great believer in biological sex. Not just like a regular believer, she was like really good at it. Oh my god, she believed in sex so hard. Probably what Joanne means here is Magdalene really super believed that trans women are men and trans men are women and non-binary people are nasty little freaks.
Got me.
But Joanne is nothing if not cautious to the point of cowardice. And no, Jojo, trans people weren't upset with Magdalene because of either of those reasons. Everyone I know is what these people would call a
trans rights activist.
And literally none of them think that lesbians should be called bigots and forced into dating trans women. And they'll say this very loudly, publicly, and call out the 0.001% of the trans population who may make that claim. You'll always be able to find a couple screenshots from a couple members of a group who think or say something ridiculous. But I wouldn't associate with anyone who thought you can or should try and force someone to be with you for any reason, who fought against a person's right to bodily autonomy. I own my interactions and associations. The same cannot be said of the majority of gender-critical people, and it definitely cannot be said about Joanne. So if trans people weren't upset because they couldn't get with Dollar Tree Shane McCutcheon, why were they so mad at Magdalene? Probably because of what Magdalene's beliefs actually were and how she expressed them.
You are f***ing blackface actors. You aren't women. You're men who get sexual kicks from being treated like women.
She seems chill.
You and your dirty perversions. Our oppression isn't a fetish, you pathetic sick f***.
Wow. She really did care about biological sex and the Jewish billionaires that are trying to destroy it.
George Soros. The money behind the transgender movement.
We got a Soros drop. It's like the Wilhelm scream of conspiracy theorists. It's like the Where's Waldo of deranged bigotry. Anti-Semitism to gender critters is like fan fave, truly besties. The way Joanne insists on mischaracterizing the hate directed at and harm done to trans people only serves to minimize it to the point of erasure. It's dishonest, it's deceptive, and it's a little disgusting. And also, it's transphobic.
Ironically, radical feminists aren't even trans-exclusionary. They include trans men in their feminism because they were born women.
She said, ironically, the Westboro Baptist Church isn't even gay exclusionary. They include faggots in their ideology by telling them they're going to hell.
The second reason is that I'm an ex-teacher and the founder of a children's charity, which gives me an interest in both education and safeguarding. Like many others, I have deep concerns about the effect the trans rights movement is having on both.
Here she's saying that trans rights may or will have a negative impact on the education and safeguarding of children. Needless to say, implying a group of marginalized people having rights will harm children is not new. Anita Bryant made the same claim about gay people years ago. I discussed the history of this narrative at length in my documentary, What is a Groomer? Get it? Like, what is a woman? You get it. You're smart. Oh my God, you? The most egregious thing in Joanne's essay is the propagation of an anti-trans conspiracy theory that those in the ideology call ROGD, rapid onset gender dysphoria. It's the idea that transes are out there tranced in your babies. Rapidus dysphoriosa.
Wilhelm, no!
It's dysphoriosa, not dysphoriosa. This conspiracy, ROGD, frames transness as a social contagion, an epidemic. The World Professional Association for Trans Health states that the term rapid onset gender dysphoria is not a medical entity recognized by any major professional association. But still, Rowling pushes this narrative and spins a tale of victimization about the researcher behind this conspiracy, Lisa Littman.
Her paper caused a furore. She was accused of bias and of spreading misinformation about transgender people, subjected to a tsunami of abuse and a concerted campaign to discredit both her and her work. The journal took the paper offline and re-reviewed it before republishing it.
Gosh. Golly. Gosh. I wonder why they did that. Was it because her study on trans people involved no trans people? Just unaccepting parents of trans youth? Or was it because all the participating parents were only found on a handful of websites for anti-trans parents, like Transgender Trend and Youth Trans Critical Professionals? Youth Trans Critical Professionals.
Tell to stay at the YTCP.
Listen, I might be going to cringe jail, but Joanne and Megan are coming with me. Girls trip. Sorry, where the fuck was I? The journal took the paper offline and re-reviewed it before republishing it. Again, Joanne is giving such a cut-down version of events as to render it a completely useless description of what happened at best, and outright misleading at worst. They didn't just take it down and review it and then republish. That would suggest they hadn't made any changes. They were just doing a little double check. But actually, they removed it, reviewed it, And that review resulted in not only major corrections to the paper, but an apology from the editor of the journal themselves. The editor noted,
"The corrected article now provides a better context of the work, as a report of parental observations, but not a clinically validated phenomenon or a diagnostic guideline."
I wonder why Joanne left that out. That's suspicious. That's weird. For an entire breakdown of this paper and why it's literally just garbage written by a hater, check the sources document in the description. The reason why this conspiracy Joanne is spreading is so dangerous is because if trans identities aren't innate but a contagion, then human rights and medical care are easily taken off the table, and in their place comes discrimination and conversion therapy. And I don't think I need to point out, right, that spreading conspiracy theories about marginalized people is pretty much step one in the Propagating Bigotry guidebook.
The more of their accounts of gender dysphoria I've read, with their insightful descriptions of anxiety, dissociation, eating disorders, self-harm and self-hatred, the more I've wondered whether, if I'd been born 30 years later, I too might have tried to transition. The allure of escaping womanhood would have been huge.
Oh yeah, you'd have been racing to be called a mutilated, damaged freak show. You'd have been tempted to risk being kicked out of the house, homeless, forced into dangerous situations to survive while fighting for the bare minimum of human decency from those who saw you as sick and disgusting because you what? Had OCD? Such a wonderful escape, please.
But as many women have said before me, woman is not a costume. Woman is not an idea in a man's head.
Sorry, there is a spider. Okay, go on. I'm so listening.
Woman is not a pink brain, a liking for Jimmy Choos, or any of the other sexist ideas now somehow touted as progressive.
Who is she arguing against? Because trans people are the ones actually saying woman isn't a costume. In fact, it's gender-critical people like Joanne who say the opposite about trans women, that they are in a woman costume. I've never spoken to a single trans person who would honestly agree with anything she implies they would. So again, who is she arguing against but a straw man made to misrepresent trans people and what we believe? I do not want to discuss Joanne's description of her personal trauma because I think it would be extremely unkind for me to speculate on how her abuse has shaped her worldview beyond what she herself says about it, which is, she mentions that hearing stories about trans people gaining rights will cause her to flash back to memories of her sexual assault.
On Saturday morning, I read that the Scottish Government is proceeding with its controversial gender recognition plans, which will, in effect, mean that all a man needs to become a woman is to say he's one. To use a very contemporary word, I was triggered.
Which sounds like a really shitty thing to have to go through. But it's also something she should have gone through with a therapist and not Twitter.
When you throw open the doors of bathrooms and changing rooms to any man who believes or feels he's a woman, and, as I've said, gender confirmation certificates may now be granted without any need for surgery or hormones, then you open the door to any and all men who wish to come inside. That is the simple truth.
That's not the simple truth, though. In fact, it's simply not true at all. I'm not from the UK, I'm gay, so I'll let a Ukanian explain it.
In the UK, where both JK Rowling and I live,
that's Katie Montgomery.
Trans women have used women's spaces longer than either of us have been alive, and have been legally protected to do so since 2010. Before that, there was no clear law either way, though there were some protections for trans people. It has never been illegal. A gender recognition certificate is not necessary to use women's spaces, and it never has been. In fact, using women's spaces for some time is required to obtain a GRC. If there was going to be a problem the moment that people were allowed to use the facility they know is best for them, then it would have already happened. It hasn't. All of the problems gender-critical people propose with self-ID are always hypothetical. If it was going to happen, why hasn't it been happening for over a decade? This is one of the most worrying pieces of misinformation put forward by her and the gender-critical movement as a whole. I, and many British trans people, are living in fear that the UK government is building up to trying to ban us from using public facilities. The reason they are claiming that trans women don't already use women's facilities is so they can frame taking away the rights trans people have today as defending women's rights. Where do you think trans women have been weeing for the last 50 years?
In her essay on Medium, Katie explains that what a GRC does allow you to do, things like update the sex on your birth certificate to match the one you have transitioned to. One of the main reasons that trans people get a GRC is to get married, as in some places, your marriage notice must contain the gender on your birth certificate or include a formerly known as. And in some places, you must be married as a husband or wife based on your birth certificate. So sinister. Sorry if I'm very sibilant, I was born this way. Another place where a GRC can matter is in death. There are extra legal hurdles and confusion that can arise from not having matching and correct documentation when it comes to dealing with the legal side of a loved one's death. A GRC can also be useful for a number of other reasons, including adoption, student funding, visas, pensions. Finally, the reason that many trans people get a GRC is simply to be recognized by the state. State recognition of people's lives and identities can be very meaningful to people, as seen with the falling suicide rate amongst gay people after equal marriage was introduced. I don't know why the idea of trans people being able to have equal access and rights to marriage, respect in death, adoption, and all the other rights gay people have had to win triggers Joanne. But this alone is enough to show that she is in direct opposition to the trans rights and liberation movement. However, you want to label that anti-trans, transphobic, bigot, TERF, adult human f***wit, I don't care. End of the day, her ideology is dangerous. There are many other points in the essay to talk about, but these are the ones I took the most issue with. For more detailed breakdowns of the problems with this essay, check the links in the description. When it comes to the essay, it's pretty clear that nearly all the concerns Joanne raises are based on conspiracies, bunk science, personal trauma, and prejudice. Because of this, we accused Joanne of 9 counts of being really weird about trans people, to the point that she should probably get an MRI to see if she accidentally inhaled a staple that's pressing against her empathy squiggle or something. Oh. Is that bit over? We're not doing that anymore? Did she leave? All right. Wish I hadn't spent all that money ordering her that gown and gavel, but okay. I guess it's a write-off. I'm just going to throw out a couple more unhinged tweets. We're almost done. These ones are a little funny.
I love this truly fabulous Ichabog with its bat ears, mismatched eyes, and terrifying blood-stained teeth. In court, Wolf claimed the Facebook post in which he'd said he wanted to F*** up some TERFs was just bravado.
Apparently, she had copy-pasted the wrong thing into her tweet responding to a child's fan art. She's legitimately obsessed. Sicko behavior. Please go take a walk around your moat or whatever and breathe in some fresh air instead of whatever that was. Or whatever this is.
Sometimes a t-shirt just speaks to you. From wildwomanworkshop.com in case you know a witch who'd like one, wink emoji. If you are, or know, a witch who wants one of these, don't buy from Cynical Chancers. I got my t-shirt from @wild_woman. #support women-run businesses.
Thank you for the advice, Josephine. I do want to support women-run businesses. Let's see what speaks to me.
Gender hostile! Transactivism is misogyny.
Well, that's not subtle.
Sorry about your dick, bro.
Why? What happened to it?
It's just my ass.
And what is this? Literally just merch with Jelly K Jean rolling wearing a crown? Totally normal behavior from totally normal people. In December of 2022, the kindest person on the entire internet made a very nuanced and valid point. I will not begrudge anyone their love of past works or things they already own that they take comfort in. I own the first 9 movies and all 7 books myself, but any support of something like Hogwarts Legacy is harmful. To which Joanne responded,
Deeply disappointed @Jessie Gender doesn't realise PureThink is incompatible with owning anything connected with me in any form. The truly righteous wouldn't just burn their books and movies, but the local library, anything with an owl on it,
and their own pet dogs.
#do better. And as for this, I'm appalled. This individual actually advocates reading the books because nobody needs to know. All fine and dandy until you get drunk and accidentally quote one, Sonny. I never did it in public. Won't save you when the police see your Hufflepuff socks.
If you can't tell, Joanne has only gotten increasingly more hostile and aggressive towards trans people, comparing saying giving money to Joanne is harmful to burning books, movies, libraries, and killing dogs. She truly believes that this is doing a feminism, that this is taking a stand. She's a brave billionaire with 14 million followers targeting a YouTuber for saying that giving a billionaire more money is harmful. Pathetic. You know the saying, if there's a Nazi at the table and 10 other people sitting there talking to him, you got a table with 11 Nazis? Well, I feel that way about pretty much any kind of extremist group. When you have a platform the size of Rowling's, and yes, even the size of mine, publicly endorsing someone is a political act. It's crucial we examine how we use our platforms and who we pull up onto the platform with us.
Welcome back.
There's a very concerning trend with Joanne sending very public love and kind words to people on Twitter that all too frequently are the kind of people who say things like,
I preferred AIDS. It didn't castrate innocent gay boys, and I knew how to fight it. A deadly virus is preferable to the gender ghouls at Stonewall and mermaids.
What a perfectly normal thing for a perfectly normal person to say. When Joanne says innumerable gay people have sent me letters thanking me for my support, that's the kind of gay she's talking about. Pro tip, if you're ever about to tweet something that starts with, I preferred AIDS, maybe keep it in the drafts, champ.
I hugely regret having had my life invaded and dominated by insane trans rights activists. Such a waste. Then I saw JK Rowling coming out fighting and lost it.
Big love to you. Kiss, kiss, kiss.
That's Joanne responding to Caroline Farrow. This Caroline Farrow.
My children will be taught that homosexual acts are sinful. They separate us from God. Retweet at will, and let's see if the Stasi come a-knocking. Children need both their biological parents. Gay marriage denies this basic right. Marriage is not just love.
Big love to you. Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Caroline is the UK and Ireland director of Citizen Go, a far-right Catholic activist site which has platformed and run petitions against abortion rights, trans rights, surrogacy, same-sex marriage, and even little gay Lego sets. It has openly supported Russia's gay propaganda law, and Citizen Go Africa has campaigned against decriminalizing homosexuality in Kenya. So, not great, but also kind of hard to believe Joanne's operating out of feminism when she sends her love to people who say they
reject the idea of feminism outright.
For all of these things, you can say, maybe she didn't know. Well, people told her. And she didn't say, oh, hey, I didn't know this was a homophobe. I'm calling takes backsies on that big love and all 3 of the X's I sent. Or even, well, Caroline's changed her mind and she supports same-sex marriage now. Nope. Nothing. A big silly goose egg. And then there was the brunch, a who's gross of gender-critical ideology. And all the usual suspects are there. Maya Forstater, now known for crying over a cartoon aliens junk for days and calling for the segregation of all trans people from all single-sex facilities. Julie Bindel, who in high school was voted most likely to fall down, scrape her knee, and blame trans women for it. Helen Joyce, who called for the reduction of trans people. Allison Bailey, founder of the anti-trans group LGB Alliance, who accused trans people of putting lemons in her yard to scare her because I guess lemon sounds like lesbian. Then there's Leanne Timmerman of Get the L Out, a group that wants to take away almost all trans rights, including banning them from public spaces, blocking healthcare, and once published a report claiming all transsexuals rape women's bodies. This brunch reportedly happened at the same time as a march for trans rights. The protest was to urge Prime Minister Boris Johnson to include trans people in the UK's ban on conversion therapy. The legislation covered gay conversion therapy, but left it legal for trans people to still be subjected to inhumane cruelty. Though Joanne had once said,
I'd march with you if you were discriminated against on the basis of being trans.
It seems that was a hollow sentiment. While the streets were filled with people fighting for a fundamental human right, the right to be safe from medical torture and abuse, Joanne was tweeting about how drunk she'd need to be to hook up with a woman. Gal pals, girl brunch, and gay bash. Where did you go? You missed like a third of my arguments. I had to take a break because of the spider. I could have died. I'm severely allergic to like anything ugly. But yeah. Okay, that's me. Do you have my check or should You know what? I'm not climbing those stairs. I'll just ask the who brought me the fan.
Bye.
So much of what Joanne does is done publicly because that's what she's good for, her huge platform. She doesn't really have any unique ideas about gender or trans people or feminism. She's like an adult human megaphone. But that raises questions about the podcast, The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Questions like, if Joanne already has such an immense platform, why would she need to talk to Megan Phelps Roper? Megan has like 70,000 followers, orders of magnitude less than Joanne's. It's because Megan has managed to cultivate a brand, an image, a reputation, right? Like, she's not only a good person, but a changed woman forged in the fires of adversity who became a truly selfless person, a beacon of hope. An expert on hate groups and changing minds, someone so unable to tolerate hate that she'd leave her own family and everything she knew behind. She used to harass and abuse LGBTQ+ people, but now she's changed. She's seen the light, and she's an ally to the community. If someone like that could be a mouthpiece for the rehabilitation of Joanne's image, Joanne's gender-critical ideology would be nearly unassailable. Megan the Phelps would never be gal pals with a hater. And maybe they would have been able to argue that if Megan Phelps Roper was all of those things. But when you look closer at her story, when you read her words and watch her interviews, when you scroll back through her social media, a different image comes into focus. Clearer now that you're seeing more than just the narrative she presents. So who is she? Who is Megan Phelps Roper really? Let's find out. I'd like to start the service today with a line from the good book. Jael and I had this great routine whereby we'd grab a sign from the truck. Her favorite was fag equals AIDS, while I preferred egg god equals rectum with the skull and the crossbones underneath. And then we'd plant ourselves somewhere on the picket line and we'd chat it up for half an hour. Oh, sorry, my bad. That's a quote from Unfollow, a memoir of loving and leaving the Westboro Baptist Church by Megan Phelps Roper. I meant to read out this. Thank God for AIDS. You won't repent of your rebellion that brought his wrath on you in this incurable scourge, so expect more and worse. Sorry, also, Megan, this deaf is not the King James version I ordered. Weird. The first time I heard of Megan herself was around 5 years ago. I had watched a TED Talk of hers called I Grew Up in the Westboro Baptist Church. Here's Why I Left Not Clickbait 2023. It was recommended to me by a straight ally in service of informing me the best way to bridge divides between queer people and homophobes.
You should be more patient with these people. That's how you change their minds. If it can change hers, it can change anyone's.
This was in response to my telling someone to shut the F up because they commented "fucking fat" under one of my photos. Let's just say I'm not a huge fan of tone policing, so while I went into the TED Talk with an open mind, I wasn't exactly confident that this woman would have revolutionary information for me that would touch on things I'd never considered, about how to best defend myself from something she'd never experienced, and she didn't. Megan details her life growing up in the Westboro Baptist Church, an extremist religious cult, though she doesn't call it that. Westboro was comprised mostly of her family members, run by her grandfather, Fred Phelps. She spent her childhood and her life singing weird, bigoted parodies of popular songs,
You'll see what he's got. 9/11. You ain't got.
Picketing at the side of the road,
He hates all you do because you love fornicating.
or at the funerals of gay people and soldiers outside synagogues. She advocated for the death penalty for fascism. Honestly, though, that song is a bop, and they have choreo for it. I'm gonna learn it. It was only after years on Twitter spreading hate speech that people outside her family were actually able to shake her unwavering convictions by being kind, patient, and calm with her, as opposed to the people who shouted her down online and in person. It's a milquetoast speech, and it never really asks any meaningful questions, let alone answers them. At the time, I didn't look into it any further, as nothing she said was even remotely novel. It was like listening to a kid explain how they learn to share. It's very cute, but probably not something you're gonna walk away from with new insight. Like, oh my god, I never thought to be calm or ask questions before. Thanks, Maggie. Her entire thesis is built around and centers her own experiences as the attacker, the bigot, the abuser. She offers a shallow, incomplete, and at times seemingly deliberately inaccurate retelling of her own story.
They were the digital version of the screaming hordes I'd been seeing at protests since I was a kid. But in the midst of that digital brawl, a strange pattern developed. Someone would arrive at my profile with the usual rage and scorn. I would respond with a custom mix of Bible verses, pop culture references, and smiley faces. They would be understandably confused and caught off guard, but then a conversation would ensue. And it was civil, full of genuine curiosity on both sides.
On both sides?
This framing here makes her sound quirky, fun, you know? Sure, she's a bigot. Sure, she's abusive. But at the end of the day, she did just say it was civil. She's being honest and admitting she was wrong. Why shouldn't we forgive her? Quick question. Would you say that the following is civil, full of genuine curiosity?
Just like with Matt Shepard, the media lied to push sin and silence dissent. #sick, #culture of death. Same-sex marriage begins in Vermont today. God hates enablers. Today is World AIDS Day. Another year and millions more are dead or infected by this promised curse from God that you cannot heal. Figs are Jews, and Jews are figs. Lol.
Which one was most civil, do you think? I personally think it was the one about God hating fag enablers, because it showed she didn't just hate gay people. She also hated anyone that supported us. A true centrist. Okay. I can't wear this anymore. I'm so uncomfortable. Hold on. Okay. Better. I will say this now. I don't think Megan's out there saying things like Jews are fags lol anymore. As far as I can tell, she's left her shitlord era behind her and is going for a more cringy, cottagecore, love thy neighbor persona these days. But the TED Talk revealed something about her mindset, something that would be echoed throughout her memoir. It's always been about her journey, her growth, her redemption. And the marginalized people she harmed, abused, attacked along the way, they are but plot. NPCs that existed only to further her journey along the path to change. Whenever the discussion of her attacks on other people on Twitter come up, she looks back on those times almost fondly, because the conversations on Twitter with the people who decided to give her dozens of chances and the benefit of the doubt were part of what started her down her road to lessening how extreme her views were. And through all her self-reflection in the memoir and in her talks and writing, she makes one thing very clear. She believes that these kinds of interactions are necessary to changing minds, and that changing the minds of bigots is the goal we should all be working towards. And by the wayside, the silent topic she never even touches on, her victims. The people she harassed, slurred, the people who saw her tweets and thought, if this is how the world is, do I even want to live in it? The people who saw her protesting at the funerals of dead gay children and thought, will she do that to my family? The core of the flaw in Megan's worldview is her attempt at maintaining a centrist ideology. She thinks all of that, everything she's done, was worth it for her personal growth. May I suggest reading a book or going to therapy? Standing on the backs of marginalized people so that you can reach your own goals isn't leaving bigotry and homophobia behind. But I bet if you asked her, she would say she's no longer homophobic. But what has she done to atone? Ceasing to pick at gay people's funerals and ceasing to call queer people faggots isn't actually doing anything. It's the opposite of doing something. It's like so far below the bare minimum of allyship.
I realized now I needed to learn. I needed to listen. This had been at the front of my mind lately because I can't help but see in our public discourse so many of the same destructive impulses that ruled my former church. We celebrate tolerance and diversity more than at any other time in memory, and still we grow more and more divided. We want good things: justice, equality, freedom, dignity, prosperity, but the path we've chosen looks so much like the one I walked away from 4 years ago. We've broken the world into us and them, only emerging from our bunkers long enough to lob rhetorical grenades at the other camp. We write off half the country as out-of-touch liberal elites or racist, misogynist bullies. no nuance, no complexity, no humanity. Even when someone does call for empathy and understanding for the other side, the conversation nearly always devolves into a debate about who deserves more empathy.
That's true. Why should we say Nazis deserve less empathy than the people they want to genocide? I never thought about it that way before. We celebrate tolerance and diversity more than at any other time in memory, and still we grow more and more divided. Yeah, the division is a backlash to that tolerance and diversity. It is formed in direct opposition to it, to people gaining rights and freedoms. And there's no compromise on that doesn't only harm marginalized people and only favor those that wish them harm.
This path has brought us cruel, sniping, deepening polarization, and even outbreaks of violence. I remember this path. It will not take us where we want to go. What gives me hope is that we can do something about this. The good news is that it's simple. And the bad news is that it's hard. We have to talk and listen to people we disagree with.
That would be great, but Megan applies this to people like she was, to what she was doing, calling for the deaths of gay people. How would this even play out? I want you dead, faggot! Okay, I'm listening, I'm learning, I'm empathizing.
It's hard because we often can't fathom how the other side came to their positions. It's hard because righteous indignation, that sense of certainty that ours is the right side, is so seductive.
Again, this is said in the context of tweets like this.
Thugs are Jews, and Jews are thugs. Lol.
That sense of certainty that ours is the right side is so seductive. So like, I know you don't understand this because your side was literally a hate cult with a compound. One side actually is the right side, and it isn't the side that says stuff like, I should be allowed to harm other people without consequences for my own personal growth, you pinhead. And righteous indignation about someone being able to freely tweet that deserve to die of AIDS without being removed from Twitter is more than reasonable. It's things like this that lead me to believe she really, truly has no clue about the extent of the harm she's done and no clue what the she's talking about.
It's hard because it means extending empathy and compassion to people who show us hostility and contempt. The impulse to respond in kind is so tempting, but that isn't who we want to be. We can resist.
I am resisting. You're tone policing. I fundamentally disagree that being nicer to bigots makes the world better for anyone but the bigots, and that policing the way marginalized people speak only furthers their marginalization. Have you been on Twitter lately? Ooh. You were asking me to extend empathy and compassion in the face of systemic abuse, stochastic terrorism, and calls for my death simply for existing. We are in a fight for our actual rights, our lives, while the people you want me to show compassion to gleefully send me death threats. Recount the tales of my suicidality after being the victim of a hate crime, telling me that I was right. I should have killed myself. There's no nuance, no context allowed in Megan's framework. It's simply, are you being nice? If yes, continue. If no, that isn't who you want to be, resist the urge to fight back. I will extend empathy. Often. I will assume positive intent when there's actually a reason to. But I will not spend my life trying to convince bigots that I deserve rights on Twitter. And Megan, I can see your account. You're not doing it either. You're out platforming transphobes and going on Joe Rogan like, you don't even respond to 95% of the people being critical of your philosophy. The air is thick with hypocrisy, sweaty. It smells like a grift in there. This is a neoliberal empathy psyop. So no, I don't think I will resist anything but your respectability politics. But thank you so much for the advice. That was disingenuous. I'm so annoying. The reason why Megan's philosophy falls apart so quickly is it's 2D, paper thin, a Post-it note. It completely ignores the power structures and systemic issues that lead to bigotry and oppression. Growing up in the church and then leaving hasn't given her insight into both sides, though she seems to think it has. Her empathy with bigots is always stronger than her concern for the harm they've caused, that she's caused. She can only see things from her perspective. She based her entire conception
I'm your
of
God.
how work on one person's experiences.
I'm your God.
And then
I only gave you those two options.
And what she ended up with was a
fun
philosophy.
contribution. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. For 5 months. Holy cow. That's amazing. Thank you.
That doesn't actually work when applied to de-radicalizing bigots. She thinks we need to stop thinking of the world as us versus them because we're all a lot more alike than different. And we need to be kinder to each other because kindness is what led her to entering her #redemption era. Basically, the baddies are really goodies doing baddings because they think it's goodings. And once they know their goodings are actually baddings, the baddies will become goodies. No, girl. Some people just think gay people are disgusting. And people who discuss them that much are beneath them. And people who are beneath them obviously shouldn't be treated as equal to them. Some white woman who calls the police on 2 black kids selling lemonade isn't doing it because she's really concerned about whether they have a business license and a food safety permit. Not everyone is you. Hell, you weren't even the you that you said you were. Most of your memoir alludes to the fact that you wouldn't even have really questioned things if it weren't for this old-ass man being nice to you and playing off-brand Scrabble with you in the hopes you'd eventually meet cute. It was incredibly frustrating to read through her entire memoir and see that she was constructing a worldview based on something she literally just didn't understand. And it was a bit unsettling to see her confidently preaching that worldview with as much assurance and confidence as her grandfather. I wonder if she ever stops and realizes that. If she's ever standing in front of an audience, like her grandfather stood in front of the congregation, the cult, and asks herself, why am I confident enough in my beliefs to preach them? Speaking of Freddie Phelps, throughout her memoir and in interviews, when Megan discusses her grandfather, head of the church and virulent bigot, she almost always does so with a sort of loving pride. He was a lawyer, a good person. He was very smart. He was actually very pro-civil rights, a story she tells over and over, but never includes that other family members that have left the cult have said he was a horrible racist. This information has been out there since 2013. Maybe Megan believes her brother is lying. Maybe she thinks calling someone the content of the faxes isn't racist, so there's no reason to bring it up. And subsequently, sanitizing the image of this man. She honestly seems to hold quite a lot of affection for him still. But as far as I'm concerned, he can eat dirt. And he probably does, because he's very dead. If you want more information on Fred Phelps, we actually covered him in the very first episode of my podcast, Respect the Dead, the podcast where we don't. And instead, we talk a lot of shit about the most terrible people in history, like Fred Phelps, after they aren't alive, so they don't have to feel bullied about starting a hate cult. Seemingly, Megan doesn't provide the full story about the kind of man, the kind of bigot that Fred Phelps was. So I wonder, why should we believe her when it comes to Joanne? I should say that though I refer to the church Megan was raised in as a cult, she doesn't seem to appreciate that label. At least, she doesn't really use it. Usually, I would use the language a person uses themselves to describe their own experiences, but throughout the interviews and her memoir, Megan, perhaps completely unintentionally, routinely sanitizes the history and image of the Westboro Baptist Church, both through missing context and using language that frames the people pushing back against the church's abuse as almost equally culpable to the church.
They came every week in the beginning. Young punks and diseased, probably got AIDS, Gramps would say. Others with half their heads shaved and the other half covered by long black hair that hung in greasy strands across ugly faces. Mobs of angry counter-protesters. Angry, screeching, violent wearers of neon muscle shirts and fanny packs. And I was afraid.
My charitable interpretation of why Megan still speaks this way about her opponents is that she was raised and indoctrinated at the furthest possible end of the political spectrum. Okay, think about it this way. On a scale of 0 to 10, she was a -10. And now, sitting comfortably at a 0 to her, she appears to be sitting in the middle. The middle being advocating for Donald Trump to be kept on Twitter and liking way too many Jordan Peterson tweets about cancel culture to be healthy for anyone. It seems like for Megan, any action that goes a couple of points away from that 0 is choosing one side over another, and to her, it triggers something. It's too similar to her upbringing. Her litmus test for whether something is good or bad is often reduced to, Does this remind me of the Westboro Baptist Church? If the answer is yes, then the action is unethical. But her analysis lacks nuance, depth. It seems to happen in a vacuum. It seems like when she sees people being aggressively defensive, it triggers memories of what I assume would cause her great shame.
By my late teens, I'd begun to describe Westboro as aggressively defensive. We were only responding to the malice that had been unfairly heaped upon us. We had not started this fight, but America, land of the sodomite damned, steeped in a church culture that demanded we disregard, dismiss, and disdain unacceptable feelings of every kind, both within the church itself and among the community without. We became desensitized to the reality of the havoc we were wreaking on the lives of our targets. The only pain that mattered was ours.
The parallel drawn in her mind seems to be obvious. Doesn't the far left cancel culture mob also say only marginalized people's pain matters? That people should hold disdain for unacceptable feelings? That we say we're only being aggressively defensive against a world of malice that is heaped upon us? So what's the difference? She speaks like hate groups, and the people who dedicate their lives to fighting them are cut from the same cloth. Although she probably wouldn't call Westboro a hate group either.
They're classified as a hate group. But this is one of the fundamental misunderstandings that the world has of Westboro, I believe. We were taught that what we were doing was the definition of love. So the church does not see what they're doing as hateful. They see it as delivering this vital message to mankind.
When asked if she still believes that the church was operating out of love, her answer is very clear.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, come on. Her understanding here is such a flat, cartoonishly two-dimensional understanding of what a hate group is. It's like if an empty bottle of table syrup wrote a book about forgiving racists. Like,
That's such a dashing portrait of me. Yeah, I thought you might appreciate it. You're welcome. I like my hair like that. Yeah. Classic. I just like to do the background first because then I can rest my hand on it like a lazy, dirty painter.
Like, what am I supposed to do with this? I can't use this for anything. They say it's love, so it's not really hate. It's the kind of thing you say when you still don't understand that telling someone that they deserve to die for being a is hatred, even if you're having fun while you do it. Even if to you, it feels like love. And it's because of moments like this, the way she frames her family and herself, both in her memoir and appearances, I found myself more hesitant to take her statements at face value. It is my belief that Megan still has a long road ahead of her. De-radicalization doesn't happen all at once, I'm sure she would agree. But should she be giving advice on how to interact with and speak to bigots when she still looks at the world through Phelps-tinted lenses? And I struggle at a point because the root of all of this is that Megan is the survivor of a cult, of brainwashing, of abuse and violence. She did not choose to hold the beliefs she held. In fact, she eventually chose not to have them. Yes, it was when she was already well into adulthood at 26, but what's the right age to leave a cult when it means losing your family and community? What age is an appropriate limit for you to shake off decades of indoctrination without accountability? But on the other hand, Megan has also perpetuated that cycle of abuse. She was an adult who had been exposed to plenty of ideas and arguments counter to her beliefs. It wasn't like Scientology. She wasn't sequestered away. She went to a public school. She knew her family's beliefs were wild AF. And despite that, she directly harmed so many people, caused so much pain, and did it gleefully.
On December evenings, I'd don my colorful winter coat, pick up a sign, and belt out the lyrics with gusto alongside my uncles and cousins, illuminated by streetlights or the glow of the marquee announcing the Nutcracker at the Topeka Performing Arts Center. 5 golden showers. Preparation H3, bloody rectums 2, shaven gerbils, and a vat of KY jelly.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Ellen DeGeneres is a filthy...
I'll be right back.
And she's going to hell for eternity. I said calmly, and then quoted the best clobber verse against gays from Leviticus. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is abomination. I thought for a second and then added, plus she's not funny at all. I hadn't seen any of Ellen's comedy or television, but it never hurt to toss in an insult like that for good measure. I reported the call to my mom when she returned home, basking in her laugh as I recounted my repartee with the radio hosts. Cleverly articulating Westborough's message would become one of the most reliable ways to earn affirmation from my mother and grandfather, and I cherished every opportunity to do so. Plus, it was fun.
Listen, we all hate Ellen, but plus it was fun. It's hard to read things like that. It's hard to be part of the community she targeted and see how natural it was to her, how easy. On one hand, she was in a religious cult, but on the other hand, if deeply held religious beliefs are considered justification for abusing, harassing, and calling for the deaths of LGBTQ plus people, there's gonna be a lot more dead LGBTQ plus people. And I'm taking a stand against that, actually. At what point does one become responsible for their actions? When is someone forgiven for their past? When they've changed? When they've atoned? What's atonement? Who decides that? I can't definitively answer that. I can say what I believe, though. I believe that in the decades since she's left the church, she spent more time talking about how we all need to be nicer to each other than about how LGBTQ plus people are discriminated against. That she spent more time discussing the importance of being able to tweet shit like Jews equals lol as part of a bigot's journey to de-radicalization than the dangerous rising anti-Semitism in the West. And somehow, still, through all of this, she's positioned herself as having some sort of unique insight into these topics. All you need is $25,000 to $39,000 and you can have her come and give you a talk peppered with jokes about how anti-Semitic she used to be.
And I brought him kosher chocolate and held a God hates Jews sign.
And I'm sorry, but I'm just not convinced. I've now spent dozens of hours reading, listening, watching Megan describe her experiences being raised in what has been called America's most hated family.
Hello? What the fuck? My AirPods just disconnected as soon as I started washing my hands. So fucking rude. For no fucking reason. I didn't touch them or anything. They like can't even go through one wall anymore? Like what? Why? I'm pretty sure they're charged like 34%. Should be fine. Ugh. I'm tired. Too tired for this shit.
I've also looked deeper than her words, at her online presence, at the things that are revealed about her through her social media fingerprints. Okay. Just this one time, can we just, I know it's been deemed cancel culture to look at what people like on Twitter, but let's just take like 90 seconds to sample some of the sentiments Megan has liked in the past 2 years.
As many forms of bigotry have waned in America over recent decades, another form has blossomed. Democrat versus Republican.
Sorry, it's a private company. It can do whatever it wants. Elon Musk buys Twitter and does freedom. Wait, no, not like that.
White people are the oppressor. But she's not racist. We're all the oppressor, sunshine, and the oppressed. That's the eternal existential situation of mankind. Find Satan in your own heart, Doc.
Political correctness is America's newest form of intolerance, and it is especially pernicious because it comes disguised as tolerance. It presents itself as fairness, yet attempts to restrict and control people's language with strict codes and rigid rules.
Kyle Rittenhouse didn't carry the gun across state lines.
One doesn't need to believe that left-wing authoritarians are as numerous or as threatening as their right-wing counterparts to grasp that both phenomena are a problem.
Here's a fun tip for you all. If you have the power to get someone fired or otherwise ruin their life, you are not a powerless, marginalized other.
Is the person a woman? In which case those who complained about her penis are terrible bigots. Or a man, in which case they are victims of a crime. I am who I say I am, says only the word of the person with the penis and the criminal record counts.
It's the abject failure of the revolutionary queer crowd to hijack and repurpose same-sex marriage that led them to move on and hijack transgender issues, where alas they've succeeded.
I have to say, You can take the girl out of Westboro, but I'm not convinced you can take the Westboro out of the girl. She's still so far from being an ally to the pigs like me that she called for the deaths of. You can maybe argue that she shouldn't be held accountable for her actions while in a cult, should be forgiven, but what about her actions after? Maybe she should be forgiven, but it doesn't even seem like she's really asking for forgiveness. She's just claiming, for cash, that it's actually better for society to allow abuse of marginalized people in order to provide the abuser a chance to find personal growth and maybe stop abusing people at some undetermined point in the future. Only, we aren't your fucking punching bags. We aren't here for you to use as a stepping stone on your voyage of personal growth. You are a single person, and it would have been less harmful to the world to let them block you from every platform and leave you standing on the side of the road with your little sign to rot. People should be given room and space to change, the grace to stumble in that change and get back up. And nobody has been given more of that than Megan. But her changes are surface level. Change isn't the same as growth. She is at her core still selfish. She hasn't changed her character, just her story.
I love @Joe Rogan. When he had me on his show, I remember feeling kind of sick at the start when he dove right into the hardest questions about my family's protests at soldiers' funerals. But he was graceful, funny, curious, and a wonderful host. That's why people listen to him. We spoke lots on free speech in that app, and I still believe addressing ideas in public, even ones we vehemently disagree with, is infinitely superior to suppressing them. No single person will always get it right, but @Joe Rogan's transparency and good faith are a damn good foundation.
But giving free speech to misinformation or even racist speech isn't an alternative view. That's the thing.
I spent 4 years spreading some of the most homophobic content on this platform, and the fact that I was able to do that is also what allowed people to argue against me and to show me where I was wrong. Suppressing bad ideas doesn't stop people from believing them. Persuasion does.
Apparently, Megan remains a free speech even when it's hate speech advocate, just like when she was in Westboro. She remains confident enough to preach her message to the world, just like when she was in Westboro. And she remains unable to see that the people she harmed deserve to be protected from what she did to them, even if it wouldn't suit her goals, just like when she was in Westboro. Last year on Twitter, someone actually managed to almost get a real answer out of her about this.
Megan, what do you consider the net effect of you spreading homophobic content for 4 years? That it reduced total homophobia in the world by allowing yourself to be argued against, or to increase it by persuading others?
I was a terrible, terrible evangelist. My family's ideology and /war tactics were anathema to functionally 100% of humans. I annoyed people, made them angry, enraged even that I was allowed to say such things, and hurt many feelings. But I persuaded no one of our beliefs.
This is giving VTuber apology video.
Sorry if I hurt your feelings when I said the state should execute you. I hadn't thought about how that would...
Oh my god! Oh my god, this is amazing.
Look for me out of context for my sponsors.
She is so certain, so assured that her open bigotry didn't inspire more, that if she had persuaded anyone, she definitely would know about it.
You know what would pep you up? 3 gerbils, 2 bloody rectums, and a vat of KY jelly. Oh my god, oh my god. It is kind of a bop. I wonder if someone has remixed it and made it, like, good.
This is naivety to the point of willful ignorance. She can't possibly believe that she actually persuaded 0 people to do something a little more extreme, because her abuse didn't exist in a vacuum. When you move the anti-gay overtone window to the right, it gives the people lobbying to restrict queer rights something they can point to say, this bill I wrote isn't homophobic, I'll show you homophobic. That's real homophobia. It makes everything less than the worst seem less bad. Yeah, I don't support gay marriage, but I'm not like out on the street saying they're gonna burn in hell. I'm not a homophobe. I don't even know what that accent was. Tell me, Megan, How do you know your tweets, your preaching, didn't convince someone to go home and kick?
Even the worst of us can still fluke out. Yeah. A broken clock, still right twice a day. Even homophobes could write a banger, you know.
Out their gay kid, or worse. During the time she was spreading some of the most homophobic content on the platform, there were waves of suicides of LGBTQ plus kids. It is, in fact, what started the It Gets Better campaign, to provide the opposite messaging to what people like Megan were saying.
Megan, do you think there might be larger consequences to a perpetual tidal wave of just asking questions about someone's right to exist?
Yeah.
How many people paid the price for Megan's redemption arc? Are still paying the price? And when exactly was she planning on paying them back? Or is this the payback? If you can't say for certain what harms you caused, what impact you had, you can just not speak about it in absolutes. Fuck. Redemption must be really easy when you literally don't even have to own up to the extent of what you've done. Like, she can't look past her own experiences in any regard, even when it comes to sources of bigotry. To her, it's all Westboro indoctrination, someone who needs to be persuaded. But there are bad actors who spread deliberate disinformation in order to sow dissent. You can't persuade someone out of believing something they don't even believe to be true. She also clearly doesn't seem to know what it's like to be an LGBTQ plus person online, because her family's tactics on social media are a lot more common than she thinks. In real life, too. In fact, a man who came to do a documentary on her family was convinced to join the Westboro Baptist Church with his entire family. Prior to that, he says he wasn't even homophobic. He was like, gays? Gays are cool, live and let live. And now his kids are child laboring in the God Hates Factory, making signs for the next picket. And not to be pedantic here, but functionally 100% of humans is also such a slimy way to phrase something. She said, we only would have been able to convince like 4 million people that gays deserve the death penalty. That's a drop in the bucket when you don't think about it. She's always like this when she talks about the harm she's caused. There's always a linguistic trick she employs, always context missing, always a focus on her and her experiences. Which is why I had a question looming over me as I spent days poring over pretty much everything she's done. What has she even done to make any of this right? There's just barely any discussion of making amends, any real humility, which is weird because her experience isn't all that special. Her story isn't all that unique, but it's all she has. In every other way, she seems entirely unremarkable as a bigot. Be nice to each other and don't do cancel culture is bottom of the barrel analysis, and as a worldview is so childishly flat as to be dangerous when applied. But still, she's confident her way is the right way, and she's willing to advocate for marginalized people's suffering in order to get it. She looks down at the harm, the hate, the calls for gay people's deaths, and not only thinks, I think that's reasonable, that I get to decide if all of that, everything I did was worth it, but still also lands on, oh my god, yes, girl, it totally was. You should try it. Here, have some of my F slurs. I'm not using them anymore.
Have some.
I'll just keep a few, but you can have the rest. I don't want to open the case in my trunk just yet. Wait, did I mention this yet? She's so comfy in her audiobook. She's dropping F slurs, the N word. She's going for it. Like, I'm sure she thinks it's chill because it's in the context of, I'm discussing these issues in the abstract, not actually using the slurs. But like, by chapter 4, I was convinced she wrote the book just so she could say her comfort word again. Come on, Maggie. You know you want to say it with me. Everything she's done publicly after leaving Westboro seems to function nearly entirely in service of Megan. I reached out to her and I told her I was doing this video and that I was going to talk about this very thing, offered her the ability to reach out and comment. I didn't get a reply. Most people don't.
Some level of self-delusion has to be at play, for sure. Yeah, you would have to. You would have to be kidding yourself just to get through the day.
I thought maybe she has an alt where she spends her days doing the arguing with bigots she tells everyone else we should have to do. Or maybe she's out there volunteering at LGBTQ plus centers every day. And she'd want me to know that. Would it change much? Maybe. But maybe not if the problem is that she still doesn't understand that queer people are not here to be abused every time some bigot needs to glow up. That we are people who deserve to be protected from abuse and violence. I personally haven't seen any evidence she understands that. In fact, she seems to be too busy building a mythos, a brand. From $10,000 to $39,000 a pop, she's selling a story. And I'm just not buying it. On Valentine's Day of 2023, less than 2 weeks before I filmed this, Megan dropped a tweet that came as a surprise to a lot of people.
Last year, at JK_Rowling responded to a letter I wrote her. I'd asked if she'd be part of a conversation seeking to understand her perspective and those of her critics. The result is a new audio series from @TheFP, The Witch Trials of JK
You're kidding. You're kidding. Oh my god.
I smashed that link so fast, and from the moment I finished Megan's essay, I understood what she was doing and why. It was what people have been doing for celebrities and overprivileged people with power forever, rewriting the narrative, rearranging and removing the facts until it tells a different story than what happened, or than what's still happening. And it feels like that's what Megan did. She misrepresents what happened in so many ways that I have to wonder if it was intentional. In her retelling of the events of Joanne's cancellation of 2020, she leaves out huge chunks of context, as well as many statements from Rowling in explaining what led to the backlash, and then she outright changes the entire sequence of events to suit her narrative. Here's how Megan describes the initial event and backlash.
It all blew up in the summer of 2020. People who menstruate, Rowling wrote on Twitter, quoting a headline. I'm sure there used to be a word for those people. Someone help me out. Womben, Wimpund, Woomud, she continued. If sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully.
No one was erasing it. No one was erasing it. Literally no one.
Discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth. It's hard to capture the breadth of the firestorm that followed.
As we've covered, a lot more happened than that on Joanne's side, but I'm not going to go at this play by play, so for the sake of time and my patience, let's all pretend that that is a complete and accurate retelling of events. Sure, whatever. What comes next is so far from the truth, I have a hard time believing it wasn't intentionally framed this way.
Rowling's words led to a revolt among the staff at one of her publishers, an outcry from some of her most ardent fans, and a torrent of negative headlines in news outlets around the globe. Actors who had grown up on the Harry Potter film sets, people she had known since they were children, distanced themselves from her. Many of Rowling's former fans began calling for boycotts. They removed photos of her from their websites and Potter tattoos from their bodies. TikTokers started a trend of covering her name on books and book jackets and tore her books apart. Players of Quidditch, the fictional sport she invented, ultimately changed its name to dissociate themselves from her. The abhorrence of Rowling has at times been so intense that it's led to the actual burning of her books. A recent novel even includes a scene where Rowling
Quad Paul shout out, yo.
herself is killed in a fire. In response to a flood of calls for her to apologize, Rowling refused to back down. Instead, she published an essay.
Except, here's the thing. Of Megan's 12 examples of backlash Rowling received before refusing to back down and instead bravely publishing an essay on the internet, 11 happened after the essay was published. In fact, many happened largely in response to the essay, with a third of them happening years later. Either Megan is being intentionally manipulative here, or she's a terrible writer. Well, it can be both. It might be both. But I would say that either of those things, and especially those two things combined, should be enough for the editors to not have published the article as is. But hey, IMO, the Free Press definitely is looking to make clickable content, not like accurate and morally sound content. And it's not just the essay. The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling is also produced by the Free Press, an independent media company founded by U.S. journalist Barry Weiss, a writer with a history of promoting and platforming gender-critical and anti-trans views.
And so last summer, I headed to Scotland. Rowling was ready for the conversation, the details of how and why she came to drop a hand grenade into Twitter with her tweets in 2020. Rowling told me that she took that step with full knowledge of the magnitude of the backlash her statements would cause. I never set out to upset anyone, she told me. However, I was not comfortable with getting off my pedestal. of the fans who accused Rowling of ruining her life.
Yeah, immediately smacks of Bella's point of view. Yeah, very unbiased, just truth-telling out here. Definitely not spinning a narrative.
Legacy, the author said, "You could not have misunderstood me more profoundly."
I bet Trump is mad that she stole his title. I bet he was going to name his memoir that. The Witch Trials of Donald Trump.
Of that, Joanne, we nearly agree. I too believe you are misunderstood entirely by liberals, centrists, and to some degree, even your roving gang of dinosaur fans. They misunderstand your intent, don't see through the dog whistles and euphemisms, look at your carefully chosen words, and don't read anything between the lines. Misunderstood? Absolutely. And that serves your goals in like every possible way. BT Dubs, my podcast, just released a very special video episode where we get drunk, have fun, and talk about the death of JK Rowling's legacy. You can find it everywhere, but the video episode is on our YouTube channel and it's linked in the description.
Maybe somebody needs to just be like, Joanne, Paris Hilton is a cis woman.
Joanne.
She's just very tall.
Nicole Richie is just 2'4".
She just looks huge next to Nicole Richie.
It's clear that Megan identifies with Rowling, sees similarities in their experiences, and I agree that they are similar. Maybe not for the reasons that Megan would say, but...
Like Rowling, I knew what it was like to be an object of intense hatred. But I also knew the value of good faith conversation, and the role it can play in bridging even the deepest divides.
It seems she feels fundamentally misunderstood, that she's reached across the aisle and now it's our turn. But we understand why she was standing at the funerals of AIDS victims, just like we understand why Joanne targets trans people. I spent a year undercover in gender-critical communities and made 3 documentaries on my time in them. I get it. You're not complicated. You're not an enigma. You're just self-absorbed numbskulls who can't see past your own noses. The thing is that Megan should know that by platforming transphobia, she's furthering transphobia. She knows that this is the kind of attention that they want, what they need.
Absolutely. You know, it was so funny. We would laugh at the places where there would be an article in an op-ed or a letter to the editor saying, "Don't give these people any attention. That's what they want." And we would just laugh and say like, yeah, keep ignoring us. You're doing a great job. You know, anytime my mom used to say we were like a tar baby, anytime they touch us, it's just like it immediately just starts spreading everywhere. There's nothing. There is no way that you can address Westboro in a way that doesn't propagate their message somehow. And they don't care what negative attention they get. They don't care how many names you call them or how negatively you present the message. As long as you are including records from any of their signs, they're happy about it.
It seems Megan only gets triggered by Westboro tactics when they're used against people she agrees with. And there's such a false dichotomy here. I agree. I don't think it helps to completely isolate people and pretend they don't exist, but you don't have to hand them a megaphone either. Why can centrists never just find the fucking center? Obviously, the announcement of the podcast caused a backlash. People were understandably upset. One of the main criticisms was that the title firmly placed Joanne as an innocent victim.
Given the title, it's pretty easy to see how unbiased it is. Not.
To which Megan responded,
"The title is ambiguous." Toward the end of our conversations, I spent a long time talking with @JK_Rowling about discernment, about how a person can ever know if they're standing up for what's right or joining a moral panic. I think you'll be surprised by the thoughts she shares.
Both Joanne and Megan have at points compared the LGBTQ+ community being rightfully upset at Joanne to a witch trial. But witch trials involved, torture, death, and Joanne has stated that even using the word cancel has led to an increase in revenue for her. Oh, it's a witch trial? Were you burned at the stake? Was your life taken? Did you die? She said, making more money is the same as being brutally murdered by the state. Oh my God, I love your clown nose. Where did you get it? Megan has said that the podcast should have a balanced vibe, paraphrasing, but it doesn't so far. And she also said that she's talked to trans people as well as Joanne. The only trans person who has spoken up about being in the podcast has expressed regret that she did it. Shortly after the announcement of the podcast, a vocal critic of Joanne tweeted out a thread detailing that she too was interviewed for the podcast. The critic being Natalie Wynn, a trans YouTuber known as ContraPoints, whose video discussing JK Rowling and her transphobia has over 6 million views. I'm going to share her words in their entirety because what Megan did to Natalie was both par for the course with cis people covering anything to do with trans people, as well as deeply disgusting. Natalie hits the nail on the head with her statement.
Last year, I received an email from Megan Phelps Roper, estranged daughter of the Westboro Baptist Church. She asked if I'd give an interview for a podcast on J.K. Rowling, the world's foremost champion of backlash to trans rights. I agreed. This was a serious lapse in judgment. Here's what I was thinking at the time. Megan is a famous reformed bigot. She used to picket funerals holding a God hates sign. She told me she had personally interviewed J.K. Rowling and had confronted her with talking points from my video. She'd spoken to J.K. Rowling about me and thought it seemed only right to speak to me about J.K. Rowling. This is what was pitched to me. I took the bait and consented to a pretty miserable 3-hour interrogation about my own transition, as well as the usual concerns about trans rights. At the end of the interview, Megan asked if I had any advice about the project. I said that the one thing she definitely should not do is frame the conflict as a debate between two equally legitimate sides. Trans people versus transphobes both have some good points.
Yeah, definitely not good people on both sides. I would not say that.
Now clear that this is exactly what she's done, how she's conceptualized the project from
the shitstorm, yeah.
The outset. Her stance seems to be that trans people and transphobes are equally dogmatic and combative, that if we could all just have a calm, civil conversation, empathy would prevail. She thinks this way because of her experience leaving the Westboro Baptist Church, aided by people on Twitter who kindly pushed back against her former hateful views. From this, she's extrapolated an entire political worldview. The basic problem facing humanity is too much polarization, incivility, the aggrieved gaze, the mourning families of dead soldiers screaming back at her. You don't de-radicalize a bigot that way. Instead, the argument goes, we should approach bigots with love and compassion. There's a truth here about rhetoric, but it's been disastrously misapplied. The fundamental problem is that Megan only understands bigotry from the bigot's point of view. Her experience with the Westboro Baptist Church has given her a heightened capacity to sympathize with bigots and a diminished capacity to reckon with the harm done to bigotry's victims.
Yeah.
She needs, above all else...
She hasn't really learned anything at all, it seems. I mean, this is the first time learning about her. I didn't know about her at all. I hate her immediately, though. I do not like what I'm seeing.
To believe that bigots are misunderstood and redeemable. So instead of committing to anti-bigotry post-Westboro, she's retreated to a spineless skepticism with no moral convictions beyond wondering, who's the real bigot here? I guess we'll never know. This empty centrism cannot conceive of systemic power, of the legislative, institutional, and stochastic terror threats wielded against LGBT people. In assessing the trans debate, it has no standard but civility by which to judge the merits of both sides. Megan does not seem to grasp that trans people are fighting for our lives, our right to exist in society, and that this fight is in no way equivalent to the rationalizations offered up by people who oppose trans rights, even when the former are angry and the latter composed. She thinks God hates fat is wrong because it's rude. But if God merely has a few reasonable concerns about it, well, then we'd better do a whole podcast exploring the intricate nuances of her point of view. The podcast is titled The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, an obviously tendentious framing that presents J.K. Rowling as the victim of an irrational hate mob. Though the podcast isn't out, I've decided to speak up now because there's a 99.9% chance that this will help J.K. Rowling and harm trans people. I don't want my involvement to lend any legitimacy to this. I regret my participation and would not have participated had I fully understood the nature of the project. I feel that I have been used, and I share the sentiments of other trans people who are speaking out against it.
I will say that if Natalie had done a little more research, I don't think she would have agreed to doing the podcast. It seems she too believed the mythos surrounding Megan.
ContraPoints.
Okay, ContraPoints. That was good. I'm guessing if Natalie had scrolled through her likes and seen a bunch of crypto, Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, white tears for Central Park Karen, she would have said, no, that's okay, no thank you. But I can't speak for anyone but myself. There are trans people who are upset with Natalie for speaking to Megan. There are trans people who are upset when Natalie speaks at all. But all I feel is frustrated and depressed that no matter how far out trans people stick their necks, no matter how much good faith is extended over and over and over in an attempt to be seen more clearly, to be heard for what you're actually saying, it always comes back to bite us on the ass. Megan's attempt to show Joanne as a complete person is fair. She is one. The issue is that this is framed as a witch trial, which means she is being unfairly accused, that the people are wrong about her. And I wonder, if you were going to make a fair and balanced podcast, trans people on one side, anti-trans people on another, equal airtime, why didn't you? How much airtime do trans people get on a podcast about Joanne Rowling? By the very nature of the way Megan and the Free Press decided to frame this podcast, it's already heavily slanted in favor of portraying Joanne as familiar, relatable, the victim of a violent mob that wants her dead. And almost nobody is going to empathize with people you set up from the beginning as an unreasonable and trigger-happy mob, no matter what you say about them after that. I know I'll be accused of calling for a boycott or of doing a digital book burning, trying to silence adult human authors. So I'll be clear
Adult
as day.
human.
If you want to listen to a billionaire talk about how hard it is to be hated for her bigotry, or a reformed bigot talk about how both sides on the trans liberation versus trans eradication debate have valid concerns, you're totally free to do so. Megan is free to interview whoever she wants, present the facts with whatever spin or slant she chooses. I have no ability nor desire to stop her. She's exercising her free speech. This is mine. Originally, when I was writing this essay, I thought it would primarily be about reacting to the content of the podcast, but as it came together, I realized that there was something more important that should be the main focus. I could shine a light on Joanne and Megan to give you the framework, the context that, though I would love to be proved wrong, I can almost guarantee they won't be providing you in the witch trials of JK Rowling. That's the thing I could do to make the world a little less nebulous, to zoom out and pull back into focus. Is Joanne misunderstood, really? I guess everyone is, to a degree, but fundamentally, no, not by me. Because I've always seen her as a person, a full human being. She's just a really privileged, vindictive, and terminally self-absorbed one at times. Megan might have a hard time remembering that the people she thinks are dangerous are also people, but I don't. There's no exaggerated and sad story about her time as a starving writer that will justify the harm she causes. I won't suddenly think that it's okay that she refers to trans people as rapists because she's a survivor of domestic violence. So am I. Only I don't use being triggered as a justification for paying forward my trauma, pushing it on to others. There is nothing Joanne can say short of, I was wrong about trans people, and I'm sorry for the harm I've caused. I'm going to work to repair it. That would change my views of her, because unless she's been lying for years about her views on trans people or completely changed her mind, she's already shown us who she is. I'd bet you $1 million she isn't going to say that, though. Well, okay, I don't have $1 million. I'm a self-taught and about to be literally starving artist who does every bit of these videos, including the sets and animations alone, for not a lot of money. So I bet you $1 million of Joanne's dollars. She wouldn't even notice it missing. She probably has it stuffed between her couch cushions. So she's poor and I'm about to have to move, which is going to cost me $4,500. So if you want to make my next few months slightly less terrifying, feel free to drop a one-time donation at the Ko-fi link in the description. Or if you want something for your money, you can sign up for my Patreon.
You nailed it. It is indeed a pivot.
For the extended ad-free version of this video, as well as perks like your name in the credits and exclusive older videos no longer available on this channel.
Yeah.
If you sign up for a year, you get a discount and I get cash right away. It's a win-win. Remember to comment.
Slay Queen.
And have
Also, I love her extensions. They are slaying. And be slay.
middle-aged moment, subscribe and share this because the algorithm hates my videos, and I'm already like 90% sure this is going to end up on limited ads because YouTube sponsors don't love queers. As a fake journalist, I'll be listening week by week, and I'll be breaking down the episodes on Twitter as well as in YouTube Shorts and on TikTok. So if you want to know
And always be plugging. True. The meta grind set.
what's happening, but don't want to listen to hours of a centrist interviewing a transphobe, you can subscribe and turn on notifications on YouTube or follow me on Twitter and TikTok at Kaylin Conrad.
Oh my god.
I'd
I can't
love
believe
to be
we did it. We made it through the whole thing.
Surprised by Megan. I would love to be proven wrong about both of them, even by both of them. I have no problem changing my views because new information was compelling or illuminating, because honestly, I never want my cynicism to become load-bearing, integral to the way I see the world. I want to feel hopeful that people can change. I know people can change. I look back on who I was 10, 20 years ago, and I can see the fundamental shifts in how I navigate.
Yeah, it's like more than... It's like a long movie. It's fucking amazing. And I love all these, like, I don't know, VR, AR backgrounds. I'm obsessed.
The world. And in a lot of ways, I do believe Megan has changed for the better too, even if I don't think the changes truly align with or justify the mythology surrounding her. Even if I know the changes do not even get her close to being an ally to the people she's harmed, abused, and called for the deaths of.
It's like a Zoolander, and so much better.
Joanna's changed too. She went from middle class to billionaire, the capitalist dream. She built a beloved series with her imagination and then used that series to build an empire off the backs of the underpaid and exploited workers in factories and shops making and selling her books, toys, and films.
That's not right, though. Oh, I thought it was over 2 hours. I was wrong.
Maybe changing isn't enough, though. Maybe, as Joanne sarcastically once said, you actually need to #do better. I can't believe I'm ending on that. This is ridiculous.
Soleil.
I am a ridiculous person. What time is it?
My favorite ridiculous person.
I'm gonna order fries.
Hi, my name's Kaylin Conrad, and I'm going to be performing a cover of the parody of Poker Face written by Megan Phelps Roper for performances with the Westboro Baptist Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my god, are you not performing it? Was that a debate? Please perform it. Please. Are you kidding? You can't just say that and not perform. Oh my god, I was so excited. Damn it.
So before we get started, I'm going to need to warn all of you that we're going to be talking about a horrific mass shooting and attempted genocide against the transgender community currently ongoing here in the United States and other countries, and the intersection of these two disgusting events. If that's not a topic that you can handle right now, it's 100% okay to step away. I'm not even sure if it's something I can handle right now, nor should anyone be asked to. But, especially if you are not transgender, I urge you to please watch this video because I think it is vital, especially right now. Also, I do apologize. I often try to find a bit of humor or levity in my videos. Sadly, I didn't have the energy or the ability to do that this time. I barely have the energy to have written and now perform this, and I'm honestly kind of dreading editing this over the next couple of days. With that being said, let's start with the facts that we know. I should say that I am writing about an evolving situation, so I may be behind on the most up-to-date information, but on Monday, March 27th, 2023 in Nashville, Tennessee in the United States, a 28-year-old person entered the private convent Christian school with at least 2 assault rifles and a handgun and killed 6 individuals, 3 of them being 9-year-old students, and the other 3 being adult staff members, before this person was finally stopped and killed by the police. The victims' names were Evelyn DeCaus, Hallie Scruggs, William Kinney, Catherine Kuntz, Cynthia Peak, and Mike Hill. Later, it was reported that the shooter was a former student of the school as a child, and this information is based on the recollection of Bill Campbell, the school's headmaster from 2004.
Okay. We'll be doing like lighter stuff after this, but if I don't see you, then have a good one.
To 2008. A manifesto was found at the shooter's home that is still currently being analyzed, but shows that there was at least some level of premeditation behind the shooting, though we don't know if there were intended targets by the shooter, with police last statement, again, as of this recording, being that they believed that the victims themselves may have been random, if not the school itself. You may have noticed that during all of that I have not used the shooter's name. This is for two reasons. The first of which is that the name that the shooter used is currently in question due to the fact that the shooter was trans. However, the second, bigger reason is the one that I have articulated before about mass shootings and those who perpetrate them. I personally have no desire to remember or say the name of people who commit mass shootings. Regardless of this person's identity and motives, those who take guns and murder children, I have no want to have their names expressly in my videos. At least unless absolutely necessary. If you wish to know the shooter's name, it is out there for you, but for me personally, I hold the standard for all mass shooters, and it's something that I've expressed in past videos about other mass shooters that have occurred. We will get into more nuance.
Yeah, we have to stop saying their names. Just call them the Tennessee shooter. Like, we're gonna know what you mean.
About this in just a little bit, but I want to make it very clear that this person's actions are horrific and awful. This person's actions pain me to even think about. They hurt me deeply, as every mass shooting hurts me to hear about. And the fact that there are so many hurts in and of itself. I am devastated for those who have died, especially for the 3 children. Their deaths leave an irreparable hole that is directly the responsibility of this shooter. Unfortunately, the reason I have to be so expressly clear and upfront about that is if I don't, there will be disingenuous folks who will assume differently and would take the lack of clarity on my part to disingenuously paint my intents and beliefs for reasons that I will discuss in just a little bit. So know my exact feelings up front. Fuck this person and their actions. But this gets to my next point, the fact that I mentioned that the shooter was trans. Several of these shooters' social media accounts, like LinkedIn and Instagram, show that the shooter used he/him pronouns while also being assigned female at birth, alongside using a more masculine-sounding name than the one that was given to them at birth. Yet, to be clear, as of this recording, the shooter's gender identity is not known to have been a factor in the shooter's motivations. This lack of confirmation, however, has not sadly stopped narratives from forming around this person that are intersecting with ongoing anti-trans rhetorics being espoused in the United States, linking this person's horrific act of violence to their trans identity. Take this statement, for example, that was done by one conservative commentator with over 680,000 followers.
We will not let this story be swept under the rug. Trans terrorism must be confronted head-on and stopped.
This tweet, by the way, was made before the shooter's trans...
What the fuck is trans terrorism? That's not a thing.
His identity was 100% confirmed by news outlets, showcasing this account's willingness, along with many others, to jump on the narrative without factual confirmation. But moving on, take Tucker Carlson on Fox News the night after the shooting, also expressing a similar thought.
In Canada, a taxpayer-funded trans rights organization put out a statement that ignored the murder of the children in Nashville entirely, and instead claimed that there has been a, quote, exponential rise in anti-trans violence. That is a lie. It's a provable lie. And in fact, the opposite is true. We seem to be watching the rise of trans terrorism. The man who tried to murder Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh after the repeal of Roe v. Wade, identified as a, quote, trans gamer girl. The man who shot up a nightclub in Colorado in this past November and murdered 5 people, identified as
That's not true. That's not fucking true.
Binary. And now this. And there could be more. Antifa has announced this coming Saturday is the, quote, Trans Day of Vengeance. Vengeance for what? That's not explained. But the suggestion is there will be violence in Washington this weekend.
The idea being espoused here and by many others in anti-trans spaces is not about the potential motive of the shooter being linked to the shooter's gender, such as if the shooter was the victim of discrimination for being trans leading to their decision to do the shooting. No, simply the fact that the shooter was trans is what is being linked with the cause of their violence in and of itself by Tucker Carlson and others. We can see this linking further in tweets like these.
When will we start talking about transgender mass murderers targeting innocent children in our schools? Enough is enough.
The Colorado Springs shooter identified as non-binary. The Denver shooter identified as trans. The Aberdeen shooter identified as trans. The Nashville shooter identified as trans. One thing is very clear. The modern trans movement is radicalizing activists into terrorists.
These tweets, the second of which was commented on by Elon Musk, the former richest man in the world, are trying to link the idea here that these mass shootings are all part of a chain and trend of intentional acts of terror being caused by trans people, and inherently being related to the fact that they are trans. And these folks are by no means exclusive in this type of linking. The New York Post, which is owned by Fox News owner Rupert Murdoch, also prominently displayed the killer's trans identity on its front page on Tuesday. This way indirectly linking the shooter's trans identity with their violent act. Tucker Carlson also echoed this again in his broadcast, building upon that fact with the idea that a Christian school was targeted.
Trans ideology claims dominion over nature itself. We can change the identity we were born with, they will tell you with wild-eyed certainty. Christians can never agree with this statement because these are powers they believe God alone possesses. That unwillingness to agree, that failure to acknowledge a trans person's dominion over nature, incites and enrages some in the trans community. People who believe they're God can't stand to be reminded that they're not. So Christianity and transgender orthodoxy are wholly incompatible theologies. They can never be reconciled. They are on a collision course with each other. One side is likely to draw blood before the other side. That's what we concluded last week.
Tucker Carlson, along with many others, are framing the entirety of trans people as the enemy of Christianity and God himself based on the actions of one trans person. There are a few things to go over with all of this. Firstly, there's a lot of disinformation here. Most obviously to point out, the Colorado Springs shooter was not non-binary. The Colorado Springs shooter's lawyer did attempt briefly to claim that the shooter was non-binary, but has since retracted that. Second, the Aberdeen and Denver shootings were not terrorist acts. Terrorist acts are acts that are done in pursuit of political aims. The Denver shooting, of which only one of two shooters was trans, was claimed to have been caused by the bullying the two shooters had received, which is a common excuse evoked by school shooters throughout the decades, not just by shooters who happen to be trans. The Aberdeen shooting was also a workplace shooting, not a school shooting, and the shooter's motivations we will come back to in a little bit. But to be very clear, it was not one with a political intent. On top of all of this, Tucker Carlson and others claim that the Nashville shooting was also a terrorist act, and they attempt to prop up this narrative using further disinformation, like claiming that this photo is of the shooter, which it is not. None of these are exclusive to the events in Nashville. In fact, after many other shootings, there have been attempts to use photos of completely different people to try to claim that the mass shooter was trans. The only difference in this case is that this shooter actually was. Again, while we don't know the motivations for the Nashville shooting as of yet, more than likely it was not an attempt to kill Christians for the fact that they are Christians, or Tennesseans for their recent anti-trans legislations, as these tweets claimed were the case, which were tweeted before we knew anything about the killer's motivations, which again...
Yeah, it's literally not connected. Like, we don't have the manifesto as far as I know, still. It's likely fucking bullying, like most of the other ones. Like, come on. Occam's razor and all that.
Again, at the time of this video, we still don't know.
Nor was it because something about them being trans made them inherently violent.
The second issue with these narratives is the claim that there is a trend of trans people causing mass shootings and acts of terror. This, of course, ignores the fact that trans people are less likely to be the perpetrators of mass shootings and more likely to be the victims of them. Of the 2,829 mass shootings that have taken place in the last 5 years in the United States, trans people have only been involved in 3 of them. If you do the math based on even the most conservative estimation of the trans population in the United States, cisgender individuals are around 4.6 times more likely to commit mass shootings than trans people are. So the idea that there is a trend of trans people committing mass shootings is demonstrably false. However, the goal of all of these claims is intentional disinformation, however, framing trans people as disproportionately more violent by the nature of being transgender. And it's quite evident in its attempt to vilify transgender people to be able to bolster the currently ongoing anti-transgender rhetorics in the United States. There have been constant attempts, especially over the last few years, to frame transgender people as inherently dangerous to children, groomers, and pedophiles just by nature of us being trans. Our bodies and existence are seen as inherently sexual, which you can often see in how many anti-trans talking points talk about us.
It's not even that you have to affirm his self-perception, as twisted as that would be on its own. It's actually that you must participate in this man's fetish. Okay, he gets turned on by the idea of himself as a woman, and even more so if you participate in that charade, and so you have to participate.
No.
Because
what?
he has a right to act out his depraved fetish in public and with your participation. That's what the women are being told.
No.
However, this idea is attempted to be codified directly into anti-trans legislations in the United States, as exemplified by Arkansas Bill SB 270. This bill, if passed, would charge trans adults with sex crimes simply for entering into a bathroom that also happens to have an 18-year-old in it. Something that, you know, happens all the time in your local Starbucks.
There didn't used to be a problem. I grew up in a world where boys used the boys' bathroom, girls used the girls' bathroom, and for the most part, everybody looked the part.
Whatever.
Because we've tried to make accommodations in recent years to allow people to transition from one sex to the other, then we created this problem.
You're talking about someone merely existing. You're not talking about even an option where someone would use a stall. I mean, the way this is written, someone could be in a shower with the curtain shut, and because someone else came in and knew that person was trans, they can seek to prosecute them. If this is truly about protecting children from folks who are looking for sexual gratification, then why not just make an amendment that makes that very clear, like Mr. Jennings suggested? Language could be very easily added that made that clear that that's what we're doing here. But as the bill stands now, the language of the bill, not your intent, but as the bill stands now, it targets trans people. This bill will not prevent sexual assaults that are happening in bathrooms by trans people because there aren't sexual assaults happening in bathrooms by trans people.
Like quite literally today, I went out to get coffee this morning and went to the bathroom, and there was also a kid who was entering the bathroom as I was leaving it. In Arkansas, if this bill passed, which by the way, it passed the Arkansas Senate on March 28th, the day after the shooting, I would have been charged with a sex crime for peeing at my local coffee shop, simply by virtue of being trans. Our existence is seen in these legislations as sexual. And despite countless evidence showing that trans-affirming care being given to transgender kids saves lives over and over and over again, such care is being constantly vilified in right-wing talking points and continually legislated against and vilified as grooming and transing the children.
And are put on a conveyor belt of off-label puberty blockers, synthetic hormones, and even life-altering...
A conveyor belt? No. It's basically impossible to get care. Like, what are you talking about?
...surgeries. But instead of caring for the child's underlying distress, the science shows this conveyor belt leads to more pain. The full risks are not yet...
No, it doesn't. The science actually shows the opposite.
...known. But what we do know is enough to pull the plug on this entire political experiment. This is not healthcare. These are dangerous, unscientific, and unregulated experiments with permanent effects. And they're being perpetrated by ideologues and activists on our children. Children are...
That's not true. None of this is true.
...not political experiments.
Further, this anti-trans rhetoric surrounding the shooter is also being used to further the claim that trans people are dangerous to Western civilization generally, with Western civilization being related to Judeo-Christian values exemplified by Tucker Carlson's earlier clip.
Why are some trans people so angry, and why do they seem to be mad specifically at traditional Christians? We can't think of any trans person who's ever been murdered by a pastor. As far as we know, that has never happened. So it's not an actual threat of violence from Christians.
It's not the pastors, it's the Christians.
That's inspiring some trans people to buy AR-15s. No, it's got to be more fundamental than that, and it is. The trans movement is the mirror image of Christianity, and therefore its natural enemy. Yesterday's massacre did not happen because of lax gun laws. Yesterday's massacre happened because of a deranged and demonic ideology that is infecting this country with the encouragement of people like Joe Biden.
Also, jumping out that clip, Tucker lies even further to frame that it's only trans people as even being capable of violence like this. He, for example, said that no pastor has ever killed a trans person. This is demonstrably false. The numerous gay and trans conversion therapy claims that are actively being pushed by many pastors in this country and many others is active harm to trans people, but there have been quite literal murder cases like this one, which took a simple Google search to find. And by the way, this does not mean that all Christians and pastors are evil. I know many wonderful Christians and pastors, including some in my own family, and yes, I have pastors in my own family, who are amazing and trans supportive. Yet, apparently, all trans people are exemplified by this one trans shooter. These vilification narratives around the trans community are all part of an attempt to justify the currently ongoing genocide attempt currently happening in the United States against trans people. If that is something that does seem hyperbolic to you, number one, I will point you to my fellow creator Vera Wild's amazing video that goes into the precise technical legal definitions of genocide and how that correlates with what is currently going on in the United States just this year.
The intended audience for this video are people who have no open hostility towards the trans community, but who may think that trans activists are kind of going overboard with how they talk about just a couple of laws in a few places. If you already consider yourself an ally, or you yourself are trans, you may also find this video helpful in terms of using the information that is within it to help you better articulate to others what it is that has been going on. I'm going to do my best to talk simply and plainly. I do not intend to raise my voice. I hope to avoid hypotheticals and what-if scenarios. I'm not going to get into the recently gained insight about who is forming these laws and how they have been going about it. And I do not intend to single out any specific individuals by name, be they politicians, public figures, or other creators. It is my hope to deal with very simple facts that should not be in dispute.
If you are watching my video the day it goes live, Vera's video will go live tomorrow. So, to give a quick example, take the over 400 anti-trans bills in the United States currently being considered. You can also take Michael Knowles, who on the stage of CPAC, one of the biggest political events in the United States, calling for eliminating transgenderism.
If it is false, then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology at every level.
Here he frames being transgender.
Dude, that was my first time actually looking at the audience. They're all like looking at each other like, did he really just say that? Are we clapping? Should we clap? Watch.
From public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology at every level.
Even his audience.
Here he frames being transgender as an ideology by using the term transgenderism, which is not the case. Transgender people are a group of people that exist. We are not an ideology. And to frame us as such is quite literally dehumanizing and using it as an attempt to hide the fact that this is calling for a genocide of trans people. You can also take the former president of the United States, one of the most powerful positions in the world, and current presidential hopeful Donald Trump, as well as other potential presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis, calling for anti-trans legislations in their platforms.
I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age. I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures and pass a law prohibiting child.
They're never used for those procedures. The fuck are you talking about? I don't think... Oh, I guess it does. When deemed medically necessary. Whatever the fuck that means.
Child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. It'll go very quickly. I will declare that any hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of minor youth will no longer meet federal health and safety standards for Medicaid and Medicare and will be terminated from the program immediately.
Or, if you just want to be quite direct about it, you can take the very clear and stark example of how the definition of genocide includes, quote, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group, and how many states currently are trying to pass bills that would remove trans kids from trans-affirming parents.
Like, what are some of those thoughts that go through your mind?
Well, what if they took me away from mom? What if they arrested mom? What if they took me somewhere? What if they forced me to be somebody who I wasn't? I always have these thoughts moving through my head. Like,
So
what if this
sad.
happens? Should I do this? Should I jump out the window?
Has that sort of escalated in the last few days?
It's
So awful. No kid should have to think about this shit.
it's been getting a bit worse, but whenever I needed some help or anything, I would let one of my friends know, like Sky, or let my mom know, and we would chat. My mom's been with me my whole life. I wouldn't have made it without her.
I literally can't get more specific than that when saying, look, a genocide attempt is occurring. And there are many more examples, and again, I will point you to Vera's amazing video on it. But it's gross and disgusting what is happening in the United States right now. And by the way, these are not isolated incidents, but coordinated movements by political groups. A recent leak of over 26,000 emails that was reported on by Mother Jones showcases how anti-trans legislation is drafted behind the scenes. And we can see that despite the fact that many of these politicians and pundits claim that science is being used to justify these legislations, they are actually often more the direct result of political calculations and religious motivations. You can even quite clearly see it in clips like this one.
The thing in 2019, there was three things that won us the election. It was nothing to do with me. It was Brexit, it was Boris, it was Corbyn. And it was as simple as that. Those three things together was a great campaign. Great ingredients. At the next election, we haven't got those three things. So we're going to have to think of something else. It'll probably be a mixture of culture wars and trans debate.
That was a politician in the UK, which is also having similar anti-trans legislations going on right now, quite literally saying the quiet part out loud, that legislating against trans people is not out of some moral duty to protect trans people or to protect children or kids, it's out of a quite literal desire to push up their political platform. Even further, anti-trans rhetoric and movements are often used to justify pushes for totalitarian and authoritarian movements, and we're seeing this currently going on worldwide. I highly recommend this article by Judith Butler that goes into that in more specifics.
As a fascist trend, the anti-gender movement supports ever-strengthening forms of authoritarianism. Its tactics encourage state powers to intervene in university programs, to censor art and television programs, to forbid trans people their legal rights, to ban LGBTQI people from public spaces, to undermine reproductive freedom, and the struggle against violence directed at women, children, and LGBTQI people. It threatens violence against those, including migrants, who have become cast as demonic forces and whose suppression or expulsion promises to restore a national order under duress.
The goal, though, of these anti-trans rhetorics is quite literally a political calculus, used often by far-right spaces and political groups to use trans people as a scapegoat and argue that we are needing of elimination to protect the women and children, and that you need to elect an authoritarian or totalitarian in order to get that done. This brings us back to the Nashville shooter. The act of horrific violence by this one trans person is being used to frame all trans people as a whole as being part of a more extensive trend of trans violence, despite all evidence to the contrary. Sadly, this isn't new, but just the latest, most horrific example. Anti-trans news sites like Fox News or the Daily Wire love to talk about the supposed crimes of trans people, such as framing trans women as allegedly being more likely to be violent, more specifically sexually violent, which is not true. Numerous statistics have shown that trans women are more likely to be the targets of sexual violence. Sadly though, even beyond the past few years, this framing of a marginalized group as the root of all violence is not a new tactic in fascistic movements used to bolster authoritarianism. Take for example the 1930s anti-Semitic paper Der Stutmer. While the paper was not owned by the Nazis, Der Stutmer was so popular in Germany in the 1930s
within the Nazi Party
that Hitler himself encouraged its distribution throughout Germany. So much so that copies of the paper were displayed in town square for people to read who weren't subscribed to it. The paper constantly hammered home the idea to readers that Jews were to blame for all the problems in German society. Readers were told that despite what they may have personally experienced in good interactions with Jewish people in their daily lives, that nonetheless there was something wrong with these people, and that they were constantly plotting to undermine and subvert German society. The Jewish question, a phrase which is very similar to the phrase the trans question, which is often used by right-wing folks today, constantly popped up in the magazine, framing Jewish people as not being human beings, but an ideology that could be eliminated from public life. Going further, Der Stutmer cheered on Hitler's final solution, arguing that Jewish people were predisposed towards evil and thus deserving to be murdered. The link between the paper's rhetoric and the genocide of the Holocaust was so clear and evident that Der Stutmer's editor, Julius Streicher, was considered a part of the cause of the Holocaust and was convicted of inciting genocide.
God bless Jessie. She's trying. She's trying her very best. Der Stürmer. Der Stürmer. I think it means the storm.
At the Nuremberg trials and was executed in 1946. All of this is not even to mention, by the way, that trans people ourselves were part of the Holocaust the Nazis caused. As I've discussed in numerous videos, one of the first acts by Nazis was the destruction of the Institute of Sexology, a trans and LGBTQ research center run by a gay Jewish man. Not to mention the many trans and LGBTQ people who were forced to wear pink stars in Nazi concentration camps, as they were also being genocided along with Jewish folks, including many LGBTQ Jewish people. We see this act of violence by the Nashville shooter being used similarly to justify further pushes for the dehumanization and genocide of trans people and continued anti-trans legislation.
Police admit that this was a targeted attack on Christians by a demonic Gender-affirming care should be completely banned after this mass shooting today. Is the final straw. This cannot continue.
How much hormones like testosterone and medications for mental illness was the transgender Nashville school shooter taking? Everyone can stop blaming guns now.
That last tweet was quite literally done by Marjorie Taylor Greene, a currently sitting US Congresswoman.
What the fuck?
It's a blatantly stupid tweet.
It's so fucking dumb. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Do you know that gym bros take testosterone all the time? What are you talking about?
Falsely claiming with no evidence that testosterone is the cause of more violence, and also trying to frame the only reason for mass shootings being testosterone and not numerous other factors, not the least of which is the fact that people have access to guns in the first place, something that Marjorie Taylor Greene is attempting to downplay. If Marjorie Taylor Greene and many of these anti-trans campaigners actually cared about protecting children as they claim, they would be passing gun reform laws, as gun deaths are the leading cause of death in the United States for children, not drag queens or trans ideology as they so claim.
Or if she really cared about kids, she'd fight the anti-trans legislations that are targeting trans kids' health care. Or she'd fight bills that target trans youth that have a demonstrable effect on trans kids' mental health.
Yet these anti-trans narratives also serve another function for authoritarian movements beyond dehumanizing and scapegoating the transgender population as inherently violent. They are meant to be used to victim blame trans people as well as to vilify us for fighting back against the current genocide attempt against us. Currently, many trans people do realize that we are in a genocide attempt. And sadly, many, myself included, recognize that while we desperately wish that we could solve this issue with nonviolence, that people that are attempting to kill us are willing to use violence against us. And thus, we need to defend ourselves and fight back against that, because people are dying and being irreparably traumatized, and it is continuing to be pushed further upon more people in more ways. as we are currently seeing with the continued rash of anti-transgender legislations continually being put up that are pushing anti-trans points further and further. It is very clear to many trans people that the need to push back against people trying to harm the transgender community, especially active fascists who are trying to harm the transgender community, is now. And we're seeing this start to happen. I recently did a video where I discussed neo-Nazis who came to an anti-trans rally in Australia and discussed the link between fascism and anti-trans rhetorics. I also did a follow-up video to that video earlier this week about how many trans people and our allies over the next few days in Australia and New Zealand fought back against the fascist anti-trans rhetoric and Kelly J. Keane Minshall, the anti-trans leader who is often working with far-right groups like the neo-Nazis to push her anti-trans rhetoric and to call for even more anti-trans violence being caused against the trans community. All of this led to a huge counter-protest against her, and specifically to Kelly J. Keane Minshall getting tomato juice thrown in her face. And all of this proved to work. Number one, the tomato juice to her face embarrassed her, as Nazis and far-right groups are all about the aesthetic of power, wanting to seem and appear powerful. And so seeing tomato juice being thrown on her is seen as an embarrassment that makes them seem useless and impotent. On top of this, due to the counter-protesters, her rallies throughout New Zealand were soon cancelled after that.
Do you think it'd be worse in Wellington?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's time to
I think so.
say that we
can't
can't
have this.
do
I can't
it.
protect you.
No. Okay.
Against hundreds and thousands of people.
No. Okay.
This situation with the tomato juice echoes a similar one that happened with Anita Bryant, an anti-gay advocate in the United States whose movement lost steam after she was pied in the face, which highlighted how silly and ridiculous her points were, because bigotry is silly and dumb, just sadly given legitimacy. And tomato juice to someone's hair or pies to the face often showcase how silly that bigotry is, and it just underscores the truth of it. Embarrassment and humiliation are useful tools to utilize alongside pushing back to show how stupid and silly those trying to harm minorities are. You can see a clear example of the power of standing up and the power of embarrassment used together at this moment when an amazing trans youth stood up to the anti-trans bill in Texas, SB 888, at a Texas House Representative meeting on Wednesday, then used humor to underscore their own strength and power in their statements and those in positions of power's true stupidity and weakness.
When they represent such a small portion of our population, when we have really big issues in this state. I'm a third grade teacher, and our schools lack adequate funding right now. We are suffering from so many different things in this state, and to be focusing on something that would very specifically harm transgender kids when they represent such a small portion of our population, as a Texan, it just really hurts my heart to see, and so I just came here to say that.
Okay, Sophia, Vice Chair Johnson.
Agreed. Well said. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Is there a Connie Lingus here?
No.
What about Anita Dickenme?
You're kidding. You're kidding.
Or Holden Middick?
Holden Middick.
Are any three of those people here? All right. You got your
Connie Lingus?
You got your moment. I hope you enjoy it.
I hope that gave you a laugh because,
That was awesome.
dear heavens, we deserve to laugh at these people. So, throwing tomato juice in someone's hair or pieing someone in the face is quite often an effective tactic against Nazis and fascism and hate. And while I do not love or revel in the fact that tomato juice was thrown in Kelly J. Keane Minshall's face, it is a small act compared to the pain that she has caused, and
I do revel in it. I enjoyed that, okay?
Actively reveled in herself and cheered on against the trans community. On top of this, there were actually 2 trans supportive people who were actively attacked at those counter-protests. Yet, despite this, despite the fact that trans people were just defending against literal fascists trying to push anti-trans rhetoric in places like New Zealand, trans people at these events and our allies were vilified as the bullies.
The Guardian and the BBC both referred to as that over the weekend when you got attacked by trans activists. Now, you're not anti-trans, you're pro-women and girls, aren't you? I'm not entirely sure that the trans activists are pro-trans, even though it was. Talk us through, I mean, you had problems in Australia as well with some violence, protests and intimidatory behaviour. Talk us through what happened in New Zealand. We've got some footage of you being attacked with, I mean, really quite aggressive activists, but also a can of soup being
so aggressive.
Thrown over you. Bear in mind, you're about 5 foot. I mean, you're tiny, aren't you? You're a 5 foot woman.
Yes.
And you're speaking. You're not attacking anybody. You're not hurting anybody. You're just speaking with your microphone.
Many in media kept calling these counter-protests active harm. But even beyond the anti-trans talking points, there were many people who were trans supportive who seemed to balk at events like this. That we should be non-violent in the face of violence being done against us.
I don't agree with the soup thing. What goes around comes around, and it may become a method or acceptable action to be taken by the other side against trans people and their allies. Great that the people are motivated to peacefully support their allies in such numbers.
A call for civility to say, well, we should just debate them in the marketplace of ideas or do nonviolent protests against them.
I certainly very much understand where these comments come from. In fact, just a few years ago, I very much would have echoed them. They come from an understandable place of not wishing any violence to have to occur, and being upset at seeing violence happen. And the sometimes sweet, earnest, and somewhat innocent belief that the right cause can win without violence.
And while I definitely think that nonviolence has its place in movements like this, and I think we should try to use it as a first tactic, it is sadly at the point where that may not be continually able to be the case. But we must remember that events like Stonewall, which sparked the modern LGBTQ rights movement, was itself a violent riot against state power. Sometimes you need to throw a brick at people who are willing to do more violence against you and your body. World War II itself was a war against fascism that was only won through violence. Violence is not something to be sought or desired, but fighting fascism is. While fascism and authoritarianism often gets to hide its violence through the utilization of state power, scapegoats, and stochastic terrorism, trans people and other marginalized groups who are harmed are often doing self-defense for ourselves quite publicly. And to be very clear, I am not sitting here being like, yay, I'm very excited about that fact. We also need to be honest about it. Sometimes beating fascism cannot be done or stopped non-violently. And it's important to note that when people are doing that, it is not because they themselves are violent or hateful.
I am, what's it? I'm not non-violent. I am anti-violence. Take that as you will.
They are doing it out of self-defense. Trans people pushing back against fascists calling for our genocide through state violence are being self-defensive. We are not the ones instigating the violence. Trans people, though, despite being the ones that are being self-defensive, not the ones stoking violence, are the ones that are vilified as the aggressors and terrorists, especially by those who don't wish to recognize the utilization of systemic power to cause a genocide against trans people, or who even acknowledge that trans people are a people, not an ideology. Yet even for people who do recognize trans people as full human beings, we are sometimes argued that we're just as bad as the far right, saying that the far right and trans people are just as bad as each other because they have fallen into this false framing of trans people's existence as being on the opposite end of anti-trans legislation and people trying to talk about trans ideology. These two things are not opposed to each other. These are not dichotomy. Trans people defending ourselves are not just on the opposite end of the spectrum of the far right. We are just trying to exist and live our lives. To be clear, racism, anti-Semitism, anti-trans hate, and more interlocking bigotries are not legitimate points of view that just need to be debated in the marketplaces of ideas, but need to be thrown out as quick as possible, because they lead quite directly to violence. And it's also important to note that the violence that we often enact in self-defense is usually at a much lower level than those stoking the violence. While Kelly Jane Keane Minchell just gets tomato juice to her hair, she is often called and cheered on active physical violence against trans people, for example. Nor are trans people wielding state power, because we don't have any, to justify a genocide against an entire group of people, including children. So no, these things aren't just as bad as each other, but they're often framed that way because we legitimize these viewpoints as legitimate in and of themselves. And because we have so vilified trans people as being the ones that are actively violent, when a single trans person does enact a horrific act of violence against the innocent, as the Nashville shooter did, all trans people are seen as the same, fit into the narrative of trans terrorists.
Trans terrorism should be a cause of concern for those of us who oppose the trans movement, not for trans people themselves. And even aside from that, the narcissism is once again the point. Always points back to that. This is a movement of self-worship and self-obsession, a movement full of people who cannot see beyond themselves, people who cannot see the rest of the world, do not acknowledge the existence, really, of other human beings, because they're constantly staring in the mirror, even if it is oftentimes more of a funhouse mirror. Constantly staring back into their own egos, obsessed with their own emotions and their own need for affirmation. That is what we learn here, though it is a lesson that we have already learned many times.
The Nashville shooter is just seen as the latest example of something that all trans people are involved in.
And this narrative of trans people being bullies continues when we stand up for our rights and fight the system that harms us all, with people using events like Nashville to victim blame continually. You can hear this quite clearly in folks like Matt Walsh saying trans people are narcissistic for being concerned at the anti-trans hate being spewed under the veil of the Nashville shooter rhetoric.
6 innocent people were massacred, and the first thing that he thought about, the first thing this trans activist thought about was how this would affect him. His very first thought was concern for himself. After hearing that 3 children and 3 school staff members were murdered. Forget about the fact that the fears make no sense, okay? Trans terrorism should be a cause of concern for those of us who oppose the trans movement, not for trans people themselves.
This showcases men like Matt Walsh's cruelty of how when trans people are refused the ability and time to mourn the dead from the shooting like others get to do because we are currently being under attack and understand that, we are then blamed for being worried about ourselves as narcissists. We are then victim blamed for not caring about the deaths as right-wing rhetoric grows around us. Believe me, every trans person cares about those deaths, cares about those kids who died. And yet we aren't allowed time to feel and express that, and that is abjectly, disgustingly cruel. But you can see this victim blaming more systemically, as when a group of teenagers and parents went to the Tennessee Capitol in protest for more gun regulations, the right claimed that it was a trans activist mob who are trying to commit an insurrection, demanding trans rights, who have no empathy for the 6 people killed in Nashville.
Trans activist mob stormed Tennessee State Capitol demanding trans rights. No empathy for the 6 people killed in Nashville. When Joe Biden delivered his Soul of the Nation speech, he said MAGA was a threat to this country. Trans activists have now slaughtered Christians in a mass shooting and staged an insurrection at the Tennessee Capitol, all in a matter of days. Will he say the same about them?
It's a transurrection. Get the FBI! To all these absolute lunatics, it isn't a right of yours to sterilize and butcher children.
For example, I got a ton of comments and DMs after my video about the New Zealand rallies demanding that I denounce the Nashville shooter, and that I was the actual fascist, for pointing out that Kelly J. Keane Minchell, the organizer of the anti-trans rally, was stopped from starting anti-trans bigotry with violence. Again, the violence in question being tomato juice in her hair. I even got some DMs and comments that claimed that I was indirectly
the violence of ruining her Brazilian blowout. Oh no.
Responsible for the violence in Nashville, that I was the one who had called for and stoked it, even indirectly. How absolutely awful to say that. Even further, these narratives are pushed through even further disinformation surrounding events like this, such as this image that was spread of Kelly J. Keane Minchell that seems to have a knife being put to her throat, when in actuality that is a photo of a phone being held near her neck by someone who was actually her supporter.
There's also another clear, stark example of this in how anti-trans news outlets have shown this footage of Senator Linda Thorpe, Victoria, Australia's first Indigenous woman senator, coming up to speak at Keane Minchell's rally against Keane Minchell's bigotry. The stated goal of Keane Minchell's rally is that women are allowed to come up to her microphone and speak. However, we typically find that Keane Minchell does not allow trans-supportive people to speak, despite her platform being Let Women Speak. As Senator Thorpe came up to the mic, she was tackled by police. Keane Minchell's Twitter account tweeted this video of that moment, also stating,
Further footage showing Senator Thorpe rushing towards Posey Parker. Thankfully, her security guards stopped a possibly physical attack from happening. The police had no option but to pull her down.
And the video that is shared on this Twitter feed is deliberately cut off to make it appear that Thorpe is a large, angry woman coming up to attack the poor, defenseless Posey Parker. However, the full video does show that Thorpe did not assault Parker, and that Thorpe herself was violently assaulted by the security guards and police in protection of Kean Minshall, showcasing how state power is not on the side of trans people and our accomplices, as well as how violence is often enacted upon trans-supported people, often in much greater measures than the trans people who are just trying to speak up for ourselves and push back against hate. But all this does not stop people from using this moment to frame trans people and our allies as the ones instigating the violence in these moments. This video has been used to try to disingenuously frame the trans activists at this event as the violent ones.
And by the way, it is very telling that the very same night that Tucker Carlson ran his segment about the trans shooter in order to vilify all trans people as terrorists, he also had a segment just after it where he had Kelly J. Kean Minshall herself on his program to say basically what I've been talking about, that trans people are the bullies, that we are the dangerous terrorists, despite the fact that Kelly J. Kean Minshall herself was the one stoking the violence and literally working with neo-Nazis.
Was it as awful as that video suggests it was?
I genuinely feared for my life. I thought I was going to be crushed to death or stomped to death. Women got injured, somebody got their foot broken. It was absolutely just carnage.
I mean, this is the picture of extremism here. You're trying to have a conversation as a woman speaking to other women without being shouted down. I think you're taking an inherently moderate, pro-human traditional position. The people around you look like crazed and dangerous extremists. Is that what it felt like?
Yeah, absolutely. The authoritarian left has finally peaked, and now we can all see what exactly that might look like. And it looks like Auckland in New Zealand, and it's scary as hell.
This is not a narrative exclusive to physical violence, though, but whenever trans people or our allies speak up about trans rights issues. Take, for example, how writers at the New York Times recently signed a letter speaking up about the anti-trans disinformation being written about in the New York Times articles. Something I spoke about in further detail in this video on my secondary channel. The New York Times itself, instead of recognizing this problem, has instead cracked down on those employees who signed the letter and blamed them for causing violence against their colleagues, the ones who wrote the anti-trans disinformation that is stoking violence against trans people in the first place. Again, victim blaming and vilifying people just asking to have actual journalistic integrity and a desire to fight back against systemic violence being instigated against a marginalized group.
Speaking of all of this, though, another measure that some trans people are considering taking is the idea of getting guns in the face of rising state and personal violence against us to be able to defend ourselves with. Many trans people, myself included, don't really like guns or violence in general, but it is something that sadly, given the state of the world, we do have to consider. It's a very deep and difficult choice and decision that many of us wrestle with, not just around guns, but around violence generally. But again, it is something that for many trans people feel that they need to do in order to protect themselves, and understandably so. Yet, the very fact that trans people are considering this is often used to vilify trans people even further, such as, again, Tucker Carlson did recently.
Anti-trans rhetoric makes the trans community carry guns. Rainbow Reload! They're packing heat. They'll be appendix carrying in more ways than one. Watch out. Wait a second, we thought. This is NPR, National Public Radio, suddenly telling you that actually guns are good. They're valuable tools of self-defense, really against you. So there are times when guns are good, says NPR. And we thought, well, wait a second. We've been listening to NPR since, well, Click and Clack, the Tappet brothers, and we remember very clearly their position on guns. For example, quote, the U.S. has more guns than any other country in the world. This is the same NPR that, in between updates on the latest trans dinosaur emojis, we've been following those very carefully, routinely runs segments calling for more gun control, and not subtle ones, like the segment entitled, Many Gun Owners Support Gun Control, so why don't they speak out? Oh yeah, a lot of gun owners support gun control. Of course they do. And yet here's that same National Public Radio, state media, controlled by the Biden administration, encouraging people to go to the gun store immediately. But not all people, just trans people. Guns are bad, except in the hands of trans people. There's not genocide going on. There's some weird affirmative action program going on. The trans movement is targeting Christians.
If only. If only there was something called like a gulag or something like, I don't know, something like that.
Including with violence. Most Christian leaders in this country don't want to admit that. Admitting it might force them to take deeply unfashionable positions. But it is true, and anyone who's paying attention knows that it's true. And so, like most true things at this point, it is officially suppressed.
First off, let us not forget that LGBTQ people are far more likely to be the victims of gun violence. But Tucker Carlson is quite literally calling for the
good one. You got me.
Removal of trans people's general ability to own guns. And while I personally believe in gun control laws for everybody, the desire to remove guns from trans people specifically and solely based upon the simple fact of us being trans is a targeted move of attempting to disarm those that you are attempting to kill and leave us defenseless. And this is sadly a story that has precedent within Nazi history as well. Gun control laws against Jewish people was often a tactic used by the Nazis. In 1931, Weimar authorities found a plan for a takeover by the then small Nazi party group that would refuse Jews food and execute Jewish folks who didn't turn in their guns in over 24 hours. This plan was written by Werner Best, who would later become a Nazi official.
However, despite this, the more liberal Weimar German government passed strict gun control laws requiring a record of those who had them.
When Nazis did eventually seize power, Nazis used gun records to find Jewish people who owned them and search and confiscate their weapons. Jewish people and other politically unreliable folks, according to the Nazis, were denied the ability to buy and own guns after that point. Hitler's 1938 Gun Control Act also denied Jewish people the ability to work in gun factories, while simultaneously easing gun control laws for Nazi party members. Eventually, it was ordered that Jewish property be redistributed to German citizens, and Jews were ordered to turn over all of their guns.
This, by the way, is a narrative often twisted by fascists, claiming the Nazis took everyone's guns.
Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And I'm here to tell you, 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. Doesn't matter how many lemmings you get out there on the street begging for them to have their guns taken. We will not relinquish them. Do you understand? That's why you're going to fail, and the establishment knows no matter how much propaganda, the Republic will rise again when you attempt to take our guns.
No, in actuality, the Nazis actually gave guns to more people like them and took them away from the minorities that they were targeting.
All of this took place just weeks before the Night of Broken Glass. For those of you who have not heard of it, the Night of Broken Glass was an event that was set off by the shooting of a German diplomat by a Jewish living in Paris. Though evidence points to this just being the desired spark and justification for a pre-made plan on the Nazis' part. This shooting was taken by those in the Nazi government to start to justify the destruction of Jewish property. Under cover of a government search for Jewish folks owning weapons, riots were instigated and broken out, leading to 7,500 Jewish stores and businesses and nearly 300 synagogues being destroyed, either by Nazis who were ordered to use extreme measures against Jewish folks, as well as German citizens who had been radicalized to view Jews as the enemy.
Jesus.
Propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels gave a speech that said,
"The Fuhrer has decided that demonstrations should not be prepared or organized by the party, but insofar as they erupt spontaneously, they are not to be hampered."
The name Night of Broken Glass comes from the broken glass of Jewish homes, hospitals, businesses, and synagogues. At least 91 Jewish folks were killed, though that number may be much higher. Heinrich Himmler himself declared any Jewish person owning a firearm was to be sent to 20 years in a concentration camp, including even veterans who owned old rusty pistols from their time in World War I. Even those Jewish folks who willingly turned in their guns were sent to concentration camps, where many would never leave. As this clearly shows, using targeted gun control laws against a specific group is an intentional part of a genocide attempt. And it is by no means sadly surprising that a
Dude, I love Jessie's vest too. I love all of her fashion. This earring, amazing. I love everything.
shooting done by a member of said group was used to instigate the rounding up of people and violence being done against them, all under the auspices of gun control laws. I am all for gun control laws generally. We need tighter gun control laws, but there's a difference between that and targeting a specific group who is currently under attack by state power for being members of that group for gun control legislation. We can already see this narrative being spun of trans people being violent and thus needing specific legislations against us being spun. Further, we can already see the false viewing of transness as an inherent mental illness being used to justify the removal of weapons from trans people generally. Constantly cite mental health connections of the Nashville shooter or assertions that the shooter was autistic, which is a common anti-trans talking point to vilify both autistic people, neurodivergent people, and trans people as mentally ill, as evidence of the mental illness of not just the shooter, but of trans people generally, and builds upon the narrative of trans people being inherently medicalized to justify the disarming of trans people specifically under the auspices of us being mentally ill. It's the confluence of the two ongoing right-wing narratives that it's just mental health that's the problem that causes mass shootings, as well as the...
Yeah. It really just, like, it's a misdirection, like... Transgenderism isn't just mental illness, like, the goal of transition is so that they don't feel dysphoria anymore, therefore no longer qualify for the medical, like, diagnosis of being mentally ill, like.
The narrative that trans people are ourselves mentally ill being combined in order to justify trans people's rights to guns being taken away.
You can see this framing currently in the ongoing situation involving one Kayla Denker, a trans woman who filmed a video a month ago showing her handling her weapon and talking about using it to defend herself from transphobes. But now, Newsweek and the Daily Mail printed libelous stories about her stating that she filmed the video after the Nashville shooting and are using it to frame a trans woman as a lunatic and dangerous, which online right-wing spaces have taken and run with.
Another trans lunatic showing off her gun. Why are these mentally ill people not locked up in a psychiatric facility?
The hypocrisy is so clear. As if these same folks wouldn't cheer on a photo or a video of someone doing the exact same thing as Kayla, saying that they're gonna take down the liberal government. But when a trans person does it, they're a lunatic who needs to be locked up in some sort of facility. One would wonder if they would like trans people to be put into a camp of some sort.
Again, to be clear, this is not me being a Second Amendment supporter, but just to point out how gun control laws are wielded specifically against specific marginalized groups. But since we're speaking about guns and the Second Amendment and the causes of mass shootings, let's talk about the motivations of mass shootings a little bit. I spoke about in other videos about recent mass shootings like the shooter in Buffalo, New York, or the Club Q Colorado Springs shooter, which are both horrific acts. However, as I spoke about in those videos, both of those shootings were politically motivated, as they were attempts by the shooters to target a marginalized groups, going out of their way, sometimes miles out of their way in the case of the Buffalo shooter, to find a minority group community in order to target. And, especially in the case of the Buffalo shooter, left behind manifestos that stated that they were doing this because they believed in the white replacement theory. Yet the reasons they had these political motivations and they chose these marginalized communities to target was that these shooters themselves were angry, isolated, and frustrated at feeling like they were failing.
They're just sad. It's so sad. It's so sad and alone. We failed them as a society. Clearly.
And not living up to who they were supposed to be, and taking that anger out in violent ways on the minority groups that they felt were the cause of that isolation, anger, and frustration because they had been told so by people in power. People like Matt Walsh or Tucker Carlson or politicians constantly calling LGBTQ people groomers or stoking white supremacist narratives.
Does mention the so-called great replacement theory. And this is what's being, this is what they're trying to hang around the neck of Tucker Carlson, Fox News, really any conservative, myself included. Because Tucker Carlson and other conservatives have in the past.
Because you're a fucking murderous, libelous fascist? Maybe you shouldn't have done fascism.
Pointed out that the Democrats have been very open about the fact that, you know, they want to have, they want to minimize what they call whiteness in America. And they want to bring in voters, you know, from other countries.
Demon in a human suit, for real. Look at those eyes. There's no human soul behind those eyes. I will not be convinced otherwise.
They don't want voter ID laws. You know, they don't want to. They want to be able to bring in the voters and have them vote because they know they're going to be voting Democrat. So they want to replace, especially white male voters, with voters who they think are going to be beholden to them. Now, this isn't a conspiracy theory.
It is, though. It's a conspiracy theory that hinges on the fact that Democrats have any kind of fucking plan. Period. There's no plans, only vibes.
There's nothing wild or speculative about it. It's just a fact.
I know that the left and all the little gatekeepers on Twitter become literally hysterical if you use the term replacement, if you suggest that the Democratic Party is trying to replace the current electorate, the voters now casting ballots, with new people, more obedient voters from the third world.
Again, the Democratic planning that brought you Joe fucking Biden, fucking Sleepy Brandon. That's the level of planning we have on the Democratic side. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But they become hysterical because that's what's happening, actually. Let's just say it, that's true. I have less political power because they're importing a brand new electorate. Why should I sit back and take that?
To say that these were the reasons that many men don't feel like they are able to.
But gerrymandering to get Republican votes, that's fine, right, Tucker? Right?
To get ahead in society. And I spoke about more specifically that form of stochastic terrorism in this video. And it doesn't stop at mass shootings. We see similar acts of terrorism and violence against things like drag shows in the United States, being propped up by the anti-trans and anti-drag narratives that are being put into media as well as legislations, such as the recent attempt by a Proud Boy to attack a drag show.
And going back to my earlier point, that drag show was protected by people literally beating the crap out of the Proud Boy, as well he deserved to be.
Get fucked.
I came here to help people, not get the shit beat out of me.
These constant attacks of physical violence, by the way, are also incidentally part of why some trans people feel a need to arm themselves. But again, we're seen as the instigators because stochastic terrorism allows separation and deniability between those enacting violence and those stoking it, while trans people are only able to arm ourselves for ourselves. But these mass shooters and violent enactors targeting marginalized groups are often, like I said, men who feel like they cannot live up to the ideal of manhood they're supposed to have, feeling like they're failing in some way and taking it out on a marginalized group.
I remember this guy. This is the guy that went into the police station to basically say, like, oh yeah, like, I was chasing a woman. I don't even understand, like, why he went in the first place. What was it? He was like, oh yeah, he was trying to report this woman's father for threatening his life because this guy had followed the woman for like several miles in their cars. He was stalking her. So understandably, the woman's father was like, hey, fuck off. And he wanted to report that to the police. And the police were like, I think you need to go. I think it's time for you to move on. Get over it, buddy. She's not that into you. And that's all that happened.
Take, for example, the Colorado Springs shooter's father, who stated that he was more worried that his son might have been gay than he was about the fact that he committed a mass shooting.
You believe what happened? They started telling me about the incident. There was a shooting involving, multiple people. Right. And then later on to find it's a gay bar.
Yeah, right. And
I was like, oh my God, is he gay? I was scared. Oh my God, shit, is he gay? And he's not gay, so it's
well, you guys had conversations about that. You were.
Oh yeah,
you
I was adamant.
Him. Yeah, you were adamant that gay is bad.
I'm a Mormon. I'm a conservative Republican. And we don't do gay. We don't do gay.
Yeah. Yet we see a similar motivation.
We don't do gay, but we do math.
With all mass shootings, not just the terrorist, politically motivated ones. Mass shootings are often carried out by those who are isolated, frustrated, bullied, and feel less than others because they don't measure up to some societal standard. Whether that be from the institutions or the individuals in their life who are upholding this view of manhood or personhood that they're supposed to exist up to. While many of these mass shooters may not have direct political aims like the Buffalo or Colorado Springs shooters, they do feel that same nihilism. The only difference is who they act that violence out upon. For most mass shooters, it is the schools or institutions or people where they were bullied and mistreated. And again, I want to be very clear. fuck these shooters. While I understand where they come from, I am not saying that it was okay or justifying their acts of violence by any means. But one thing that I point out about them, and I have said in numerous other videos, is that while we can hold people accountable for the harm they've done and say fuck them and fight them, it's important to realize that they are also products of a system that will continue to create people just like them over and over and over and over again. We live in a society and system where often cis white men, though not exclusively cis white men, feel like they can't live up to some ideal of manhood and who they're supposed to be, and thus react violently because violence is how we teach men to be able to handle their emotions. That violence is an appropriate way to enact your will upon the world when you are feeling upset or frustrated or can't articulate your feelings. It's not that these folks were more inclined towards violence by their nature, but that the only outlet for emotions that we teach them is violence. And then when they're unable to push back against the system that caused them these feelings of anger and isolation, or sometimes being unable to even recognize that these systems exist, they lash out at those who they see as the individual people or institutions who cause them so much pain and trauma. And this is not exclusive to cis white men, though it is often more the case with cis white men who feel like they should be living up to some version of manhood in our society today. But the same can happen for trans people, and potentially may have happened with the Nashville shooter. Again, this is not to say that we shouldn't say fuck them for their horrific actions. Fuck them. But we can hold these two truths in our head, that these people are terrible, and that we have a system that will continually create these terrible people who will feel similarly and repeatedly make the same choices. I mean, the very fact that we have so many mass shootings over and over and over again in this country showcases that very fact. It's not that Americans are somehow more innately violent, but something about the system and society in which we set up creates people like this who feel like this is their recourse. And by the way, I don't just say this about mass shooters, but many who cause violence. I recently said the same about fascists and TERFs in my video last week. They are products of a system that will always create people like them. But that does not mean that we don't denounce individuals' horrific actions or beliefs and fight them. But we also need to realize that we need to fight the systemic causes as well, or else this will keep happening and keep getting worse. We need to fight for further gun laws, or against the rampant anti-trans bigotry in our society, the racism in our society, the anti-Semitism in our society, or the capitalist forces that make people feel like they constantly have to work but are never able to be enough or able to support themselves. And hell, while this is complete supposition on my part, as we don't know for sure yet, at least as of the time of this video, I wouldn't be surprised if at least part of the reason the Nashville shooter chose to enact violence against the school that this shooter attended was because of that school's potential denial of the shooter's trans identity. What we can see is often the case in many schools generally who aren't trans accepting.
In fact, the shooter Instagram messaged a friend before the shooter went to commit their mass shooting, talking about how the shooter was feeling depressed and that the mass shooting was their way to try to die by suicide by cop.
Again, this is not to condone nor give these shooters' actions legitimacy. Just because they suffered a trauma does not mean that it is okay or right for them to enact violence upon the innocent, especially children. But it does paint and inform them as part of a system that continually does this to people, with some feeling the need to deal with this ongoing systemic trauma with yet more violence against the innocent. Again, all that is supposition on my part for the Nashville shooter,
but was definitely the case with the transgender Aberdeen shooter.
A friend of the Aberdeen shooter said she struggled since early in high school with severe depression, partially connected to her feelings of not being accepted when she first came out as a gay teenage girl and later as transgender.
Yet these systems are the way that people in power want them because it serves their narratives of mental illness or their ability to stoke stochastic terrorism with plausible deniability or to vilify marginalized groups like trans people.
Right-wing pundits and politicians always argue that mental health is the cause of mass shooters. They argue that it is always the individual's fault solely and only, and that there's nothing we can do about that fact. It's just something core to who those people are.
Kid, I was going to call him a kid, but he's 18 years old. This man's ideology is a mess. It's just he's again, a lunatic, all over the place. He does mention the so-called Great Replacement theory. And this is what they're trying to hang around the neck of Tucker Carlson, Fox News, really any conservative, myself included.
And they also stigmatize all trans people as mentally ill.
This is the promise that it's liberation, and this is kids, when they finally express their true inner identity, will be happier and better adjusted. But the incidence of violence and mental illness seems to be extraordinary. So it doesn't seem like people are being liberated. It seems like people are being tormented and driven to the brink of insanity. That just watching, that seems...
How does he fucking form this on the basis of like 3 shootings? Oh my fucking god. What the fuck? What are you talking about? You insane motherfucker. How do you even have a job? You're so bad at talking.
Seems clear.
It's the exact opposite of liberation. We have mountains of evidence that people who suffer from gender dysphoria also suffer from very high rates of mental health comorbidities. When you have this reality on top of people being fed cross-sex hormones and are also being in an environment where they are encouraged to have a violent hatred of wider society, and you can see this in the reaction before, during, and after this killing.
Andy, no.
And they also frame trans people as an ideology, not a people, being pushed by the liberal elites, or Joe Biden, or the medical establishment, or George Soros, linking anti-Semitic conspiracy theories to all this as well.
But Joe Biden is lying about that. He knows that he's lying, and you know that he's lying. Yesterday's massacre did not happen because of lax gun laws. Yesterday's massacre happened because of a deranged and demonic ideology that is infecting this country with the encouragement of people like Joe Biden.
Thus, when a trans person commits a mass shooting, it is easy for these pundits and politicians to link all of these things, blaming all trans people as inherently violent because we're quote-unquote mentally ill, and that Democrats and the liberal elite, and sometimes dog whistling about Jewish people, as the cause of this dangerous ideology.
He's an enemy of the state. You want to know the truth? The enemy of the state is him and the group that control him, which is circling around him. Do this, do that, Joe. You're going to do this, Joe, right?
Now, you'll notice, shockingly, that these LGBT groups are mysteriously silent about these kinds of concerns after shootings by white supremacists. I mean, they're more than happy for those manifestos to be published, and they always are. But in this case, they caution against it. The only mildly surprising thing about this is that they haven't really bothered to come up with a plausible excuse for this glaring inconsistency and hypocrisy. Instead, they essentially confess to the truth. They want the discussion around the shooting to remain focused on a politically useful issue like gun control. Don't tell us why this happened, they cry. That'll make it more difficult for us to use the tragedy for political gain. Most of all, they're desperate to protect their victim narrative. This is their most potent political weapon, and more than that, it is the foundation of their entire ideology. They must protect at all costs the hallucinatory notion that LGBT people, and in particular trans people, are oppressed and marginalized, and they're the ones being targeted, not the other way around.
But they are using this narrative to distract from the real causes of mass shooters. The real cause is ultimately a society that constantly forces people to try to live up to some ideal of manhood or womanhood that they could never live up to in a capitalist system that makes them feel scared and unable to provide for themselves, and which fosters resentments not at the system that made itself so ubiquitous that it feels invisible, but to those around them. But those in power will use this frustration and anger to try to have communities target each other to prop up this narrative and stoke infighting, often towards a marginalized group like trans people, so that we ignore that the system will constantly create people like this over and over and over again. Guns are just fuel on that fire that allow more even horrific violence to be enacted. And to be clear, we need more gun control now. But even gun control is a band-aid on a much larger systemic issue. As Nazi Germany shows us, even well-meaning gun control laws enacted by a neoliberal system capable of falling into fascism can then be twisted by the fascists to target minorities in their desire for endless death, genocide, and war. Our real issue is that this system will continually generate violent people acting out their self-worth and isolation frustrations.
All of this showcases the blatant dehumanization, hypocrisy, and desire to fit a narrative that all of this anti-trans rhetoric supports. In fact, let's briefly talk about some of the hypocrisy in these narratives that are very clear in showcasing the anti-trans hate. Many news outlets in the hours after the shooting mistakenly labeled the Nashville shooter as a trans woman in their headlines and reporting. Many just heard that a trans person potentially committed an act of violence, which, by the way, at the point that many of these articles went up, the fact that this person was trans was also not confirmed, and just assumed that this person must have been a trans woman. This should showcase the lack of journalistic integrity in journalistic outlets like Sky News, but it also showcases their very clear anti-trans bias that they are.
Sky News is like barely even news. Yeah, they never had any fucking integrity. It's fucking Sky News. I don't know what you expected.
Using to fit a narrative. Before the shooting, these news sites had constantly featured stories of trans women being more inherently violent due to trans women being male. The false idea of men being more inherently violent by nature of being men, and trans women being framed as men in these publications' eyes, fitting with many anti-trans rhetorics of the violent, dangerous trans women who are coming to attack your children in the bathrooms, or who are sexual perpetrators trying to assault women. We saw a very similar falsehood spread very recently by J.K. Rowling on Twitter, false statistics to again frame trans women as inherently violent, often sexually. To be able to get the statistical numbers that J.K. Rowling is citing in this tweet on screen, to showcase that trans women are inherently more violent just by the nature of being trans women, she has to include sex work in those statistics. Sex work being something that trans women are often forced into to be able to pay our bills due to the larger systemic discriminations that we face. And also showcasing the anti-sex work viewpoint of many who also espouse anti-trans viewpoints. Yet, this is the narrative that many want to push, that trans women are more inherently violent by nature of being trans women because we are male. Alternatively, trans men, usually young trans men, are often seen in these rhetorics as women, which they are not, who have been tricked into gender ideology, infantilizing them.
That when it comes to the transgender phenomenon, certainly for right now, for adolescents who fall into it, the vast majority are girls.
All of this goes to uphold the idea that women are weak and needing of protection from authoritative strong men, and that these strong men should enact violence against trans women in order to protect, quote unquote, real women.
Had a bit of an idea about some of the things that you can do. And men, for once, I'm talking to you. I'm talking about you dads who maybe carry, I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister. Maybe you just have some friends. Maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any absolute connection.
Why is she streaming from an actual fucking potato?
Connection with them to feel compelled to protect us. I think you should start using women's toilets, men.
In fact, in some places in United Kingdom law, as well as in the United States law, it's sometimes seen as not legally possible for women to be able to sexually assault anyone, which is not the case. Though women are less likely to be the perpetrators of sexual violence, they can be. But it all goes again to framing women as needing to be protected by the dangerous minority groups, as well as framing trans women as men in order to dehumanize us and frame us as inherently more aggressive, as well as upholding authoritarian rhetorics of a strong man needing to come and save you. And this biased thinking of trans women as being inherently more violent automatically assumed that the person enacting violence in Nashville was a trans woman. But now, after it was confirmed that it was a potential trans man who did the attack in Nashville, the narrative in many of these spaces has shifted to that it was testosterone that caused the shooter to enact violence.
When you pump a woman full of testosterone, you don't get a rational man. You get the same emotional woman with male aggression, a feeling creature with no wall of reason to contain the monsters in her id.
This utilizing of the idea of it being testosterone that caused this person to enact violence is again going to the same idea that men are more likely to enact violence,
while also combining it with the misogyny of a woman being irrational.
But it showcases the hypocrisy of their point of view, because if that's the case, if testosterone is the reason that this trans man went to enact more violence and was more likely to enact violence in their eyes, then doesn't that also mean that trans women would be less likely to be violent because we take estrogen? It showcases how many of these narratives and journalistic institutions who prop up anti-trans hate are more focused on the narrative of being against trans people than they are against actual good journalism and actually having a coherent point of view, while also upholding traditionalist gender binary thinking.
And while I shouldn't need to go into this, it's important to point out that some research has shown that while there may be a temporary increase in aggression when people take testosterone, it actually levels out pretty quickly, and that actual research has found that aggression rates decrease in the long term.
But again, hate isn't logical, it's quite literally based in illogic.
Never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge. But they are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse, for, by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. If you press them too closely, they will abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating by some phrase that the time for argument is past.
And by the way, it also should be mentioned that I couldn't find confirmation anywhere that the Nashville shooter even took testosterone, so they just assume that a trans man takes testosterone just by the nature of them being a trans man. To be very clear, not every trans man takes testosterone. Sometimes it's because they may not want to take testosterone, which is perfectly legitimate, or because they can't get access to testosterone or can't afford it through their healthcare systems that often misunderstand or deny trans people access to healthcare, or may live in a state that is passing anti-trans legislation that denies them access to trans-affirming care. But this also goes to show how many of these institutions and anti-trans narratives always assume that a trans person must be medicalized, because they only see transness as a mental illness needing some form of cure, which is again, more fascism stuff, curing a minority. There are many trans people who are all validly transgender who seek no form of medical intervention to help them feel happier in their own bodies. All of this is constantly used to frame trans people as the villains and uphold authoritarian power over and over and over again, and they continually dehumanize trans people and use us for their ends, leaving, quite literally, our bodies behind. And this dehumanization goes so far that people are actively cheering on a trans person's death. Many anti-trans folks are using transphobic language over the images of the police footage of the Nashville shooter's dead body. And the fact that they are using transphobia in order to celebrate this person's death show that they are not taking glee at the death of a shooter who committed horrific violence, but just the mere fact that a trans person is dead. And they're—
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I did not know they released that. Why did they release that? Holy shit.
excitement at having permission to showcase their anti-trans hate publicly because the shooter is a person that no one in our society feels is worthy of empathy. Thus, they feel that they can get away with their transphobia because anyone who points out that they're being transphobic pieces of shit, that they can just throw back at that person that, oh, you care about the shooter? You must defend the shooter's actions. It's gross and disgusting.
But, even though the shooter murdered children, that doesn't mean that we get to use grammatically correct pronouns in reference to her. Well, actually it does. In fact, we get to use grammatically correct pronouns about people even if they don't commit mass shootings. The mass shooting gives us permission to say lots of other things about her, that she was a monstrous, bloodthirsty, murdering, worthless piece of garbage, for example. But as for the pronouns, we get to do that regardless. Actually, listen to this. Check this out. This is going to shock you. We get to say whatever we want to or about her or you or anyone else. That's what we get to do. What you don't get to do is control our words or our minds. I can say whatever I want about anyone, and I will. And I can say whatever I want about any trans person, and I will. They do not get to dictate anything to me.
And you will still be a piece of shit.
That's what they don't get to do. I talk about them according to how I see them and what I think about them, and according to what is actually true. I don't talk about them according to how they see themselves. I am using the filter of my own mind.
Go suck your own dick and die. Choke and die of self-suck.
And of reality, I am not using the filter of their minds. That's the way that this works.
And for many of them, I would not be shocked if they have this same amount of glee at the death of any trans person, regardless of what that trans person had done. But it's just with this trans person's death, they have a ready excuse to be able to showcase their glee at a trans person's body. And all of this leads to the final aspect that I wish to discuss. The emotional effect of all of this on trans people. Because it's fucked up that trans people not only have to feel the pain that everyone feels when a shooting like this happens, the pain that we feel because we are human, the pain that I feel of knowing that 3 children are dead. But as soon as we hear that a trans person committed this violence, all trans people, we all instantly know at the same time that now, while we are feeling all of this grief and pain, we are now going to have to defend our very identity due to someone else's horrific actions, from bigots using this shooter's identity to justify hate against us. Every time that something like this happens, this is the emotional train that trans people go through. We see the news of the shooting or violence and of children dying, and our heart breaks as every other person's heart breaks at hearing news like that. It destroys us. And then in that moment, when we hear that a trans person did it, we feel everything, the weight of everything that I just talked about, fall upon us, on our souls. Before we even see it happen, we know that anti-trans ghouls will use this event to vilify all of us and try to justify further violence against us. Because we know that's what their goal is. We know that it's going to happen. Hell, as soon as I heard that a trans person had done a mass shooting in Nashville, I didn't even need to look online to know that people were already cheering on this person's.
Yeah, I just stayed off Twitter because I knew what the fuck was gonna be happening. Like, so fucking predictable.
Death.
The only shooting they care about.
And using transphobia to push for even further hate. Some trans people may not be able to articulate everything that I just said. They might not be able to sit down and be able to go through all of that, nor should they be able to in a moment of such deep pain. But we sure as hell fucking feel the despair, rage, fear, and exhaustion that knowing that we're going to have to defend our very existence while handling grief brings upon us. And that, by the way, is also a goal of all of this. To tire trans people and other marginalized folks out. To make us feel like we have no hope. To make us feel like we should give up. To kick us when we are emotionally gutted. Not to mention already tired from the endless fighting we've had to do in our personal and professional and political lives to fight against anti-trans bigotry and hate. And all of this robs us of the ability to have a moment to mourn, or even be able to live our lives as full human beings. I know so many of my trans friends, myself included, who had to go and do work the day of the shooting and just had all of this extra burden on top of them. And we aren't human during any of it. It's like dragging ourselves through hot coals every day, just trying to do our best. And we see all of this occurring. We see the dehumanization and the bigotry. And we don't know how to respond because we want to say, fuck you, you transphobic pieces of shit.
Yeah.
After all, we see things like the celebrating of a trans person's death or the intentional misgendering and the dehumanization going on, but we know that if we express that rage without having a huge long, hour-long video essay behind it, we'll be vilified further. For people will say, oh, well, you didn't condemn the shooter. You're going after people like Tucker Carlson. You must think that the shooting was okay because they're trans and they're on your side. That's why I've had to be so clear at the start of this video about saying, fuck the shooter. And even then, I bet there will be comments in this video that will say, well, Jesse, this is where your trans terrorist ideology leaves. You are the real fascist, you groomer pedo freak. Or some variation or dilution upon that theme.
Bitterness and a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is a demonic prophecy, which drives them to the gates of hell, and human life has zero value. And you saw it in the Me Too movement. I said it's not a Me Too movement, it's a me movement. Yeah. This is why my pronouns, how you need to announce me and acknowledge me. And tomorrow it may change because they're so empty, there's such a void and a chasm. Yes, it's a mental illness, but let's go further. It's demonic possession.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To slaughter children is not just a mental illness. It is a cocktail of Satan having a foothold celebrated by society, by
Jesus
pastors
Christ.
that are now saying trans is holy. No, it's not. We had it on this show. Sure. And this is the result, Sarah. So here's what happened yesterday. Children died because of the LGBTQ trans crazy movement.
No, they fucking don't. Source?
You did this. You drive your own people off a cliff because if you loved them, you would get them help.
And on that topic, though, all trans people, while we are dealing with all this, are asked to publicly come forward and condemn the trans shooter, despite cis men never being asked to go out of their way to condemn cisgender men shooters. There is an underlying assumption that trans people are seen as supportive of mass murder if a trans person did it until said otherwise. Again, it all goes to this belief, sometimes conscious, sometimes unconscious, that trans people are bullies and hateful. The stigma against us, rather than just seeing us as who we actually are. People who just want to live. People who just want to love. People who just want to thrive. Being honest, on a personal level, I'm exhausted. As many of you know, I put out those last 2 videos about the stuff going on in Australia and New Zealand, and those were videos that I didn't intend to make, but I felt like I needed to. And I was doing those videos on top of the other stuff that I've been doing. I mean, quite literally this week, I was only planning to work on my short film that I'm working on, as well as some bigger videos that I'm excited about that are coming on this channel that don't feel mired in this anti-trans bullshit, that feel like something constructive and hopeful. And I know I should focus my energy on that more constructive, hopeful content, but I just feel a need to use my platform and energy to fight back against all of this hate because we are in the midst of a genocide attempt. And I sit here conflicted about how I must do something because I have the privilege and platform to be able to. But I'm exhausted and tired. And now I know as I perform this, I'm quite literally going to have to spend the rest of my day editing this video, possibly working into the night so that I can get it out in a timely manner. And that just freaking exhausts me. And I just wish I could have spent today doing what I had wanted to do, which was to be on a podcast talking about Star Trek and then spending the rest of my day editing a video that I'm really excited about while also dealing with short film stuff. Stuff that I was excited about, but nope, this is my day now. I also know that it's going to open up a new comment section on my channel that I know will be filled with a lot of love, but also will lead to more hate being sent my way. And then on top of all of that, I also worry that I am becoming too mired in this pushing back against anti-trans hate on my channel, that this will become all my channel is. I don't want it to be. I have many things that I'm hoping to do beyond just talking about the next anti-trans bullshit, but I am worried that I can't focus on my art anymore. That I'll lose everything because I'm not creating what I wanted to. That my channel will be destroyed because I'm not focusing more generative things that my fellow peers on YouTube are able to focus on. Because they aren't in the midst of all of this. And this fear, by the way, isn't helped by the fact that every video I do on this subject is demonetized, though I'm sure folks like Fox News and the Daily Wire, places funded by millionaires, have full monetization on every video that they do about this very topic. Hell,
Curious how that works.
I'm even pushing a comedy video that's already done that was supposed to release on the day that this video goes up to next week because I feel like this is more important and needed right now.
And editing Jesse here, can I just say, please watch that video when it goes up. Not because I want views or anything on it, but because I really desperately just want people to feel laughter or something fun from my work, rather than the emotions that I've had to put out for the last few weeks with my work. I really, really would just like to see people laugh at something that I made. It really would mean a lot, honestly. Anyways, I'm just tired editing here and really just want to see people enjoy a thing that I make, not feel sad at it, because I feel sad editing this right now. Anyways, back to the video.
And I'm doing all of this while I'm going to be actively vilified for trying to fight back against this hate. People say that I'm a fascist and a groomer, but even people who are less radicalized like that will say I'm a grifter or a bully, or getting involved in drama. When really I'm just tired and hurt and scared. But I'm also still here. And I'm willing to fight. I want to fight and will continue to fight. And I will make the hopeful things. I will make the things that excite me and bring me joy. And hopefully will do the same for you. Not in defiance of them, though it is in defiance of them, but in hopes that you all know that we can and will thrive. That we are able to do so, even amongst all of this. The knowledge that we will thrive is just as, if not more important right now. And I think of all the other amazing advocates who have to use their time fighting bigots, going to speak against these hate-filled bills, or doing research and more, when they could have just lived, when they could have just thrived and lived a life of joy that is being robbed from them. I think of their strength and their power and how they inspire me. I also think about how they're being robbed of their lives in small ways, in one way or another. It's a price that I'm willing, and I know many of them are willing to pay, because it's what we need to do right now. We don't get to choose the times that we live in, because it means that we are fighting to save other people's lives who are in even more danger. But it's hard. I can tell that it's affecting my physical and mental health. Hell, I'm not even sleeping well right now. I wrote that section about gun control under the Nazis this very morning at 5 a.m. on my phone in bed because I couldn't sleep. I just wanted to write it out because otherwise it was just stuck in my head. I know that I'm lucky feels like the wrong word, but safer as a trans person, at least in terms of physical location and access to medical care and a support network. Though maybe not in terms of visibility to bigots, but alas. Writing a conclusion to this video has been challenging. There's too much to encapsulate fully. We are in a trans genocide attempt. Those stoking the genocide will use a trans person who committed a horrific act of violence to justify further genocide and dehumanization. We also need to realize that the shooter who caused this violence, who, while absolutely horrible, is not indicative of all trans people. And on top of that, also realize that the shooter is a product of a system that will continually create more violent shooters, trans or cis, all in benefit of the system that itself is currently only sustaining itself on the fumes of said genocide attempt. And on top of all of this, we have to realize that it is okay that trans people are recognizing that this is happening and that we wish to be self-defensive against it. And while there is debate about what exactly that means, both internally within our own personal selves and within our community, as well as our allies, that it is a discussion we need to have and have openly right now. Though on top of that, we also need to realize that by having that conversation openly, which is necessary, will lead to us being vilified further. And on top of all of this, we need to realize that this is an emotional and physical burden, and not the least of which in that it prevents us from grieving those who are lost. The trans people who are already dying in this genocide, as well as those who died from the mass shootings, such as the 3 adults and 3 children who died in Nashville. I've had to make this whole damn video and not be able to focus on those who were murdered, and how angering and sad that is, because they deserve a focus. But now is not the time for thoughts and prayers. It's the time to make sure that this never happens again, or at least fight to try to, even though we know it will. I guess I'll end on this. Trans people are angry. We are ready to defend ourselves. And we are much stronger than many people think. But we're also tired. We also need help. If you are an ally, you need to be ready to become an accomplice now. We need you to understand why we are so in danger and why we need people who stand with us. The goal of all of these rhetorics is, of course, to radicalize those in power's bases further in order to enact violence and uphold their authoritarian power. But more importantly, the goal of these rhetorics is to make those who see themselves as in the middle, as centrist, feel, at the very least, enough doubt that they will do nothing in the face of a genocide attempt. To feel unsure about whether it's the transes who are causing the violence or, the people in power. and so ultimately do nothing. And that honestly is more dangerous, because inaction ultimately helps those who are doing the harm. As the famous poem says, don't stand by when they come for us, because they may come for us first, but then one day you may look around and realize that there are fewer people by your side when you need us. We need you not to fall into the disinformation and vilification tactics meant to justify our further harm, but stand with us now. Because if you don't soon, it may be too late. It already is for some. Alrighty, everybody.
Yeah, there's a special place reserved in hell for those who, in a time of great crisis, maintain their neutrality. People smile. People smile point.
So, I ended this video there because I feel like that needed to be the conclusatory message of the essay itself, but I wanted to say a few other things for those of you who are still around. While this video was depressing for very obvious reasons, I want to remind all of you that there is hope. I already spoke about it in my last video on this channel. You can see that there are tons of people who are ready and willing to be accomplices to show up to fight for trans people. We saw it in Australia and New Zealand very clearly recently. And also, I should point to the recent polls that have come out that showcase that anti-trans bigotry is not only unpopular generally in the United States, but unpopular even within right-wing spaces. So know that there are people who are at the very least willing to understand or try to understand and be empathetic to trans people, and that there are also many more people, many more than the people who would stoke anti-trans hate, who are willing to show up and fight for trans people, as trans people ourselves are willing to show up and fight for others. Remember that. And also remember, never, ever give in to despair, because that's the moment when we really lose. And while there's certainly stuff to be sad and angry and depressed about, it's not a moment for despair. There's so much yet to fight for, so much yet to live for, and so much yet that we can thrive by doing. Anyways, I'm saying all of that off the cuff, so I don't really know where I'm going with it, but I just wanted to at least have a moment to remind everyone that there is hope out there. Don't despair. Speaking of that, it feels weird to do the promote-y thing, but I'm just going to be clear with all of you. All of this has been exhausting to me, and I am very exhausted at the idea of having to go edit this right now. So I am going to take a break to take care of myself. The video that I did have planned that was supposed to come out today, the Star Trek comedy video, that'll be coming out next week, though it is available on Patreon and Nebula if you want to support me there. Those are ways to support me being able to pay my bills. Thank you if you do that and you get yourself the video early. And then I do have some videos coming out in the near future. My video on masculinity that'll be coming hopefully next month, as well as a Star Wars video that's going to take a very long time because I was supposed to be working on it right now and this week, and it's going to be a several months long project anyways. So just know that some of the videos are going to be probably a little bit more sporadic because I'm going to need to start self-caring more. And also take time to rest while also working on these bigger videos. And on top of that, I also have my short film that I'm working on too. So a lot of stuff coming, but I'm just understanding that I need to better balance out.
She's always doing so fucking much work. I don't understand how she does all this shit. I really don't.
My mental and physical energy and health, especially amongst all of the stuff that's going on here. So apologies if the videos become a little less frequent as they have been. But there is a good reason for it, and it is because I want to make them bigger and better and focus on the thriving stuff, but also have been constantly feeling the need to do these videos on the horrible stuff. Anyways, I'm rambling at this point. Love you all, take care of yourselves, and I hope you all are living long and prospering. Hey you, yeah, you cutie patootie nerds.
Who, me?
Cutie patootie, I'm a goddamn 1920s grandma. Anyways, thank you all you wonderful nerds who are my patrons, who allow me to do this, who allow me to do what I do. I could.
Okie dokie. So I just saw that D'Angelo Wallace came back. Again. A second return. Let's fucking go.
Somebody has uploaded a YouTube video that is so dumb, so completely incorrect that they have basically assembled the YouTube Avengers. How does someone anger the internet's nicest people like Jacksepticeye and Mr. Beast, make a bunch of other creators you've probably heard of drop response videos, and make points that are so completely invalid, I of all people come back early from a 9-month break just to personally tell you that your video is trash? Let's find out.
Amazing. Just to
Hi,
tell you.
I'm a random person on the internet. You're a random person on the internet. And together, we're going to talk about Mr. Beast, Chris Tyson, and Sunny V2. But first, let's talk about me. So, hi. I haven't posted a video in 9 months. During those 9 months, a lot of people wished me well and were really supportive, and I honestly really appreciate it. And I just want to let you know that during this time, I have been thriving. I've been doing so well, in fact, that I've actually been making my way back to YouTube, not just with this quick video. You know my long, deep dive videos that I'm known for? I have actually, for the past few months, been working on another one of those, which I will be uploading here on this channel before the end of the month. And you are not going to want to miss it. You're just gonna have to wait until that video drops to see who it's about. But speaking of that, stay tuned to the end of this video and I'll tell you how you can get a shout out in my upcoming one. But yeah, with that being said, I wasn't even really supposed to come back until I finished that one. But when I saw the absolute garbage video that the YouTuber in question dropped, I was like,
It's so fucking terrible. It's really, really bad.
you know what? I already went through the hassle of setting up my camera and my fancy new background, so why don't we just go for it? So before we watch the video in question, I'll just tell you who we're talking about for those of you who may not know. I mean, honestly, Jimmy, or Mr. Beast himself, needs no introduction as he's literally the largest individual creator on the platform. But if you've heard of Mr. Beast and you've never watched any of his content, then you may not have seen the other subject of today's video, Chris Tyson. Chris is part of Mr. Beast's crew, appearing in a ton of his videos over the years, and they've also been personal friends for even longer. And just for context, Chris has stated that they use any pronouns. So the final piece of this puzzle is the YouTuber who uploaded the video in question, Sunny V2. Sunny is a large documentary/commentary channel with over 3 million subscribers who's uploaded a ton of videos, but the one that instantly put him on everyone's bad side is called Why Chris Will Soon Be a Nightmare for Mr. Beast. So let's watch it.
In mid-2022, fans began to notice that Chris Tyson was changing.
Okay, so
Please, no. Don't make me. I don't want to watch it again. Oh god. This is most of the video. Alright. Strap in. Put your thinking caps on.
Right from the jump, this is already such a dramatic way of editing and presenting the story. Like, why the impact sound effect? Why the black screen on changing?
Chris began to display increasingly feminine traits, making tweets such as, "I finally got my nails done at a nail tech."
I should probably go to a nail tech, honestly, but I like painting my own nails. It's a nice way to waste a little bit of time. Though lately, I have found myself changing into a black screen.
Additionally, Chris would highlight that his facial appearance had changed significantly since the start of the pandemic.
Yeah, same here. You ain't special. Well, you are special, but not for that reason. But no, obviously, the point of that tweet and the point that Sunny V2's video has been making so far is that Chris changed up their appearance quite a bit. Got it.
His Twitter photos kept insinuating that Chris was becoming more feminine, with this same kind of look showing up in his Mr. Beast appearances.
So what Sunny has just spent the first few minutes of this video describing is something I like to call a non-issue. No amount of dramatic music or other intentional editing on Sunny's part.
Who fucking cares, right? Like, oh, he changed his appearance. Oh, they look different now. Like, oh, so what, bro?
Will change the fact that what he's talking about literally does not matter. Someone changing the way they present themselves shouldn't even be a little bit controversial, but of course, according to the internet, it should be extremely controversial.
Viral TikToks, such as this one with 700,000 likes, stating, "How did Chris go from this to this?"
I love the sad face emoji, like, oh. I hate when people express themselves. Anyway, up until this point, I was actually pretty neutral on Sunny's video so far. He hadn't really shared any opinions thus far, and I sort of just assumed he was going to follow it all up by saying, "This is ridiculous." But instead of that, he just chose to be ridiculous himself.
The true catalyst for Chris Tyson's feminization instead seemed to have come from his marriage.
Sunny goes on to dig all the way through Chris's personal history in some outlandish attempt to prove that they turned feminine because they got divorced. apparently.
He'd removed his wedding ring, with the ring's absence correlating perfectly with the very first post in which he'd painted his nails.
I like how he felt the
bro?
need to circle all 5 fingers, just in case.
Yeah, like all of them. Bro, like, come on. His wife left. Like she chose to leave. This is so exhausting. God. Oh my god. Like, ugh. It's literally none of your business. Like, who cares?
In case it wasn't clear that their nails were painted. Anyway, I just want to emphasize that this is an insane jump to conclusions. Literally just bringing up completely unrelated personal issues from Chris's life to use them as some sort of behind the scenes explanation for completely harmless behavior. Sonny also kept doing things like this.
Chris went from lighting campfires and raising a family with his beautiful wife to now trying to be a wife with his man buns and long nails.
Where he would just read a hate comment and then provide absolutely no rebuttal to it whatsoever. Like, do you agree with the comment? If not, you could say something. But the thing is, the tone of Sonny's video does agree with these comments.
While there was a possibility that Chris would make efforts to return to his former self, he'd rather do the opposite and double down on his feminine image.
He'd rather double down is an inherently negative way to frame that. People almost exclusively use the term double down when they're trying to make a point that someone has committed to a wrong choice. And Sonny's entire video is already starting to frame Chris's transition as the wrong choice and inherently negative. But trust me, it gets so much worse. Anyway, Chris shared that they had actually been undergoing hormone replacement therapy, and Sonny shared more responses to that.
There goes a father figure the kid won't ever be able to look up to. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Weak man times.
Weak man times. I hate that phrase so much. I hate it so much. Oh my fucking god.
I'm gonna be real with y'all. Y'all really overestimate the importance of fathers, okay? Like, a good father, it's obviously a benefit to any child, but not all y'all are good. And conversely, the absence of a father doesn't mean that a child's going to turn out weak, or whatever point that this convoluted weak man times argument was trying to make.
Chris responded to this comment by stating, "This is just more dog whistling that somehow trans and GNC folks aren't safe around kids. Tucker begs for me to come back when I leave for like 2 days to film. He is so loved and happy."
I'm really glad Chris responded to that tweet, because they had every right to. Y'all are really out here dragging people's children into Twitter discourse because you don't agree with them. Are y'all hearing yourselves? Anyway, after bringing up the fact that Chris's friends defended them, Sonny V2 takes like a positive tone for about 2 seconds and then immediately implies that Chris's transition is actually ruining Mr. Beast's friend group.
In some ways, it was nice to see the boys standing up for Chris on Twitter. However, the situation has already begun to change the dynamic within the videos.
Circling the dislikes to prove a point is actually really funny when you consider the fact that Sonny's video has an even worse dislike ratio. But anyways, this next part is pretty much the biggest reach that Sonny takes in this entire video, where he tries to show us this footage to prove that Chris is ruining the atmosphere in the friend group, but like, that's literally not what's happening at all.
Chris did make these bizarre jokes about Jimmy being female, making him incredibly uncomfortable.
Oh my god, Jimmy, look, they drew you. Jimmy, they drew you so well. It looks just like you.
Fellas, is it incredibly uncomfortable to give a small laugh? The joke wasn't even about Mr. Beast being a woman. The joke is literally that the character is not Mr. Beast. This part of Sonny's video was so insanely forced. Like, once again, dramatic music does not change the fact that what you're presenting is not dramatic at all. In fact, I think Sonny even realized that the music wasn't enough because he actually added captions to the next couple of clips to project the scenario onto them when it clearly was not actually happening.
Oh, yes. Oh my god, it's Jimmy. How did fan art? This is what we were looking for. Be brave, be honest, be kind.
These captions are what made me realize that this isn't just Sonny misinterpreting the footage. This is him trying to get us to believe a blatant piece of misinformation. That way, the rest of his video makes sense.
Right.
Nice shirt. Thanks. Nice
He's just reading way too much into this one video.
shirt. Nice shoes.
If this reads to you as bizarre, uncomfortable, or weird, as Sonny has described it, then You're basically just telling me that you've never actually had an interaction with a friend group, which is like, fine, but I'm not really sure how that's Chris's problem. Stuff like this is so annoying to me as a content creator. Like when I see people trying to twist footage into something it's clearly not. If your video is not strong enough to stand up on its own, then you should not have been making the video in the first place. End of story. Now, this next part is absolutely bizarre. Sunny begins doing this weird pros and cons analysis of what will happen if Chris continues to transition through the lens of, and I kid you not, how it will affect Mr. Beast's YouTube channel performance.
If Chris continues to transition, would it be unreasonable to say that he could jeopardize some of the personality traits which made him a successful member in the first place?
I feel like, and this is just me guessing, but I feel like it's safe to say that Chris has probably already weighed the pros and cons of transitioning. I'm not really sure that they need some random YouTuber to do it for them. Sunny's out here running a cost-benefit analysis like this is some sort of hypothetical situation. Chris has already made their decision. It's just not something that Sunny seems to respect or even acknowledge. And apparently, Mr. Beast's content is more important.
Many comments supportive of Chris, who imply that there'll be millions of queer kids who look up to him, although this doesn't necessarily mean that it'll add any value to the videos.
How would millions of children having a positive role model not be a value add to a video? You're just saying things that don't make sense because at this point you would rather do anything other than respect a trans person's decision. Okay? In fact, this was actually the point that the entire video just clicked for me, and I realized that Sunny doesn't even really view Chris as a person at all. Like, listen to this.
Adding over-the-top LGBT characters for the sake of relatability rarely works as intended and is often nothing more than a distraction from the premise of the movie or video. On top of this, it can be uncomfortable and unrelatable for the silent majority.
Where do I even start with this? Okay, I'll try starting with the obvious. Chris Tyson is not an over-the-top LGBT character. Chris, and I can't believe I have to say this, is a real person. What level of delusion have we reached where we can't differentiate between real people and characters anymore? This is such a concerning and off-putting way of talking about people.
Although, as we have seen, a situation like Chris's does have the potential to create an otherworldly amount of discussion, which could be seen as a benefit for the Mr. Beast brand.
Okay, you know what? The boomers are right. The internet was a mistake. The only benefit you can find in Chris's transition is the fact that maybe, just maybe, it'll boost the performance of the Mr. Beast YouTube channel. What is even happening here? Never mind the fact that Chris said HRT saved their life and that they did this to improve their mental health and that it's made them a better parent. None of that matters when, you know, Mr. Beast may get 103 million views instead of 102.
An inescapable situation is a pretty good way of describing the drama, which is also why it deserves the harsh label of being a nightmare.
And what is the drama in this case? A trans person existing. It should not be controversial to exist, right? Like, am I crazy? Have I said something strange? Because I don't think so. I genuinely don't.
It really shouldn't be controversial or political or like whatever the fuck. Like,
now, if this wasn't enough, and trust me, it was, Sunny goes on to imply that maybe Chris should actually just leave their friend group. You know, just stop being in the videos altogether because it would be better for branding.
The only clean solution should things go south might be for Chris to resign himself, and even then rumors and bad press will be unavoidable. Whether it be arrogance or ignorance, Chris seems oblivious to how this whole thing might impact Jimmy, forgetting that he achieved his current level of success by avoiding this exact type of drama.
So in this video, you have decided that Chris is either ignorant or arrogant, blamed them for an imaginary problem with Mr. Beast's channel performance, made up theories about their divorce that you dragged up for no reason, claimed that they're making their friends uncomfortable in their everyday interactions, and suggested that maybe, just maybe,
dude, she's friends with Mr. Beast. Like, they're friends. I think they're actually friends, as far as I know. And like, yeah, like probably she came out to Mr. Beast before anybody else. Like, you know, it's hard for me to believe that it's any kind of issue.
they should leave their friend group entirely to make everybody else feel better. And those are just the things that Sunny said explicitly. When you factor in all of the unchecked hate comments sprinkled throughout the video, coupled with the fact that the entire premise is about something that was never a problem in the first place, you realize that this video is, in the purest sense of the word, garbage. And I'm glad that it's over. They should have considered the completely unfeasible possibility that they might mess up their friend's big YouTube channel before they transition. Like, that is actually the most terminally online take I have heard in a very long time. But like all bad takes on the internet, this one also garnered a bunch of support. Despite having over 100,000 dislikes, it has even more likes. And where there are likes, there are supportive comments like this one. Watching Jimmy smile during that weird fan art joke genuinely looked like it was full of pain. Let me help you out a little bit. This is a look full of pain because this is genuinely how I felt while I was reading your comment. Not even so much because of the commenter, but just because of the fact that Sunny's blatant media manipulation was effective on them, as well as the 50,000 other people who liked that comment. Jimmy is such a great guy. I hate seeing him in that situation. Jimmy does seem like a great guy, but he's literally not in a situation. Like, do you know who's actually being affected?
The situation that he's in is having to tweet out, all of this transphobia is starting to piss me off. Jimmy's fine.
By all of this nastiness that's being directed towards Chris. The fact that people are blaming them for problems that are actually being caused by the people throwing the blame is completely warped. I would never have thought that this would be the thing that could destroy Jimmy's career. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Mr. Beast's career is in jeopardy. Let's go see how his recent videos have been doing. Oh, okay, 113 million views, 100 million views, 133 million views.
Oh yeah, really falling off there. L plus ratio, right? Go woke, go broke. Am I right?
Yeah, hear me out, but I'm pretty sure that getting over 1.1 billion views over the past month means that your channel is probably going to be fine. Once again, we are discussing an issue that doesn't exist. Anyway, I do want to point out that not everyone who watched the video supported it. Like I said, there were plenty of dislikes, and a lot of people shared their opinion in the comments as well. Chris isn't a character. They're a real human being with emotions. It's not all business and marketing. Friendship is a thing, and nothing says Jimmy is forced to accept this. Maybe he wants to keep his friend and cares a lot about them. Like, so many things are wrong with this. There are a lot of things wrong with that video, but honestly, this comment covers a good deal of them. Taking such a transactional approach to dissecting someone's friendship is a bizarre and not at all normal way of talking about people. I'm glad there were comments like this among the insanity. Otherwise, I might have gone insane. In fact, this video didn't just cause a stir within its own comment section. Other big channels such as Mogul Mail by Ludwig and the H3 podcast by Ethan and Ela shared their opinions on the video, and I don't think they would mind me saying that their opinions were not very positive. If you haven't already, I would go watch those videos because they're great and they bring up a bunch of additional points that I didn't even have time to get into. Now, ultimately, this wasn't too surprising because the H3 podcast is always weighing in on internet discourse, and this wouldn't be the first time that Ludwig has covered something like this either. What was genuinely surprising to me were the other creators who chimed in. Creators who are pretty much known for never having a negative word about anyone. Ever. For example, you're never gonna guess who reacted to this tweet from Jay Aubrey. So fellow commentary channel Jay Aubrey said, "This is one of the worst videos I've ever seen." Sunny's conclusion practically blames Chris for
No. To be clear, he said, "This is one of the most dogshit videos I have ever seen."
not taking the Mr. Beast brand into account before transitioning. Imagine showing such little regard for the welfare of a human being. And personally, I completely agree with that tweet, but I guess I wasn't the only one. Jacksepticeye of all people replied, simply stating, "Garbage video." I want you all to listen to me very carefully, okay? If Jacksepticeye, if Sean William Septiceye tells me that one of my videos is garbage, I'm deleting my channel. That's it. It's over. There are just some people where you know if you piss them off, you need to rethink your entire life. My man literally has nothing but positivity to spread, and he still took time out of his day to tell you that your video was garbage. Are you not embarrassed? Anyway, the last reaction I want to go over is from a creator who's in a similar boat. Mr. Beast himself, who pretty much never weighs in on a controversy, like ever. He had clearly hit his limit, and it's obvious that Sunny's video was the tipping point. So a Twitter user said, "This new Sunny V2 video feels really invasive for all the wrong reasons. Like, Why did you make this? You delved into Chris's marriage. It's just really off-putting and unnecessary. Again, another great response pointing out the obvious and major flaws with Sunny's video. And Mr. Beast himself responded to this tweet with something that I'm going to let be the final word on the subject since it's coming straight from the source. Yeah, this is getting absurd. Chris isn't my nightmare, he's my effing friend, and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off. Mr. Beast so rarely uses the F-bomb on Twitter, and I've never seen him use it in a context where he was legitimately angry about something. And he has every right to be angry about this. Personally, I'm really happy that he stood up for his friend, as well as calling out Sunny and everybody's blatant transphobia, because at the end of the day, my friends, that is exactly what that was. Overall, there's one really important thing that I want you to take away from this video that I haven't mentioned yet. The way that Chris is being treated is not just some crazy YouTube drama that's gonna blow over in a week, okay? Unfortunately, the way that Chris is being treated happens anytime a trans person does literally anything. You can see people having a meltdown over Bud Light's sponsorship of Dylan Mulvaney. We all remember the disgusting way people reacted when Elliot Page came out. Basically, any story I have ever seen about a trans person doing something positive causes this to happen. So while I am happy to call out things like this because it's not right, this is not the beginning or end of it at all. We also need to make sure that we're not enabling this in our own lives, teaching it to the next generation, or letting anyone think that this behavior, which has been completely normalized, is normal at all, because frankly, it's not. Trans people aren't going to magically disappear just because you chose to be uncomfortable with them. And the sooner Sunny and everybody else realizes this, the better off we will all be. Anyway, this has been my first video in 9 months, and I am psyched. Like I said earlier, this isn't a one-off. I have been working really hard on my deep dive video. The subject is kind of questionable, but hey, at least there's a lot to unpack. Speaking of the subject, remember that shout out I mentioned earlier? Okay, so I thought it would be fun to have people guess who the video is about. I haven't posted this anywhere, so everybody just gets like an equal chance to guess. Who could possibly have motivated me to return to the platform after so many months of absence? Go ahead and put your guess in the comments along with a brief description of why you think that might be the case. Now, I know a lot of people are probably going to get the answer right, but I'm going to be choosing.
I'm guessing Shane Dawson. Is it Shane Dawson? Oh. No one's guessing. No one's guessing. Because I know Shane Dawson came back with more conspiracy theory videos, and I know D'Angelo did a lot of those. I don't really know what else has been popping off in like YouTube drama or whatever. I'm guessing it's Shane.
One correct comment and featuring it in the beginning of my upcoming deep dive video. And about the video, like I said, it's coming out later this month, which is actually very soon. So as always, thank you for the support. Thank you for the patience if you happen to wait. Thank you for just watching this video in the first place. And I can't wait to see you in the next one.
Let's go.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, I could not actually find clips of Creator Clash yet. I think because it's still up on like pay-per-view. I did find this one clip or like just actual filming of the Dad vs. AB fight. I guess AB got like really injured.
Make sure you check out all the behind-the-scenes content for Creator Clash at fansleague.com/Creator Clash. It's time for our next bout. Introducing first, fighting in the blue corner. He's the longest-running YouTuber starting back in 2005. He's recently danced in a live stream nonstop for 12 hours straight and has the fastest victory in all of YouTube boxing with a 22-second KO. He stands 6 feet tall and weighs 170 pounds. From Town, USA, located
The shimmy.
She saying it's the third for. Hit the house, gotta clutch my heat. I know no love come cheap. Ain't left my heart sore. Pedal on my soul to keep. I came from the bottom.
This footage is so ass, but it's like all I could find, really. Let's go. Oh shit. Damn, they're scrappy. Damn. Dude. They both look so gassed already. I heard that some of Dad's hits were illegal. I don't know how to identify that, but he's really going for it. Oh, they're hugging. Dude. AP's like barely throwing any punches, dude. What the fuck? He's just trying to block and survive. Damn. The zoom on this phone is so good. Damn, it's pretty full. Wait, what? Oh, they called it. So he had already been like really hurt. When did it happen? What?
Page 3. I know we talked a lot of trash. It's all a big. It's all a joke. Family, family, family.
Family.
I'm honored to applaud you. Truly. So thank you. Thanks everyone to watch. And I'm very happy that me and my coach, Coach Josh at Conquest, made me a machine. I appreciate everything he's done for me. Now it's clear you have a lot of respect for your opponent. Did anything about your opponent's fighting style surprise you? And how did you prepare for fighting him, AP? He came out hard, which is what we expected. He knows I have a lot of cardio, and our coach, we sprinted over 220 miles this year training for this. So I knew he was going to have a great cardio, so we had him overdo it. And he did. He had crazy cardio. He came out so hard, so high. So I wasn't surprised, but I expected him to work hard, and he did. So tell us, what is next for your boxing career? What's next for me in my boxing career? I'm not quite sure. But I will be in a ring fighting soon. Because I would like to call out someone tonight. I would like to call out...
Called out.
...the entire company of the WWE.
True.
And you've been watching me 20 years on YouTube. And you know the WWE sent me a signed contract twice. I still have that contract signed. Triple H knows me, Vince McMahon knows me, half the roster knows me. They've been dancing around me for 10 years, and I'm not waiting anymore. So, Seth Rollins, you want to go toe-to-toe with a phony YouTuber, a con artist? How about you go toe-to-toe with a boxer, a YouTuber from the original days, who actually wins his fights? Go toe-to-toe with that.
Shots fired.
So I'll be waiting for you at your front doors of your training facility until you answer. And while I'm waiting for WWE to answer my demand, may as well beat up a YouTuber who's here tonight. Anybody seen Nexpo? Oh! Hey, Bob, just go grab that dude by the throat, Nexpo. Drag him over here. Where are you, Nexpo? Where are you?
This is hell. 18 and...
Oh! We got a history, me and this dude. Create a guy's dream, Nexpo. I'm ready and waiting. Let's give it up to your winner, Dak!
I can't find any other ones. Look at all. Oh, here's
position,
this.
but regains his composure.
Yeah, they're both feeling each other out right now.
Lead hook right hand from Alex Wasabi. And he looks comfortable in there, Tony.
He definitely does. He's relaxed.
Charlie, you saw I-Dubs last year looking in phenomenal shape this year, though.
Yeah, he's looking a lot better this year.
The crowd is lively. They want him to twist those shots over once again.
That's what they were saying.
Clearly. Heard it clearly here myself. And the jab to the body from Alex.
Look into that step hook. Nice pull from Amy. He stepped back lovely. Alex has got good footwork too. Yeah, he's being patient. Both them all. This is 4-3 in a row.
It's always crazy to me how fast they are.
Oh, overhand left hook, right hand from Alex, and he turns the angle. Again, ready to strike. Always is Alex Wasabi.
Yeah, I'm impressed by Alex's speed.
Ooh, Alex worries. Lifts the guard. Goes up to try it.
Ooh.
Ian is there, guys. He is there, and he's remaining composed, Tony. That's what you like to see.
He definitely is. And one thing I was impressed with Ian last year against Dr. Mike was how tough he was. He took some big shots from Dr. Mike. He's a tough guy, got a big heart, and really wants it.
Ian just punching air.
Something we have to also put in here is that Ian did that at 185 pounds and lasted all 5 rounds he went last year. His gas tank is going to hold up here.
Yeah.
Nice double triple jab there from Alex Wasabi. Right hand, upper curl.
Damn.
Alex is throwing here, man. Yeah. You gotta manage that gas tank. Nice jab again.
Yeah, well, I see Ian move on his feet a little bit more.
I saw Ian in the interviews today. He was so fucked up. His like whole face, like it looked like he had like makeup on. It was just, like so fucked.
Ian's getting caught with some big shots here early, and the legs are already a little wobbly here, Tony.
Definitely looked like there was after that right hand from Alex.
And now he's hitting out with showboat a little bit. Look at the feints, throwing the arms out everywhere.
He looks so comfortable there right now.
Oh, nice jab. Again, he's turning that hook over in the right hand behind it. Tony, look at that shot again.
His eyes rolled into the back of his head there for a second, I'm pretty sure.
And again, you see him setting up that right hand. Nice turn again from Alex on the clinch.
I'm very impressed.
Idub's own body weight there, Tony.
He definitely did. I'm very impressed with Alex's footwork and his agility right now. Real job.
Popping out that jab. And you're seeing him not only throw that right hand, Tony, but you're seeing him turn it over. The left hook leading into it, really ripping that shot.
High level stuff from Logan, lead up to a left hook.
Every shot Alex is landing is a very powerful one, it looks like.
He's walking through him here in this first round. You wonder how long can he keep doing that, but at the same token, Tony, you have to wonder.
Okay. I just realized I don't really care. Let's see. Yeah. Punching. Sure. I think Ian lost, right?
Well, one more time, folks. We go to Akinola with
I don't know what this means.
One more time, folks. We go to Akinola with. You can make a difference here if you're Alex Wasabi. If you throw some shots. Oh, right hand. Idubs comes forward. Alex clinches, and that'll be the end. Combo there from Alex.
Very good.
Oh, nice push through uppercut. That's a big time shot from Alex. But Idubs, again, back and forth we go. Nice right hand, left hook. Idubs says, cool, I just walked through those. It fires off again. But you're right, Alex, I don't know if it's going to get seen to the naked eye how slick he's being in this round.
Yeah, he's been very slick. But as well, what's going through Alex's mind right now? He's hitting with like everything.
Every single shot he has. Every single shot he has. Last 20 seconds here in round number 4. Big looping overhead from Alex. Nice check left hook as Idubs comes in. He turns him on the corner. Last 10 seconds. Really can make a difference here if you're Alex Wasabi if you throw some shots. Oh, right hand. Idubs comes forward. Alex clinches.
Damn.
That'll be the end.
They were going hard till the end. Oh my god, he looks so fucked up already. He was just like immediately bloodied. Oh my god.
Well, one more time.
Incredible. Good stuff. Alright, where were we? Why leftists can't enjoy anything?
This video and others like it have been made possible and, more importantly, completely independent and sponsor-free thanks to my patrons on Patreon. Check it out in the link below if you'd like to support the channel. It is exhausting. With lunch, I had a can of Coca-Cola. Instead of enjoying the refreshing black fizz, I kept thinking, hey, didn't these guys use death squads in South America at one point? Enjoyment gone. Later in the day, I sat down to finally play through the COD Modern Warfare campaign. It was a fun little shoot-em-up game until I saw them take a literal American war crime in Iraq and casually blame it on the Russians.
There is only one road, Tariq al-Mulk, the highway of death.
The Russians bombed it during the invasion.
The convoy was reported to be on the highway. Every plane available bombed the highway for 2 days straight. Pilots called the 3-mile-long stretch of charred bodies and vehicles the highway of death. Initial reports were of tremendous carnage. Thousands dead.
Enjoyment gone. My little cousin came over, played K-pop on the TV, and started doing a little dancey dance. It was
Can't enjoy anything anymore.
incredibly wholesome. Then I remembered that what we're watching are basically dancing slaves owned by massive record label conglomerates. Enjoyment gone. I went out for a nice dinner and a party, ordered veal, remembered I'm eating a literal baby. Enjoyment gone.
Bruh. Bruh.
Went clubbing afterwards. It was a decent rave. Went outside for some fresh air. Saw a homeless guy who could probably live off of what I just spent inside for 2 weeks. Enjoyment gone. Went hangover to work the next morning, but that's fine. I'm motivated by the great things we're doing for our clients and my chance to do my
Bro, why is this too real?
part. Remembered, I am only a tiny cog in a massive corporate machine which would replace me in a week in the case of my death. A corporate machine that pays me $50 for every 5,000 I make them. You guessed it. Enjoyment gone. Remembered, it was Valentine's Day on my way home. Passed through the mall and got a really nice perfume for my lady. Such a wonderful holiday. It's time to show our loved ones how much we care and surprise them with a nice gesture. My heart was warm until I remembered that it's nothing more than a global marketing campaign used to push us into visiting more restaurants, buying more shit, and spending outside of our capabilities. Only so that we can leech off of that one good thing we did that day for the coming few months whenever we exhibit toxic or narcissistic behavior. Yeah, enjoyment gone. You'd think going to bed would be a safe place. Oh, no. The second I close my eyes, I begin to ponder at the absolute meaninglessness which my life will, statistically speaking, eventually lead to. The incredible unfair nature of our socioeconomic structure, dread of death, despair, war, or worst of all, mediocrity. There's too much to be done. I can't just sleep now. I can't just...
Hey, what's going on?
There is no larger, permeating stereotype about the modern leftist than the idea that he is utterly incapable of enjoying anything. They're constantly seen as easily offendable, wildly over-analytical, snobby, pretentious, and, quote, inject politics into everything.
The gentle laborer shall no longer suffer.
They're apparently the reason we can't have anything nice anymore.
This is why we can't have nice things, you asshole!
Like big anime titties, skin-tight outfits in Mortal Kombat, or worst of all, leads in movies played by non-minorities.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. What?
Now, while it would be easy to dismiss these sorts of stereotypes as having come from the shallow minds of Reddit basement dwellers,
you walk now into the belly of the beast. I suspect that you've heard of me before.
Which had spread like wildfire in the days of the dark YouTube ages of the 2016's anti-SJW craze, I sincerely doubt there is any self-conscious, politically left-leaning person out there who wouldn't, at least to an extent, admit that there is some truth to, well, this stereotype. I mean, come on, we can be pretty insufferable sometimes. I found myself explaining to a guy who just got broken up with how it's capitalism's fault as he was literally crying in front of me. I caught myself switching movies off midway because of an idiotic ahistorical depiction of some past event. Buying literally anything new makes me feel like a total schmuck because at the baseline of it all, I understand that I'm just doing it because I internalized this or that advertising campaign's image of a totally unnecessary product. But, and this is a big but, there is a massive difference between the self-critical view leftists have of themselves not being able to enjoy anything versus the one coming from the right or center of the so-called political spectrum. The key difference is why they can't enjoy things. One comes from a place of rage at the status quo, at the small and big injustices, while the other rises from a deeply insecure ego that tries to explain away why they, unlike these lefty snowflakes, somehow aren't able to see what the big fuss is about. A combination of massive privilege mixed with the classic, I went through shit, so you should too mentality.
Classic.
The right implies we can't enjoy anything because we're soft.
I had to suffer, so you have to suffer. I was abused, so you also have to be abused. Madge.
Because we overthink things, because we're easily offendable. The same ideological current that wants to ban TikTok because Chimbiling, CCP, Communist Lizard Chinaman, connect to Wi-Fi, very scary.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Bringing up softness and offendability is like the inbred kettle calling the pot the N-word. I like to argue the opposite. It's not weakness, but rage and anger that guides us. A rage towards an insufferable world we just can't seem to swallow and accept. An anger that builds up with every minute we have to spend pretending everything's all right.
One bad hamburger at McDonald's does not make McDonald's bad. What the fuck does that mean?
Anger, which just like in its physical form, unfortunately sometimes comes bursting out at the worst or most absurd of times. But it's not the anger that is the problem. Nah, I'm not your Zen teacher here. Go buy that somewhere else. The anger is bloody great. It's just misplaced. I don't know about you, but I've always had my fair share of anger issues. My nose was broken twice, and some of my fingers don't even close up completely from how many times I've mangled them against foreheads, noses, and doors. Even though nowadays I write that off as a stupid kid being a stupid kid, I also realize that many of those avoidable events came as consequences of pent-up anger expressing itself at the wrong time, at the wrong place. Pent-up anger which wasn't addressed properly until the bottled-up pressure became so hard to handle that something as light as a butterfly...
Holy shit, was that a pressure cooker? Oh my god.
Pressure became
so
hard...
I'm always so afraid of those, dude. I'm always so scared.
Hard to handle, dressing itself at the wrong time, at the wrong place.
Oh,
Pent-up
God.
anger which wasn't addressed properly until the bottled-up pressure became so hard to handle that something as light as a butterfly's weight could drop it off a cliff. Well, most young and learning anti-status quo people, as I see them, are just that. Angry, confused, lost. Rightfully angry, confused, and lost, but with an unfortunate lack of vision on when punches should be thrown and when they shouldn't. While writing this, I said, okay, these are all great rhetorical arguments, but how about we make them a bit clearer to ourselves or anyone listening to this who might be on the fence regarding the is the left cringe for caring too much question. So let's just go through, 5 examples of shit leftists seemingly can't enjoy as much as other people and why. Let's get some logistics out of the way first, though. As you might know, I'm not the biggest fan of the term leftist, as it encompasses some ideological movements which are, to say the least, very incompatible.
No fighting. No fucking fighting. No fighting. No fucking fighting!
But I ask you to stomach through this anti-sectarian utopian dream of mine for the length of this video, as it's both a wide enough and strict enough of a net to cast on the types of people I'll be talking about here. Okay, so here we go. 5 examples of shit leftists seemingly can't enjoy and why. Let's see if we can spot a pattern.
News! Talking about news! Still in the news today! Doing it every way!
News.
News!
Why we can't enjoy the news. Usually the way news works in the West is you pick a tribe and then you only watch the shit the people from your tribe show on TV. You foam at the mouth with a pitchfork in hand.
Can't be an angry mob without pitchforks.
then go online to complain about either the illiterate cousin-fucking rednecks or the college-graduate cross-dressing pedophiles. To us, from the sideline, the true left, all this seems equally weird and entertaining, because we don't really have a news cycle backing anyone like us. Hell, our understanding of how privately owned media works makes most news completely indigestible to us.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
No matter how objective it tries to be, when news is a business, it will never cross certain boundaries. Boundaries like questioning the system or, God forbid, pitching an alternative to the status quo. So, put simply, we would love to join this little slapfest you call the discourse.
Kill Christ cucks, behead Christ cucks, roundhouse kick a Christ cuck into the concrete, slam dunk a Christ
Oh my god. Oh my god.
cuck baby into the trash can.
We need a military that's flat out hostile. We need a military full of type A men who want to sit on a throne of Chinese skulls.
But our understanding of just how much of a waste of time it is designed to make you not think about your real problems.
I hate the media!
Makes us understand it's not much more than just really, really bad TV.
I am tempted to quote the great Leonard Cohen, I'm guided by the beauty of our weapons.
Why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the war? Why don't presidents fight the war?
Why we can't enjoy national identity. Look, I'm as proud as any self-respecting Balkan boy of his culture. His 1,000-year-old heritage and the fact that we're basically the only white people who never enslaved anybody. But boy, oh boy, am I sometimes jealous of just how big of a part of your personality some of you make it. Two simple truths push most leftists away from nationalist fervor. Number one is class consciousness, understanding that you have far more in common with workers of all nations than you do with the ruling class of your own country, a political and financial elite which often preaches hatred among the same working class people across different cultures and ethnicities. So patriotism without class consciousness feels kind of like not really rooting for your own team, if that makes sense. And second, I'll just let George Carlin rip it.
God bless America? Is that a request? Is that a demand? Is that a suggestion? Politicians say it at the end of every speech, as if it were some sort of verbal tick that they can't get rid of. God does not give a flying fuck about America, okay? He doesn't care. There are 200 countries in the world now. Do these people honestly think that God is sitting around picking out his favorites?
So, a combination of knowing you had no hand in choosing your geography, flag, history, or hymn, and the knowledge that 9 out of 10 times, if you get sent to the front, you'll be shooting other working-class schmucks while the sons of your presidents sit comfortably in Bali, are why it's not exactly surprising when you see leftists cringe and wince at hyper-patriotic, empty gestures.
You mean we're all going to die, Mansley, for our country?
Screw our country! I want to live!
Why we can't find comfort in self-help philosophy or New Age philosophy. This one's more for the liberals out there. Or New Age philosophy.
Oh, I was muted. Whoops. This is my favorite like screen cap of him. Whatever, like pose where he's like smoking like, "Oh shit. Ain't no way, dude."
This one's more for the liberals out there. Everyone who's ever stumbled or fallen in life knows how hard it can be to find an adequate coping mechanism. While searching for one, many of us, hell, most of us, have had run-ins with what I like to call the two fake deep philosophies out there. One is the self-help military-industrial complex, and the second is ass spiritual enlightenment.
Life. Are we just fleshy blips in some meaningless stew of
cosmic oblivion.
What is this?
Or what I like to call escapism, but made to
fuck?
sound like a coherent school of thought. The first, the self-help category, implies that everything can be solved if only you figure out the puzzle which is the world economy.
Yeah, I'd like to solve the puzzle.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to solve the puzzle.
That's it, yeah.
And use a special cheat code, a special trick nobody else knows except you, to get yourself out of any mess. Only $999.99 a month. Join our seminar and we will teach you more. Or the latter idea, a quasi-spiritual pitch
Every
sold to us
time.
by conmen who know nothing about metaphysics and yet try to pitch us ideas of internalizing the world. They take beautiful, deep concepts like self-actualization, finding peace within, understanding the subjectivity of experience, and so on, and pitch it as an escapist tool for people who are down on their luck. Don't think about changing your material circumstances. Don't question why you're in this or that situation. Don't revolt. Just pull yourself inwards and imagine and create a world of your own. Live only in it. What happens outside of it matters not. Well, until you get hungry. So, yes, we can't enjoy either of these concepts and ideas, not only because they're commodified beyond recognition, turned into fast-moving consumer goods, but also because of a key philosophical flaw in them, the unrealistic, hyper-individualist perspective that we can and should handle everything on our own. No communities, no systems, no grander social structure. It's just you and your bootstraps. You don't make it, well, your fault.
It's the year of the underpaid employee, spitting 40 plus a week and trying to rape Earth in my off time. You boy dizzy, I can't keep myself busy enough so you can run, and I'ma let you think you won.
Why we can't enjoy most of our jobs. This is a big one for me and for most young adults trying to find their place in the global job marketplace. The daily grind for quite a while used to be explained away by internal corporate propaganda, or what they call corporate culture, in almost, well, all industries. Many, to this day, unflinchingly jump at the opportunity to believe it. Understandably so. I mean, being underpaid, overworked, and pushed on the daily are all things humans can swallow, even proudly, but only if you give them a...
All this talk about soda makes me really want a fucking soda so bad. I like really, really want a soda.
cause to believe in. We're told, this is what we stand for. This is our vision. You're a part of a larger family. This is a place where you can maximize your potential, and so on and so on and so on. All great slogans, but all empty gestures once you understand that no matter what industry, no matter what position, de facto, your boss does not pay you even close to how much you make him. And this resounding, undeniable fact makes all the fancy wording and talk of purpose, family, and a cause sound like pathetic, childish gesturing. The leftists' inability to enjoy most work in this system is caused by their choice to internalize and understand that at the end of the day they're being played, and played hard. Once you know that, only a weakling can go back to lying to themselves. Why we can't enjoy mindless consumption. But okay, you can't enjoy your job, but if it pays relatively well, you should be able to find happiness outside of work, right?
Get in, loser, we're going shopping.
You can buy things, buy experiences, blah, blah, blah. And well, sure, there's no denying capitalism's inability to mass produce crazy diverse amounts of, well, stuff. This privilege, too, is unfortunately eventually outgrown. Similar to substance abuse, there is nothing necessarily evil or bad in the substances themselves. But depending on the reason you take them, your experiences will be wildly different. Consumerism is the same. There's no shame in enjoying the little material trinkets we can. But once it becomes a coping mechanism, a way to get our daily, weekly, and monthly fix, in order for that little dopamine rush to stop us from thinking about our lack of true self-fulfillment or self-actualization, of, well, finding purpose, then we're no different than an addict, hooked up on a steady supply of Amazon boxes piling up on the front doorstep. We try to tell ourselves we're doing great because, well, look at all the stuff we have. And that's exactly why leftists, even though we struggle with it, at the end of the day, can't fully enjoy consumerism because we know that the high of a purchase is followed by the hangover realization that, well, you're still as lost as you were before. You just also have an electric scooter now. The lie that we can find purpose in mindless consumption is the greatest epidemic of our time. So sorry if we can't exactly enjoy it. Well, okay, that was 5, wasn't it? I could go on with even more examples all day, but I'd rather not keep you for much longer. The main pattern between all these examples is simple. The leftist understands that in the current system, be it mindless shopping, the news, chauvinism, job, unfulfillment, or quasi-philosophy, there is a direct struggle between our wants to see the world as what it truly is and constant manipulation trying to steer us away from realizing that. This sort of understanding that all things are ideological and that most things are often far more complicated than what they may seem does lead to us objectively not being able to enjoy quite a lot of things. And while we need to remember that we have only this one life and that it is possible to appreciate problematic shit and engage with it critically, acknowledging its flaws while also finding value in them, we also need to stay firm in our beliefs, no matter how annoying it might be for those who haven't yet come to the same realizations. Remember, please, pick your battles. And most importantly, if everyone was content with everything, we would still be hitting rocks over each other's heads. Your instinct to be critical of the status quo and your drive for more are a gift. Do not lose it. Do not be ashamed of it. Because while ignorance might be bliss, bliss doesn't get anything done.
True.
My work would be impossible
Bliss doesn't get anything done. It's fucking useless. It's so true.
without the generous support of my patrons. If you would like to support the channel, keep it free of sponsorships or outside influence, please check out the links below. With that being said, I'd like to take a moment to thank all the wonderful supporters without whom this channel would never be able to run.
Oh, hello! Welcome to my apothecary. Here you will find all manner of cures for any ailment you may have, and they are all perfectly safe and healthy, I assure you. Gout, indigestion, anemia, cancer, consumption. I've got something to make you right as rain. Oh, what's in them? The ingredients?
Don't ask questions. You wouldn't understand the complexities of the apothecary.
I mean, it's all made of secret healing herbs that only I know about for some reason. Maybe a bit of alcohol here and there, maybe a lot, maybe some opium and chloroform, and listen. You want something that'll make you feel better, right? What else are you gonna do? Go to a hospital? I mean, it's the year like 1884 or something, for God's sake. The medical landscape isn't exactly fantastic, and I'll tell you why. No one wants to go to a hospital where it's still unsafe to perform surgery, and a dire lack of cleanliness routines means that you're more likely to die of an illness you catch in the hospital than if you just stayed home. Instead, why don't you try my brand new Dr. K. Rose Magic and Not Poisonous Healing Oil for literally any problem you have, now with 20% less alcohol because those pesky temperance ladies are hounding me. What? Do I have a medical license? Look at my badge. Don't be ridiculous. Why would you need a license in the Victorian era to call yourself a doctor? But I suppose if you're cautious...
This is amazing. What? Where did they get all this cool shit? I love all the old bottles. Amazing. Amazing. And they did a little, like, window? Like, what is this? What?
Just I can explain why. And then you'd better buy something. So, come learn with me about the world of Victorian patent medicines and how deadly and dangerous they could get. But first, let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor, Foreo. One of the reasons for the popularity of secret remedies is their secrecy. It is a case in which the old saying, omne ignotum pro magnifico, applies. To begin with, there is, for the average man or woman, a certain fascination in secrecy. The quack takes advantage of this common foible of human nature to impress his customers, but secrecy has other uses in his trade. It enables him to make use of cheap, new, or old-fashioned drugs, and to proclaim that his product possesses virtues beyond the ken of the mere doctor. Does any of that sound a little familiar to you? In all likelihood, it probably does. That was the opening passage of a book published by the British Medical Association in 1909, but much of its contents ring true for a lot of what we're dealing with today. Cures from people looking to sell you some great secret that doctors supposedly don't want you to know about, taking advantage of people's distrust of the medical system for profit. But I'm getting ahead of myself. To understand our current situation, we need to go way back to how we got here in the first place. I'm out of character right now, so don't get confused. So, to set the stage here, we need to understand how people back then understood health and medicine itself. The 17 to 1800s were not far removed from a school of medicine that operated surrounding the...
Not at all. Basically not at all. We didn't know anything. We're just doing whatever.
Idea of the four humors, which theorize that your body is composed of 4 different fluids or humors: yellow bile, black bile, blood, and phlegm. And if any of these are out of balance, you can fall ill or go insane. And the humors can be put back in balance through various means, such as eating certain foods. Germ theory was already accepted by Arab scholars and in the Renaissance by some Italian and Viennese scholars, but for hundreds of years, much of Europe held on firmly to Galen's miasma theory, which said that disease and infection was actually caused by miasmas or bad airs, which emanated from things that rotted. Miasma theory fit in with
literally bad vibes.
The humoral system of medicine, and here's where things started to fall into a vicious cycle. With the rise of factories and growing urban populations, and no indoor plumbing for most people, city waterways were rapidly becoming contaminated with waste, garbage, and other urban refuse, not to mention decomposing bodies. People literally didn't know how germs worked, nor that they existed, but what they did know was that if you went to the hospital to seek medical help, you were much more likely to die than if you just stayed home. There's a good reason the Victorian public dubbed hospitals houses of death. As I explained in my original video of Victorian medicine, it was a practice of pride for doctors to not only not wash their hands, but walk around hospitals wearing clothes covered in blood, pus, and guts, that good old hospital stink, they called it. And their surgical instruments weren't washed either.
That's so fucking disgusting. The hospital stink. No one thought that might be bad. I mean, come on. Come on. Jesus.
An operating theater, as you can see here in the miniature at the International Museum of Surgical Sciences in Chicago, often was used as a place of education for medical students as well as the public. So while you're screaming in agony, having your leg sawed off with no anesthesia, you may be watched by dozens upon dozens of grinning young men who see you as either a learning opportunity or a spectacle. And even if you did survive the mortifying operation, what then? Most deaths in hospitals didn't happen during the surgery. They happened as a result of infection during recovery, because the place was nasty. Shocker. In a time like this, we were in the heroic era of medicine, where doctors, both licensed and unlicensed, sought to shock the body out of illness due to humor imbalance via rigorous sweating, bloodletting, and purging. People preferred these to the medicines these doctors might prescribe because they were often way too strong. Jane Marcellus writes in Nervous Women and Noble Savages, one critic of the time dubbed the 19th the poisoning century because of doctors' aggressive use of strong medicine. Doctors saw the sick room as a battlefield where the physician pitted his arsenal of medicines against disease, often disregarding nature. They wanted to systematize medicine as Sir Isaac Newton had systematized mechanics and astronomy. One common therapy was calomel, a drug that allegedly caused mercurial poison but was believed to cure many diseases. Satirical balladeers even made up a song about the drug. The man in death begins to groan, the fatal job for him is done. He dies, alas, but sure to tell, a sacrifice to calomel. Doctors nevertheless declared the drug safe and gentle. In this climate, reliance on botanicals grew, even though regular physicians looked down on those who prescribed them as rash empirics and untrained charlatans. So coming to a place like this, I think it makes it very clear why a lot of these people would have turned to these crazy patent medicines. I mean, if the alternative was a terrifying and potentially life-altering surgery, and this new and fantastical medicine that maybe your friends are telling you is great is claiming that it's going to fix your problem without risk of surgery, which is where a lot of people went and died, why wouldn't you try it? Wait, what was that about unlicensed doctors? Oh yeah, you didn't exactly need a license to practice medicine or call yourself a doctor in this time period, and organized efforts to standardize medical education wouldn't really get put in place until the latter decades of the 19th century. The level of training any given doctor or surgeon had varied widely, and at least in a few ways, this wasn't necessarily their fault. Formal education was expensive, and especially in England, the schools were often gatekept by legions of gentlemen doctors who only accepted in students with acceptable breeding. This led to a mass of licensed physicians and surgeons who had little to no understanding of the needs of the poorer classes, but had little sympathy for them too. So if you're an average person, and God forbid a poor person, seeking help for what ails you, what's your alternative? Of course, it's going to be your local apothecary. The average Victorian apothecary would have looked a lot like this recreation in the museum, or existing examples like Murr's Apothecary in Chicago or C.O. Bigelow in New York. The pharmacist there would likely be the one customers told about their ailments, and then he would have personally mixed up a tincture, syrup, or pills for them right there using the ingredients that he had on hand or could order. So these medicines would have often been left to each individual pharmacist's discretion, and because there was little to no drug regulation, any manner of dangerous and highly addictive narcotics could be involved, like cocaine, morphine, or opium. This obviously led a lot of pharmacists and even regular dudes to come up with their own mixtures that they could then patent and sell. So, at the beginning, patent medicines came from the letters patent issued in the late 17th century by the English crown to makers of a unique remedy formula, and it later became the umbrella term for any prepackaged medicine sold over the counter that you didn't need a prescription for. Some of the first patent medicines were actually alcoholic bitters used to treat gout, which later became the gateway into the development of modern cocktails. And where there is apparently easy money, you know everyone and their uncle is gonna hop on it, especially in the US, just in time for the first era of mass media and marketing. As print media media, like newspapers and other
yes.
periodicals, began to spread, it's only natural that print advertisements followed, and patent medicines were some of the most eager to hop on this opportunity, especially after the Civil War, when many injured or sick soldiers were given patent medicines and then obviously became dependent on the active ingredients inside. The increasing demand for these medicines meant that it slowly became more important for each medicine to develop a unique brand identity to set itself apart from the rest, as the market became flooded with so many options. And so many options there were. There are two major trends that a lot of these medicines tended to follow when picking marketing themes: commodity sexism and commodity racism, specifically in the vein of the noble savage stereotype against indigenous people when it came to medicine. Taking advantage of people's inherent interest in secret ingredients, many patent medicine makers tried to set their product apart by claiming stuff like, Dr. Blah 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 learned of these miraculous ingredients from the natives in the forest, or something like that. Like, we don't like Native Americans, but we sure do want whatever magical secrets we think they've got. Between the years of 1870 to 1910, Native Americans populated patent medicine ads overwhelmingly, and ironically, these decades were also the height of American westward expansion and Native American ethnic cleansing and displacement. A major player in this realm was Dr. Morse's Indian root pills, which had this whole spiel about how Dr. Morse rumbled into the wilderness in his grand chariot and saved a man's dying father with these herbal pills that he made using medicinal secrets that he had learned from, and this is a direct quote, the red men of the forest. First of all, in truth, Dr. Morse had never met any Native Americans, in part because Dr. Morse wasn't even real. He was a character made up by the W.H. Comstock Medicine Factory in upstate New York, and no one at the factory who actually existed was associated with any Native Americans either, so yeah. But it goes to show just how popular it was to use weird stories like this to market medicines as mystical cures made by heroic characters, and how easy it was to just lie and have consumers believe you. On the other end, you had a lot of medicines targeting women as fragile and hysterical, inventing all manner of random women's issues and then inventing a cure for said issues. One advertisement for Lydia E. Pinkman's vegetable compound exclaimed, "Don't blame her. Women are often cross, irritable, hysteric, and declare they are driven to distraction at the slightest provocation." Okay. But it's important to note the societal conditions surrounding this crap, because this demented aggression towards women's bodies didn't come out of nowhere. The late 19th century in particular was a time of extremely radical change surrounding ideas of gender and sexuality, as sexologists, psychologists, and doctors all competed to study and coin terms for ideas and conditions that previously weren't much considered in the realms of science. The turn of the century saw for the first time the coining of the terms homosexual and heterosexual, for example. Speaking in the ciscentric terms of the era here, women were more than ever pitted as a polar sexual and ontological opposite to men in every possible way. As the women's sphere more and more shrank as women started getting jobs, going to college, and not marrying and having kids, doctors became obsessed with figuring out ways to pathologize uniquely female problems, which could then, of course, be prescribed for. In fact, the idea that reproductive organs such as the ovaries or the uterus was an inherent cause of disease and hysteria was so common that many doctors sought to remove those organs without much actual diagnosis, which is hilariously antithetical to the late Victorian obsession with women having less babies. It's no wonder then that the word hysteria itself comes from this belief that the uterus moves around in people's bodies and makes them go crazy. A major character in patent medicine directed at women was Lydia Pinkman, who was an abolitionist Quaker and extremely active in anti-slavery activism, which is great. But then she went on to...
It's such a crazy theory, dude, because, like, if the uterus moves, then why is a pregnant woman's belly always in the same spot? Like, think about it for 1 second. Like, you don't get pregnant, like, in your ear. Like, what?
create a medicine directed towards female complaints, which became extremely popular, and she began mass producing it when the Lydia E. Pinkham Medicine Company was founded in 1876. She wrote a number of pamphlets on women's issues as a way to advertise the medicine, now called Lydia E. Pinkham's Vegetable Compound. It's unclear how much say that Lydia had in the latter advertisements as opposed to her son Dan and others, but they slowly began to skew a bit, well, for example, one ad was formatted like a newspaper story reading, "A fearful tragedy. A clergyman of Stratford, Connecticut, killed by his own wife. Insanity brought on by 16 years of suffering with female complaints. The cause,
Jesus.
Lydia E. Pinkham's Vegetable Compound. The sure cure for these complaints would have prevented the dire deed."
What?
Yeah, a lot of the ads started to capitalize on fears of female insanity and nervousness and claimed it could prevent hysterical outbursts. Another ad wrote, "In the midst of one of the most brilliant social functions of the season, a noted society woman started suddenly from her chair with a scream of agony and fell insensible to the floor. A few hours later,
A noted society woman.
the distinguished physician told her anxious husband that she was suffering from an acute cause of nervous prostration brought on by female trouble, and hinted at an operation. Fortunately, a friend advised her to try Lydia E. Pinkham's Vegetable Compound. The result was that she escaped the surgeon's knife and today is a well woman. The derangement of the delicate female organism sets every nerve in the body quivering with pain. Headaches, backaches, torturing, bearing down pains, and dragging sensations make women nervous and hysterical. At best,
Is he just describing a period? Because, I mean, yeah, I've been a little dramatic before, okay?
Annoying, at worst, deeply harmful to general perceptions of women's health. Luckily, Dr. K. Rowe's magic and not poisonous healing oil for literally any problem you have makes no claim to... Let me double check with my manager. Okay. Yeah, it makes no claim to cure female hysteria because female hysteria is not a thing. It does cure male hysteria, though. It's hard to say when these medicines began to skew into the realm of wild cure-alls, if there even was a beginning in the first place. Honestly, it seemed only natural, especially in the unregulated environment of the pre-revolution US colonies. One early ad in a paper from 1736 for Dr. Bateman's pectoral drops claimed it could cure, quote, all fluxes, spitting of blood, consumptions, smallpox, measles, coughs, colds, Jane Marcellus, and pains in the limbs or joints, agues, and the most violent fever in the world. The drops can bring away slime, gravel, and oftentimes stones of great bigness, shortness of breath, and straightness of the breast, rekindling the almost extinguished natural heat in the diseased bodies. But more often than not, the medicine actually went in one of two directions. Either was completely useless, like Radum's microbe killer, which was just 1% red wine and 99% water, or it was in fact deeply harmful, or just completely counteractive, like Theriaki's cure for opium and liquor addiction, which still contained opium, and therefore continued to keep sufferers addicted to opium. And many medicines' claims were utterly ridiculous to the point where it's hard to believe anyone bought them at all, like Swaim's Panacea, which claimed to cure all blood diseases, including scrofula, chronic rheumatism, ulcers, old sores, boils, and carbuncles, diseases of the spine, catarrh, and wasting. Or this one called Dr. Flint's Quaker Bitters. Patent medicine makers also got incredibly creative with their ads. You didn't just hear about brands from newspaper ad spots, you also had pamphlets, calendars, almanacs, joke books, children's and adult storybooks, cookbooks, and in the case of especially creative brands like Hamlin's Wizard Oil, which we talked about in the last video, magic shows, concerts, and prophecy books. Lydia Pinkham's company often included advertisements on the women-directed products like needle and thread cases, and Hood Sarsaparilla put out these paper dress-up dolls with little information on the back of them that tells you the benefits of the product. There was also this hilarious ad where instead of discovering America, Columbus discovers Ayers Sarsaparilla. God, one can dream. But traveling medicine shows were immensely common and often looked exactly like the one famously featured in Sweeney Todd.
Was Pirelli's miracle elixir That's what did the trick, sir. True, sir, true.
Many of these
Oh my god, amazing. I just played that clip like not too long ago. I think it may have been during one of Kaz's other videos.
medicine shows involved a doctor on a stage hawking his patent medicine, and then an undercover hired helper in the audience would at some point scream out, "Oh yeah, that medicine helped me. It cured all my problems. Honest." And then the crowd would be convinced to buy the product, and the two lying scallywags would skip town before everyone realized they'd been conned. Like the Victorian era version of stores leaving
Classic.
fake positive reviews for themselves on Yelp or something. The vibe of these shows was part circus, part sermon, and frequently took place at fairs and other public events where festivities already had visitors in the mood to spend money. Funnily enough, these medicine shows actually have roots as far back as the medieval era, when in 568 AD, the church banned circuses and theaters. Of course, humans have always been humans, and the church saying you can't do some fun thing was never enough to get people to stop doing it. Instead, performers reworked their trade and became traveling comedians, jugglers, magicians, and acrobats, entertaining people in courtyards and markets. According to legend, one day, one of these performers performed a tooth extraction during his act, and thus began the medicine show. In England, traveling medicine men sold their wares from a
Who wants to watch that shit? Why did people want to watch it? I don't understand, like... They were really hurting for entertainment. I'll just say that, I guess.
cart and had a clown assistant called a Merry Andrew, who would say stuff in the crowd like, "Gentlemen, though I am an English fool, yet my master has the honor to be a high German physician who, in his travels around the universe, has cured 12 foreign ministers of state in those twin plagues, bribery and infidelity, 6 kinds of tyrannical fevers, the whole conclave of cardinals of pride, laziness, and hypocrisy, and the present pope of the anti-Christian evil." Wow, extremely trustworthy. The High German doctor thing was a very specific type of quack doctor who always wore a big black coat and walked around somberly holding a skull and Latin books, which is definitely a vibe. So it might seem hard to believe that people would honestly and commonly rely on quack doctors for regular medical care, but I think William Watt explained it well. People apply to quacks because, like drowning men, when honest practitioners give no hope, they catch at every twig. Thus, the love of life on the one hand and the love of gain on the other create a tolerably good correspondence between the quack and the public. When you're sick and desperate and have no other option, you'll fool yourself into thinking that this one thing that you can access is the best option anyway. This was particularly true in the American colonies and early era just after the Revolutionary War, when not only was sophisticated medical care either hard or impossible to come by, but a unique attitude of appreciation for tall tales ran wild. Ann Anderson writes in Snake Oil, Hustlers, and Ham Bones, the American Medicine Show, by the 1830s, the tall tale had become an American art form. Stories of such larger-than-life characters such as Pico's Bill, Paul Bunyan, and numerous others in life and social gatherings, and filled newspapers. Traveling actors told tall tales from makeshift stages in taverns and meeting houses. Stories were serialized in periodicals or took the form of dime novels. Americans had come to expect overblown public discourse. In the 19th century, it wasn't enough to converse. Anything worth saying was declaimed. Alexis de Tocqueville said, "An American cannot converse, but he can discuss. He speaks to you as if he were addressing a society." It also needs to be taken into account that in the era of westward expansion, most American settlers were not aiming for impractical education. So this meant that many pioneer doctors were not only illiterate, but also untrained in how to treat and prevent infectious disease, but they were very good at practical applications like setting broken bones. And each doctor had seemingly their own wildly varying school of thought and practice. Ann Anderson continues, "The Midwest harbored quacks as manure does flies. Indiana was called a sinkhole in medical practice, and Ohio a paradise for the incompetent. It was a freewheeling medical environment in which the medicine showman with his tall silk hat and folksy manner could operate unrestrained." Medicine shows that were more akin to circuses would persist until the 1960s. But I think as ridiculous as all this sounds today, it's not fair at all to victim blame the consumers of these medicines for not knowing what they were getting into.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the opioid crisis hit the Midwest pretty hard as well.
Too. Especially in the US, there was a need, and oftentimes these traveling medicine men were the only ones there to meet that need. Sometimes their medicines even genuinely did work, although that was few and far between. As J. Worth Estes writes in The Pharmacology of 19th Century Patent Medicines, it was not enough to attribute the widespread acceptance of over-the-counter remedies a century ago, as one historian has done, simply to the supposition that Americans are highly susceptible to all forms of medical propaganda. Although much patent remedy advertising was designed only to attract attention, often with extravagant praise, some manufacturers used their ads to explain just how their drugs worked, in terms that consumers could readily understand. This task was not difficult 100 years ago. At that time, sites and modes of drug action were still being interpreted, at least in part, in terms of the ancient four humors. A trade card of the 1880s listed the conditions.
This is really fascinating. So this was for 2020. Like, yeah, you see, like, Missouri has, rates of overdose similar to, like, New York or California. Same with, like, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. Like, that's pretty crazy. It's a lot lower in Nebraska, but I think they might have just lower population in general as well. What's this? 19. It's interesting that Oregon's lower. It's like the lowest on the coasts. Oh wait, except Georgia. Only by a little. That's interesting. Give me 2019. Wow. Whoa. That's a big difference from 2019 to 2020. Holy shit. Wow. Oh god. Oh no. So this is all overdose. Synthetic opioid? I think that's what I want. Wait, no, prescription. No. Overdose death. Yes, this is what I was looking for. Not significant. What does that mean? Wait. Changes in drug overdose death rates. Okay, so that's just no change. But they're increasing in the blue. Interesting. Okay. There was some decreases between 18 and 19. That's interesting. This was all a decrease between 2017 and 18. It's so fascinating. Like, look at all this, like, decrease in overdose death, and then (2019 to 2020), it's like increase all over. That's so dramatic.
Which Pond's extract could cure. There was no hint that the remedy possessed any selectivity of action. In short, Pond's extract was promoted for many kinds of ailments, and as no better for any one of them. Today, we wonder how such grandiose claims could have been believed. But they were, chiefly because late 19th century Americans could understand all of these conditions as consequences of a single underlying disturbance. So to people back then, the idea of a cure-all made a lot of sense, because what people believed caused all of these ailments was completely different from what we know scientifically today, and you can't fault them for that. You can, however, most certainly fault the manufacturers taking advantage of these beliefs to knowingly poison people or keep them addicted for profit, or lead them astray with a useless fake cure that in the end caused them to waste time when they could have gotten an effective treatment instead.
Electric belt? The fuck is an electric belt? Do I want to know? The fuck? 666. Wicked. Is this like a fitness thing? The fuck? Electric belt, Victorian patent medicine? Electrical cures. What was it though? Symbolize quackery. Yeah, well. Whoa. What is that? Pulvermacher. Electrical engineer Isaac Lewis Pulvermacher was born Isaac Lobel Pulvermacher on March 15, 1815, in Breslau into a Jewish family. Having studied at Vienna's Technischen Universität, he settled in London in 1850 and invented a range of medical instruments. A smart businessman, he invented the firm J.L. Pulvermacher at number 194 Regent Street, from where he produced and sold electric belts that would benefit every part of the human anatomy: limbs, abdomen, chest, and neck. His hydroelectric chain attracted wide interest. Thanks to astute marketing, his magic band soon turned out to be a lucrative invention, selling in its thousands across Europe and the United States, where its firm was represented in New York by L. Meinert. During his grueling reading hours in the 1860s, Charles Dickens suffered from severe leg pains. On the advice of Marie Bancroft, he ordered Pulvermacher's magic band on his right foot in June 1870. Dickens's very last letter addressed to Pulvermacher and Company, acknowledging receipt of the device. Cool story, bro. Pulvermacher also designed a suspension sac to attach to male genitals. Oh, what? What? He claimed it would cure erectile dysfunction. He promoted a theory that loss of male vigor was the consequence of masturbation in early life. He was a no-fapper. Pulvermacher's device addressed this shortcoming. I still don't understand what the fucking belt did. What? Tell me what it did, please. I'm so confused. Okay, maybe if we look at this ad. Okay. Alright. Let's see what this says. Oh good, I can't read it. Awesome. Testimonials. Weakness, kidney disorder, bronchitis, nervous debility, indigestion and chronic diarrhea, rheumatic gout. What? 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 I'm so confused, dude. Um, a contraption of silver-coated zinc, copper coils, and wires that surged the body with small dosages of electricity. Sure. No, I don't want a free book. No. Fuck. The intimacy with which they came in contact with the body and the sophistication of their design and advertising materials made belts particularly influential objects for consumers with little electrical knowledge and great electrical enthusiasm. Oh, yeah, electricity was new, so they're like, sure, give me an electric belt. Electricity, a natural cure. No more use for crutches or drugs. Take a treatment free. Wow. Wow. Do, do, do. I have so adapted my application of medical electricity that I positively cure rheumatism, kidney, and stomach troubles, and all affections of the vital organs. To illustrate the remedial power of my Dr. McLaughlin's belts, I will give you a free treatment in my office by the galvanic current from my grand stationary battery. This is a breezy and exhilarating test of that curative power, now used the world over. To cure your ailment, I will fit you with one of my famous belts, which you wear at night until your system becomes charged with the reviving voltage. The reviving voltage. Sure. This keeps up the action of the blood vessels, contracts and strengthens relaxed muscles and glands, casts out impurities, which are the cause of pain. Of course. Of course. I'm sold. Give me 2. And restores the body its wanted energy. You feel the glow, the enlivening sensation of this power from the start. The improvements my belt possesses, above all others, are recognized and appreciated by thousands who are using my appliances. The cures I have made, the testimony from all quarters, comfort of wearing my belt, the method of adjusting the power, its thoroughly curative work, constituted the preeminent remedy for the severest pain or the most trying weakness. Call and take a treatment free from my static battery and test belt, or let me send you my new book free. Amazing. He's literally breaking crutches in this picture. Giga Chad. It doesn't sound very safe at all. Ha! Ha! No way. Men, why are you weak? Dr. Sandon's electric belt and suspensory for weak men who are debilitated and suffering from nervous debility, seminal weakness, losses, drains, impotence, or lost manhood. Rheumatism, laying back, kidney troubles, nervousness, sleeplessness, poor memory, and general ill health. A never-failing cure for all weakness in men. Wow. Wow. Whoa. This one has a little loopy-loop. I wonder where that goes. I wonder what that does. Weak. Zap your balls, you weak men. I'm obsessed. Huh? Huh? It's like a chastity belt that zaps you. Holy. Holy. Said to benefit sexual activity. Yep. Yep. No one tell the no-fappers about this, okay? It's our little secret.
A lot of people taking patent medicines didn't die because the medicines were poison. They died because they took a nothing medicine and in the end got no treatment at all. And still others took those medicines and actually did get better. Not by merit of the medicine itself, but because whatever their issue was just healed naturally. But it probably looked a lot like the medicine actually helped. So they told their friends and family about it, word spreads around, and the problem persists. And somebody somewhere, real doctor or not, is making a lot of money. And it needs to be emphasized once again how misogynistic the root of this issue was. After all, many household wares and goods were purchased by the ladies of the house, and so the advertisements were commonly directed to women. Patent medicine manufacturers knew this and saw women as easy prey, as evidenced by this direct quote from manufacturer Edward Boke in 1905. "Men are on to the game. We don't care a damn about them. It is the women we're after. We have buncoed them now for a good many years, and so long as they remain as easy as they have been, and we can make them believe that they are sick, we're all right. Give us the women every time. We can make them feel more female troubles in a year than they would really have if they lived to be 100.
That's fucked up.
So
what do you mean, easy? The fuck does that mean? What does that mean, bro?
So, what changed? By the 1890s, American lawmakers were actually really trying to put forth legislation to regulate the medicines market, but to very little avail because the lobbying power of patent medicine manufacturers was still too high. When Missouri pharmacists tried to pass a formula disclosure bill, one druggist recalled, "It brought down on us all the patent medicine men in the state like a flock of wild pigeons." So things continued to be bad, until finally, after the turn of the century, things actually started to change, and quickly. At long last, two things happened. People started realizing how deep the con went, and rifts began forming in the alliances of patent medicine manufacturers. In Collier's Weekly, the writer Samuel Hopkins Adams published a series of exposés called The Great American Fraud in 1905 to 1906, and boy, did they start off with a bang. Gullible America will spend this year some $75 million in the purchase of patent medicines.
Jeez.
In consideration of this sum, it will swallow huge quantities of alcohol, an appalling amount of opiates and narcotics, a wide assortment of varied drugs ranging from powerful and dangerous heart depressants to insidious liver
sex, drugs, and rock and roll, baby. This is America.
Stimulants, and far in excess of all other ingredients, undiluted fraud. For fraud, exploited by the skillfulest of advertising bunco men, is the basis of the trade. Should the newspapers, the magazines, and the medical journals refuse their pages to this class of advertisements, the patent medicine business in 5 years would be as scandalously historic as the South Sea bubble, and the nation would be the richer not only in lives and money, but in drunkards and drug fiends saved. I highly recommend reading it all the way through on Project Gutenberg because it's incredible and reads exactly like some sort of YouTube drama call-out, except for an issue that actually matters. Adams continued with a call to action from the government. One thing that the public has a right to demand in its attitude towards the proprietary medicines containing alcohol, that the government carry out rigidly in its promised policy no longer to permit liquors to disguise themselves as patent medicines, and thereby escape the tax which is put on other, and probably better, brands of intoxicants. One other demand it should make on the purveyors of the concoctions, that they label every bottle with the percentage of alcohol it contains. And so, finally, in 1906, President Theodore Roosevelt signed into law.
Oh my god. I really wonder how much of it was just alcohol before it was regulated. Like, it was probably a good portion.
The Pure Food and Drug Act, requiring that all addictive substances be listed on product labels. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. The bill only really applied to product labeling, so the ads still ran wild, but it—
Yeah, and that can't be enforced. Like, you know there's some shit in Coke and Dr. Pepper. That makes it way more addictive than like just sugar, than just like high fructose corn syrup. Like, they got some other shit.
It did have the effect of scaring manufacturers into removing narcotics from formulas made for children. Literally, the bar is in hell. Later, around the 30s, the FDA and FTC were formed, and by 1936, 39 states had passed drug regulatory bills. And so, slowly but surely, the age of patent medicine petered out. Or did it? To be honest, not much has changed since then, and that becomes quickly apparent when we return to the 1909 copy of Secret Remedies. It is not, however, only the poorer classes of the community who have a weakness for secret remedies and the ministration of quacks. The well-to-do and the highly placed will often, when not very ill, take a
Now it's just, ivermectin and bleach and piss.
a curious pleasure in experimenting with mysterious compounds. In them, it is perhaps to be traced to a hankering to break safely with orthodoxy. They scrupulously obey the law, and the church and Mrs. Grundy, but will have their fling against medicine. Usually, however, people of these classes take to some system. It used to be electricity, or hypnotism, or some eccentricity of diet. Nowadays, it is more often Christian Science. A subject of much conversation on and off for the last several years has been, well,
Christian Science is a fucking oxymoron. That's some bullshit.
rich peopling. The rich crave access to unique and secretive health schemes that no one else can afford, which often leads them down the rabbit hole of falling for quacks, or becoming quacks. Obviously, Gwyneth Paltrow is a prime example here. Many historians today have started using the term celebrity quack to describe people like Gwyneth and her brand Goop. You may have seen her in many of her recent videos and interviews looking vaguely like she's only 30% alive, talking about how her intuitive fasting program, infrared sauna, and IV injections have cured her long COVID. Sound familiar? Her brand includes a branch called the Goop Lab, which sort of makes you think they're doing research in there, right? Like a laboratory, like science.
You would think.
But it's not. And it's obviously not just Goop. There are 1,000,001 alternative medicine brands out there foaming at the mouth trying to tell you that their product cures or prevents fatigue, IBS, insomnia, depression, anxiety, the cold, COVID, and yes, as always, cancer. But they more often than not don't have much research to back them up, or if they do, it's research funded by organizations who sell the ingredient they're trying to promote. These companies take advantage of helpless people with a lot of fears. The fact that the medical system has indeed failed so many people, and when a medical system fails you, it makes you afraid to keep trying, wasting money over and over again, speaking to doctors who don't believe you, or ignore your problems, neglect to do proper testing, or ignore concerning results when you do get tests done. These are all factors into why so many people fall into the web of fake alternative medicine or diets for the exact same reasons why so many people fell into that same trap in the 1800s. When you have nowhere else to go, what else are you supposed to do? So now you have MLM pyramid schemes that so familiarly target vulnerable women and elderly people with very few support.
Same with like Alex Jones selling his bullshit supplements. Same with fucking Liver King.
Systems, bringing them in to do the dirty work for them and sinking more and more people into a pit where instead of spending valuable time seeking better or more comprehensive medical care, they use it taking bogus medicines and essential oils and holographic jewelry and useless supplements. And by the time they realize what happened, it's too late. Far too many people have died because of shit like this. So many herbal, organic, natural medicines today have taglines that sound literally pulled straight from a patent medicine over a century ago.
Literally.
Healing from nature, health from God's pharmacy. It's the exact same game, and it still works just as well. It may be harder for them to get away with it, but difficulty never scares a quack away. So please be careful when choosing what medicines you consume for your various health issues, as innocuous as they may seem. As Oliver Wendell Holmes once said, quackery and idolatry.
Yeah, like you really should tell your doctor all of the supplements you take, like even though you probably think it doesn't matter, but like there might be things that interact badly that they might catch that you don't. So like might as well tell them. Like
Tree are all but immortal. Thank you so much for learning with me about Victorian patent medicines. Once again, I want to urge you not to come away from this with a those people were so dumb for taking those medicines mentality, because as I just said, we still have the same issues today that surely will make future generations look back on us and laugh. A little compassion is always good in stories like these, except when it comes to the assholes profiting off of selling poisons and useless nothing medicines. Except for my magic and not poisonous healing oil, of course. So, until next time...
Well, if it's magic and not poisonous, I'll take 2.
Wash thy hands, wear thy mask, and stay well.
A laxative cracker. Oh no. I love this outro. It's a good outro song. So solid. Okay. Let's do a little fun.
Here it is.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Birthday, dear Kimberly.
Don't worry, nobody was hurt.
God. Huh?
What did that say? Honk for 2022 grad?
Oh my god. Oh my god. No.
So this is actually really cool.
Obnoxious.
This woman trained her hamster to trim her nails.
Bro, what? I feel like that's not good. What the fuck? I feel like it's not good for them.
You want some cereal?
Yeah.
Can I make it for you in a minute when I'm done using the bathroom?
No.
I have never seen a creature like this in my entire life. This man found a weird type of mole rat in Romania.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh. It's so cute.
This is a professional. Please do not attempt. This pilot wanted to show off his skills by having his plane dive down and spin while trying his best to not lose any water.
Damn, that's crazy.
I think I see a raccoon.
Wild.
A raccoon.
Oh no, don't do it. No, 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 no. Oh no, no, no. Oh. That was just a guy.
Have you ever seen a constipated kitten before?
Oh, poor kitty.
You've got this. Push.
Poor kitty. Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit.
This ape is smart enough to know how to use a juice box.
Let's go. Yummy juice box.
I started washing parts in a gas bucket when I was 12 years old, and I wound up
What?
teaching at the highest level for General Motors. There's no
What?
higher than that.
Washing parts in a gas bucket? I hope there wasn't gas in it. What?
Anything but me. Can't fix stupid.
This is a professional. Please do not attempt. Red Bull attached an entire skate park to a hot air balloon, and then they had a professional BMX rider do tricks up there.
Ain't fucking no way, dude. Absolutely no fucking way. No. 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 This is making me want to shit myself just watching. No. No. Mm-mm.
Doves might be small, but when it comes to protecting their eggs, they can really pack a punch.
Said no. Let's go.
I never knew this, but I guess sushi needs to be frozen before being served in restaurants. The purpose is to kill the parasites that are present in fish. So the scientists wanted to see how it works by taking parasites from raw fish and putting them in a freezer. After a few days, he saw that the parasites died, but the eggs from the parasites were still present and were capable of hatching. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed.
I don't want to know that. That's terrible news. What the fuck, man? They can still hatch? Oh no. Oh no. Oh god.
And I will see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Very, very soon.
We're not gonna get anywhere else. You're
Okay. Wait, did we watch this? Did we?
pretty drunk on a Monday. My man's got his toes out just on the chair.
Hello?
Fucked up. It's 8:00. It just turned 8 o'clock. We're not gonna get anywhere else. You're pretty drunk on a Monday. My man's got his toes out just on the chair. Fucked up. It's
well, I'm pretty tired anyway. I think I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you all for coming through. Thank you again to Keevers for the sub. Appreciate you very much. And I hope you have a good one.
Because we want to be.
Bye.
Because the road to hell is paved with good. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style of our democracy. You had better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates it. Because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot, and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing? When we have a great system, great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves.